should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. So don't you tell me what I don't know, 'cause I don't wanna hear what I've missed. I bet Diddy had champagne poppin'. I bet Bieber had all the girls flocking. I bet Khaled had every key unlocked. I bet Hova had beat throwing up the rock. I bet Oprah was handing out cards. I bet Bruno was headed to Mars. Bet my night wasn't better than yours, 'cause I ended up spending it alone. But how was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century, and there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. Don't you tell me what I don't know, 'cause I don't wanna hear what I missed.
You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. All this game up in my pocket, bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. This game fits in your pocket, guaranteed to watch it. You know that I got it. Came through stunting with the moves you ain't never seen. Handle so dirty, jumper wet, so I keep it clean. Hand down, man down when I come through drippin'. Back turn on the oop, I'ma catch him slippin'. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah, 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 yeah. And now you on a poster, they can't even court you. I did it for the no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah, 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 yeah. And now you on a poster, they can't even court you. I did it for the culture. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. All this game up in my pocket, bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it. I want it all. Fight to the finish. And don't make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this. And they watch it over and over. Over and over. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. I did it for the culture. You know that I yeah, you know that I got it. Yeah. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. Did it for the culture. husky on, yeah. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. The world is watching, so ain't no stopping. Push the pendulum of progress, now they clocking. Used to be sold objects, now we got options. The elders dream Barack success as they got auctioned. Some things we'll never know, our history they rarely show. Eeny, meeny, mighty, mo, police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow, Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still the GOAT. One thing that I know, I go hard. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Gotta apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, that's where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it. From a people born in chains, feel so good to see some change. Eeny, meeny, miny, main, reparations run that change. Black Wall Street, they burned our banks, bring us equal mortgage rates. Huey Newton paved the way, what else can I say? I go hard. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood.
Going through the motions, internalizing the pain and strife. Getting over all the hate and cut the tensions with a knife. Love can win and change it all if only we could get it right. Changing our position, recognizing the vision that beyond all of division, our dreams will come to fruition. And if we can change it all, these walls gon' fall. We find it straight before we know it, we be standing tall. Like the tree next to the still waters running deep. Future's right in front of me, clear as day is gonna be. Better days a million ways, climbing up the mountaintop. Nothing we can't do, and know that we won't stop. One thing about it, yeah, it's two things for sure. We're no stranger to the struggle, from mistakes we can grow. Bringing truth to power, level up is part of the game. Open up your eyes and know that things will never be the same. Hold up, free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. Finish this Chasing city limits when I hit the road. Feel it in my spirit. I'm already gone. Nothing compares to the way that I've been missing you. And it's hard to believe that a woman like you could love someone like me. All that I need is all that you breathe. If you send your location.
It's a huge opportunity for me to play in the LCP. I feel like it's what I've been waiting for. It means a lot to me that to have the opportunity to actually compete in this league. So I want to do everything I can.
其他国家比较强战队的选手交流，然后进行对战，相信就是能对我的水平能提升的更快这样子。
I think it'll change the way teams view the meta. You're not going to have fixed play styles. It's going to be different. It'll be fun to watch.
Top laner is Panther.
He is a player that will cover anything I require from him.
My playstyle kind of is similar or kind of the same to Evie's. We play for map movements. We want to make sure that if there's any lead, we just kind of elevate that and push the game forward. That's probably what my playstyle is closest to in the LCPs.
Looking down at all the jungles available, Mir instantly popped up. But I think he's a super aggressive jungler, which is what I want.
He's kind of the carry jungler. He's very vocal as well, which is really important for me.
I have lots of experience playing overseas, so I can be a leader for the environment and play styles, this kind of thing. I can be in charge for most of things.
When it comes to Jimian, and I just think he's consistently playing well in every single game I've watched him play.
我可以就是担任队伍的箭头，然后去抓各种机会开战，然后帮队友制造赢下来的画面这样。
When it comes to Lemus, especially from an OS 80 carry, he kind of is the jack of all trades.
I feel very comfortable when playing around the map and thinking about the map state.
When I stumbled across Zorn, honestly, I wasn't really sure what he wanted to do next year. I thought he had LCK offers or something. But when he rocked up, he was like, Poltron, I want to play for Chiefs and go to Worlds. That was as simple as that. I'm like, all right, come over, you're in. No second thought.
저의 장점은 이니시라고 생각하는데 팀에서 이니시를 담당할 것 같아요.
I've watched him play in the LEC. Seems like a really solid player who's really good at engaging.
The whole team just shares the same goal. We want to win. And I think it's just such a big factor where everyone is passionate, everyone's here to win.
Nothing really changes for us because we just play the league and go competition and try to win.
People definitely view us as a weaker team.
觉得大家应该普遍可能不是很看好我们，但我希望我们可以成为黑马，然后让他们跌破眼镜。
As the underdogs, and I do just think that the underdog story is so fun.
저는 치프스에서 월즈를 한번 꼭 가봤으면 좋겠어요.
We finally have a real shot at making OS history. I truly do think we have a good shot at taking these top teams down.
Shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl. Wanna vibe just to see how I move, and if she touch, better grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say, babe? Let's run away. Ay, tell me where you stay. Ay, ay, move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse it. Why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it.
Two Japanese AD carries have discovered between themselves. Xenoblade will connect. Hero very low. Ash will also land. And the Stranglethorn's used. I mean, Jace is living for now. Hero, please tell me he doesn't get out. He is going to turn around. Oh my god, no! Oh, Hero! He dodges everything! Things remain even on that front. Oh, I didn't even notice
see the replay. Yeah, so Evie did TP in when they went for the initial engage, and I guess, yeah, Artemis just got caught out, but
that
very good in your 1v1. You are quite tanky in team fights, but you just don't do that much damage. Whereas if he like lands his fate sealed onto a carry, doesn't have the crit to really take them out. But if he does, if he's able to stick onto them, like they are now.
Yeah, they're able to find a 3-man knock-up and just a fantastically executed team fight from SoftBank. Gang sitting up. The courage, but will be matched by another hero's entrance, this time of Fate. Not quite able to connect, but the quickness will mean that the gang will go down. The flash from Doggo as well. Fate does go in, the Kingslayer, everything being used. Ginger trying to trade back, the Conqueror now sucked up. It is going to be a shutdown, it is going to be the triumph. Everyone's so low, but everything's coming up CFO. There is just 1 point of damage that separates the fight, and Doggo gets the triple. Okay.
Okay. This is just the power of the Poppy, right? The trade of the barrier.
Oh no! Oh, he lands the Q and the Poppy goes in for the second, and Taki.
sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even court you. I did it for the. I know, look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even court you. I did it for the culture. You know that I got it. You know that I got it. All this game up in my body. Bet that you can't stop me. You know that I got it. I want it all. Fight to the finish. And don't make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this. And they watch it over and over. Over and over. Reporters can approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. I did it for the culture. You know that I yeah. You know that I yeah. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. Did it for the culture. Get my husky on, yeah. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above. The ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. The world is watching, so ain't no stopping. Push the pendulum of progress, now they clocking. Used to be sold objects, now we got options. The elders dream Barack success as they got options. Some things we'll never know, our history they rarely show. Eeny, meeny, mighty, mo, police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow, Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still to go, one thing that I know I go. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above. The ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, that's where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute up. Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it. From a people born in chains, feels so good to see some change. Eeny, meeny, miny, main, reparations run that change. Black Wall Street, they burned our banks, bring us equal mortgage rates. Huey Newton paved the way, what else can I say? I go hard. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above. The ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood.
Going through the motions, internalizing the pain and strife. Getting over all the hate can cut the tensions with a knife. Love can win and change it all if only we could get it right. Change
changing our position, recognizing the vision that beyond all of division, our dreams will come to fruition. And if we can change it all, these walls gon' fall. We find it straight before we know it, we be standing tall, like the tree next to the still waters running deep. Future's right in front of me, clear as day is gonna be. Better days a million ways, climbing up the mountaintop. Nothing we can't do, and know that we won't stop, won't stop. One thing about it, yeah, it's two things for sure. We're no stranger to the struggle, from mistakes we can grow. Bringing truth to power, level up is part of the game. Open up your eyes and know that things will never be the same. Hold up, free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. Better by and by.
City limits when I hit the road, feel it in my spirit. I'm already gone. Nothing compares to the way that I've been missing you. And it's hard to believe that a woman like you could love someone like me. All that I need is all that you breathe.
Welcome back, everybody. Day number 3 of our second week here, and obviously the final night of games we have here in week number 3 of the LCP for the summer, well, not summer, winter 2025 split. And it's so exciting. Once again, I will be your host, Vesh, and alongside me, a good friend, Blue Panda.
Yeah, look, it's been a fun weekend. I'm so keen to round it out with some strong games, and then, of course, looking forward to a bit of a break and then a reset. I think there are definitely some teams that need a bit of a reset going into those last couple of weeks of play, and a couple of those teams are playing tonight.
Yeah, absolutely are. And we're going to obviously start off that night with the Chiefs, Oceanic representative, the True Blue Aussies on Australia Day. What better time to try and look for their first series win? here against Team Secret Wales, who they're looking pretty ferocious.
Yeah, nothing like a good bit of fish and chips on Aussie Day too. You know, it's Wales versus the Chiefs. I mean, coming into this matchup, the Chiefs have had a pretty rough run. In all honesty, they've got a lot to prove. They are coming down to the point where these next few matches for them will dictate whether or not they do make it through the playoffs. And there you go, Hero picking the Ambassador, taking on the Darius for Jimmy. I mean, look, this is a matchup I think that could go either way. I think that Darius probably has a little bit of extra power early on if he can get those passive stacks up.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen this matchup yet, I don't believe, but we did see a Darius mirror matchup, and the mid laner was the one that took the prize there and was able to get side selection. So once again, Jimmy in here, big Jimmy. True blue Aussie man there on your screen. He's going to be on the Darius against the Ambassador. I would have to say early game, I would favor the Darius. Just, again, there's so much power, you get so much AD if you are able to get those stacks up. And while Ambassador, you know, she does have a lot of mobility, generally, you know, if you want to do damage, you're committing a lot of that going forward. There's a bit of poke on the Q, but that's about it. Still, I do have faith here in Jimmy to be able to pull it out. And they have won 1v1 before. It honestly set them up to the closer series, right, against DFM. So looking to replicate that success now.
Yeah, absolutely. And a slightly more defensive leaning build, a bit of cooldown reduction there as well for Hero. And for the Darius, yeah, double Dorans, longsword, pots, it's pretty standard stuff.
Yep. So we'll have to see how these two interact and who gets the better of the 1v1, two top lane champions. Going to be one top laner playing it, but as I said, the mid laner actually took the win last time we saw a top versus a mid, so.
I mean, look, the already Jimmy and learning from that Darius mirror matchup, you know, not walking face first into the other Darius and losing a bunch of HP. Comes out better on the trade.
Oh, insanely better, not even close. Yeah, managed to land the apprehend, and that's pretty straightforward from there.
I'm wondering if maybe a better idea was going Dorans. Oh my lord, yeah. Hero just doesn't have the heft that a double Dorans offers, only the shield. I don't see, yeah, the cooldown reduction really offering anything. Hero's going to have to commit.
Forward. I almost wonder if that was a misclick. He will have barrier available to himself, but with the bleed and the ignite coming, it'll be enough. The Doran shield, there's a lot of healing, not quite. And with how it all works, there's not going to be a tower dive, but Jimmy can be pretty happy with how things are. Just sit here, try and deny as much of this minion wave as he can. Going back, should be able to get the apprehend. He has barrier, still does Jimmy, and it's so close, but the Q lands. And Jimmy will get first blood now. Massive advantage to him on the Darius, as if he needed it.
I mean, Hero, you got to commend him. That was the best of a bad opportunity. Realistically, there was only so much he could do. I think if he was going to play safe back, he only had the 5 farms, so he didn't have a huge amount of money to invest. He is going to get that upgrade.
Wow.
In the hammer, the Caulfields, and yeah. Look, the response is cloth boots and just, you know what? Don't heal. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah, interesting. I think ultimately the healing for Ambassador isn't that amazing until you do hit that level 6. Then you get a little bit more on your abilities and whatnot. And maybe realizing next game we'll get to level 6 is looking to deny that. Yes, there's also a grass proc there, which will heal him up a reasonable amount. So Jimmy, I mean, in terms of items, I think immediately it's not that amazingly favorable.
You say that he grabbed the shrine and it did negligible healing, and yeah, you can see just the turnaround is so punishing. Hero, yeah, look, I don't see that him, he just can't take a fight. The consistent, you know, health healing reduction, the grasp is going to do next to nothing. The passives from that, you know, vitality tree are going to do nothing.
Yeah.
And the 6 is there as well for Jimmy.
Yeah, level 6. No, not quite landing the apprehend. Hero doing a really good job to duck and dive away from that one there, but Jimmy's still going forward. Hero now kind of struggling to dodge abilities at the beginning, but has started to do so. Bit of cooldown reduction from leveling up those abilities.
Just a massive gap in terms of farm. Public execution is online, but I mean, realistically, now that Jimmy is as hefty as he is it going to offer that much? No, I don't think it is.
That's it. He's just AFK now, and that's that.
Yeah, look,
all of the day.
Good try, valiant effort, but Jimmy, I think what we're seeing is Jimmy is coming in after that last game for these Chiefs guys, and he's got something to prove because they could have won that match against DFM. You've talked to him, he said, on paper, they should have won that match. So I think this is Jimmy coming in. They've got something to prove, and what better team to prove it against?
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, Team Wales, while coming into the league, I think lots of people had a lot of question marks around them.
Did he just... He did. He just completely snubbed the handshake.
Yeah.
Jimian is locked in.
He is. Nah, he means business. Going for the anti-Sawaka build there, and first item execution is not something we see all that often, considering nowadays it is just engage versus engage permanently. No handshake.
Yeah, I don't think it was intentional. I don't think Jimian intentionally just snubbed Team Secret there. No, he's locked in, back talking to the team. They've got a game plan. They just don't have any time to be wasting, time on pleasantries. Go and get talking about the plan, get that plan into action, win a game.
Now's the time to do it. Honestly, it felt like, to me, their opportunity to find their first series win was with DFM. They should have, honestly, especially, game number 1 lost that, game number 2 won that, game number 3.
Every single member of the Chiefs has said we should have won that game.
Yes, yeah, and game number 3 was, we're so far ahead, one mistake, boom, game blows open, and unfortunately, they do lose it. They're going up against Team Secret Wales, though. And Team Secret Wales, this Vietnamese representative, is looking pretty ferocious. Like, yes, they ended up losing the series 2-0 to Talon. That does not tell the series sort of narrative at all, right? They're up 11k gold against Talon in game number 1. They eventually lose this game, which is kind of amazing in its own right. But still, the fact that they got there straight through macro, just better play around the map constantly. Just every single thing they did was just better than what Talon did. It's going to be scary because I think from what I've seen, Chiefs have been really struggling in that department. Oftentimes, you're watching as BioPanther's got 3 people diving him on the bottom side. We're not even getting vision on the top side. Nothing's happening up there. They've got a lot to work on, and now's the time they just have to do it.
Yeah, you want to know something even scarier? So Chiefs have opted into blue side, which we have seen very, very frequently so far this tournament. But Chiefs are currently 0-3 on blue side. They're 1-1 on red side. So realistically, there's no side that is great for them. I think the draft is going to be the key factor here, and I think I kind of want to see BioPanther lean more towards the likes of that sign, because that sign was hugely instrumental. The Cassante was all right, but he needs something that will literally dictate the pace of fight. So heavy CC, heavy bulk, allow the rest of the team to then mop up. Your job is not to be the one, front to back and dealing with that damage, getting all those kills. Cassante is a bit more of a brawler than he is an outright tank. Whereas the Scion, heavy CC, heavy tank. He's just all health, all HP. So hard to shred through. And even if you do, he's got the revive. I'm looking something like that, something like the Ornn. We need him on something that can consistently frontline and provide those openings for the team.
Yeah, I feel like Cassante generally can do that. It was an uncharacteristically bad game for BioPanther, especially on the Cassante. This guy is an incredible Cassante player. And if he does choose to go for it, I would feel pretty confident because, at least for the games I've watched him play, that was probably the worst Cassante game I've ever seen him play. He is generally very, very good. It also felt like the team was not really on the same page the entire time. And as Cassante, you do have some tools where, okay, there's not much cohesion going on. You can make your solo plays, but that is not the kind of player BioPanther is. He wants to be playing this Cassante to either eliminate a big threat from the fight for his team to then take on the 4v4 and be finding a benefit, or, he's like, okay, I can go in here, I can eliminate this guy, and you guys can all follow up on me. It wasn't really what was the story of last time.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a problem. The rest of the team hasn't been following up.
Yes.
So, which is why I'm leaning more towards CC Heavy to provide those openings.
Yeah.
But, I mean, look, if it is just a case of, that was a one-off Cassante, if he can play it the way that we know he's capable of, 100% that fits in well, it does the job. But, unfortunately, he was the one that him and Jimian were the ones that really stood out in that series. So now there's a lot of onus on Mir, Luon, and Lemus to step up and show that they can keep pace with these guys.
Yeah, I am inclined to agree with your take there. And Team Secret Wales, though, they're not going to, roll over. I think Jimian, he's had some pretty rough lanes. Yes, the champions he's been playing sort of creates that sort of system where, he's on the Akali against the Victor, gonna suck for the majority of the game. The Akali versus the Yasuo, he's actually doing pretty well, and then unfortunately wasn't really playing around the ganks as well as he possibly should. So against Dire, who went toe-to-toe with Fofo, and for the most part, especially in game number 1, was just winning, you're gonna have to really prove yourself as a mid laner now, because you cannot. If you want to win the series and you're losing to Dire, we've seen from Team Secret Wales, if this guy's ahead, he is generally the person that gets it across the line. Eddie as well in the bot lane. The problem with the bot lane now, really, is you're never getting that much further ahead than the other bot lane because almost every single game is a lane swap. It's just 2 AD carries essentially free farming and the top lanes are suffering.
I mean, the big problem, across the board, Chiefs are statistically the worst team in almost every category, pretty much in every category. I mean, you look at KDs alone, every single player is less than half of their opponent in lane when it comes to KD and what they're contributing to the game. It paints a bleak picture, but Chiefs are a team and an org that has shown up and done some historically amazing stuff internationally, and you're at a point in the competition where if you're not going to show up now, why show up at all?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think ultimately, you know, while the stats aren't looking good so far, it is Australia Day, damn it. This is the day they've got to do it. You know, they really have the support of their country behind them, and this is a game ultimately they can win. Coming in, not the favourites, don't get me wrong, but it's a definite series that they can win. You're coming in against Team Secret Wales with a lot more confidence than if you're going against Talon, than if you're going against CFO. As we do now head into the draft for game number 1, Corky, Nocturne and Misfortune removed immediately. The answer will be the Skarner, the Callista, and still one band to come.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be honest, this is the most extreme case of the Aussie Underdog rocking up to an international event and trying to make something of themselves. And so, look, if not now, then when? If not when, then, well, why? So let's see. Viego follows up, so we are seeing some heavy priority around the jungle. First pick going the way of the Chips. As we get into this pick phase, Israel for Lemus.
Okay.
Coming out. I do rate it. The Chiefs have, I think, the most diverse champion pool. Yeah, and that will be yet another champion freshly picked by Lemus. That is his 6th different 80 carry play this tournament.
Playing hot potato with the champion picks. Varus, a very, very good answer. You know, there is a play that Israel can play the lane against the Varus if they do choose to do the classic 2v2 lane down bot side, but ultimately Varus is just so strong that the only champ that generally contests it well is the Ashe. Israel not really got that power in the early stage of the game, depending on supports, of course, that we still need to see come through. But the Aurora here for Dire, we saw him use it against Talon and use it exceedingly effectively.
Okay, so nothing fresh out of Luan. It's a double up with Leona. He's played that already, but Leona,
this time with Aftershock.
Yeah, this time with Aftershock, hopefully. But Leona Ashe can be a bit of a menace. I don't really think that it's a great lane against the Varus, given that there are so many supports wide open to be picked with it. I think Xin Zhao coming in. Okay, so we are doubling things up a couple of times across the picks that are coming in. Yeah, look, I think at this stage, Chiefs with their draft, probably looking to avoid the mirror matchup. You want to go for a lane swap. You want to enable Panth, because Bio has proved that he handles the lane swaps very well.
And it's going to be another Pantheon, almost certainly in the jungle. We've seen it once before. Guon, the person to play it, and it was against the Chiefs. So they should have some knowledge of how to play around it now. Obviously in scrims, they've probably played against it. They've probably tried playing it themselves. But here on stage, they have gone up against it once. They found a pretty poor early game skirmish in the opposing side's red, the Raptor camp, and it pretty much went downhill from there. So should know that, yes, this Pantheon champ's extremely strong early, and we should avoid 2v2 even skirmishes.
Yeah, your first lane strategy for the Chiefs is just don't feed 5 kills onto the Pantheon. From there, you've got other tools that you need to develop to deal with it. Orianna banned out against Jimmian. He hasn't played it yet, but I mean, Leona and Xin Zhao both capable of delivering the ball.
Yeah. Just take that away. Not a bad takeaway. It does well into the Aurora, as well as, you know, champs can do. The Victor does still remain open. Wouldn't hate to see it from Jimmian. The only game they did get a win on, he was on that champion. But the Cassante will be the choice. So, going to take that away from Biopanther. Still, as you said, champs like the Ornn, like the Scion, do remain available for him if he so chooses to go that way. I mean, power picks
picked up the Galio as well.
Yes, but
yeah, it's not amazing.
We're not blinding Galio.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so. Jace targeted out as well. I mean,
Ambessa stands out to me as a top lane power pick that remains open.
Jack's there as well with Jace banned out. Look, there's options, definitely, but it's what Chiefs decide they need to round out this comp. I mean, you're looking mid, you're looking top, you want something that's going to impact the map. I would be surprised if we didn't see the Victor for Jimmy, and given how impactful that champion is proven in this tournament.
Oh, that's
at least
it's a lane swap
coming out.
It's going to have to be a lane swap, but importantly, Biopanther now has to find a champ that can somehow survive a Pantheon Elise dive, because there are pretty much zero. You could argue that now it's like, okay, I'm going to die to the dive. Let's just go Scion, because then I still get all the gold, all the XP. I honestly wouldn't hate to see it. This is an incredibly difficult pairing to go against, and he's just going to pick it up.
Yeah, look, it makes sense. He's beefy, he can frontline, he doesn't really suffer too much not getting CS, because, I mean, even if you get tower dive, you can still farm pretty effectively.
Yeah.
Now the question has to be, where do we go in the middle? I think I do really rate this Victor, something that is going to punish that heavy dive with the gravity well.
Yeah, while it's immobile, and so it can sort of get shut down a little bit by Aurora and Pantheon.
That was the other direction I was going. The Emperor's Divide, the Shurima Shuffle. You're going to be able to dissuade a lot of that heavy engage. Pantheon at least going to jump in. Emperor's Divide forces them out once again. So
it is a hard early game though for Jimmy in here.
Absolutely, but if they can play to the mid-late game, I think they do come online quite impressively. But now, obviously, the onus being, what does Team Secret finalize the stuff with? A Jack. So it is likely going to be that Pantheon, coming in as support.
Oh no, it'll be the Elise in the support role. It's a new.
We've seen Pantheon support. It wasn't in LCP, but
it
has come out.
It's just the new flavor of the meta. Keria started playing it on T1 down over in the LCK, and so now you get this aggressive bot laner, the Varus, and you pair it with the Elise. Elise is probably, I can't think of another champion in the game that's better at tower diving, because you just land your stun, you tank the tower, you repel up and drop the tower aggro. By that time, you've probably got a kill. You've got % max health damage. You finish it off with the % missing health damage. Ridiculous champion for tower dives. Pair it with the Varus, and nothing can really withstand that.
Yeah.
Admittedly, the Scion possibly the best champ at doing so, because he dies, sure, have your 300 gold, but at least he's getting his kills, and it's going to be up to the other side, Mir, as well as Lemus and Luon, to try and find the answer on the top side, where the Jax won't have the luxury of just respawning, getting all that.
And the Scion as well, very well kitted to deal with any misplays. So if you misjudge that dive and someone draws aggro at the wrong time, Decimating Smash, if it's timed correctly, gets the slow off. You can then get the res, chase them down with the glory beyond death. And look, I think that there is a lot that could go very, very wrong for the Chiefs, but there is also a lot that is, if played well, goes very, very right.
Yeah. For sure. We'll have to see the angle they go with it. I think ultimately should have learned from the errors of their last game against the Pantheon jungle and realize, okay, we are either committing, when you see Lemus walk down to that red buff, we either commit to this, and if you do commit to it, you probably win it. But not this indecisive thing where half of us are committing to the fight, half of us are leaving back to lane, and we just give over a bunch of kills. I think as long as the cohesion's a little bit tighter now, you've had the day in between to sort of reset, talk to your squad, and get, the kinks ironed out just a little bit, we should see a better performance from them.
Okay, so Aftershock, great start.
Yes.
Yeah, look, okay, already things are pointing in the right trajectory, I think, for the Chiefs here. We are seeing an exchange of information, both teams invading the opposite's jungle on the red side, getting those deep wards down, which is quintessential at this stage. Bio is going to spot Eddie down on the bot side and the ward to boot. I suppose that gives a bit of added information, but that was kind of expected how things were going to go, and we kind of did figure that Chiefs were going to be the ones to initiate the lane swap.
Yeah, absolutely, and with the timing game now, there's no way for it to change. So the minion wave seemingly trying to get cut off here by Taki, but we'll realize that Biopanther's already crossed, made his way to the tower, and he will be completely fine to stay at his tower for the time being. Early XP, despite the buff to the range of it, not going to be able to be collected because Varus and Elise are just going to be too strong. Two abilities on the Elise, and the lethal tempo here on the Varus does mean there's not a real option for Bio but to wait for it to crash.
Hero, though, seemingly less afraid. Misses Lemus, though.
Yeah, nice sidestep by Lemus.
Fortunately, Bio is just going to cop a huge amount of punishment.
Yeah, I want to know what he took level 1. I almost feel like you're getting dove. You're probably getting dove as soon as the level 2 comes across here for the bot lane, because that will coincide with his toe hitting level 3. So I feel like the best option might be the shield. A misplay, they maybe think you've taken Q, there's not going to be that tankiness there that perhaps you'd want. His toe, have to see if he's able to get it in here. Biopanther actually living up to level 2. He has the Q and the W available to himself. Here it comes, though. And this is what I'm talking about. There's absolutely nothing he can do. The lockdown's just too simple. There's a point and click stun from Pantheon. The damage comes through, but the answer back is going to be here. His toe does flash away, but it's not going to be enough as Lemus, with the Arcane Chef, will pick himself up that kill. So all things said and done, yes, it was first blood, some progress towards the feet. I think big win for the side of Chiefs. As you see there, 0 CS to 5. Biopanther was able to collect his CS.
But big difference noticeably. Hero has just committed to teleport, whereas Bio still has his. Yep. I mean, look, it's still early game. I don't think it is going to be a decisive factor in it, but if something does arise where Bio feels he can come in and impact, that teleport is going to be the difference maker.
No, I completely agree with that. So once again, I mean, there's no reason why the side of Team Secret Wales don't just look for it again. Ultimately, you know, Biopanther, again, he'll be able to pick up that CS after he revives. Taki did a good job of holding onto his cocoon, so he wasn't able to get all of the farm after he respawned. But still, you know, because he kept that the teleport up and available to himself, because he got the minion wave, he now can die again. He can then teleport back to lane. And things are feeling a lot better here for the Scion than they are for Hero and the Jax.
But, I mean, you look at it, though, it's compounded, of course, because for Jax, you're just getting CS, whereas for the Scion, you're getting CS plus that health added on top of everything. So the CS just has that inherently more value for the Scion in the top lane.
Absolutely. Histo as well as Mare now continuing on with this split jungling where they're just happy to take top quadrant for the Chiefs and bottom quadrant here for the side of Team Secret Wales. Still, both teams can look for the dive. It does get harder and harder. You know, tankiness does come through. Jax yet to get any, really, but Biopanther with the Ruby Crystal as he walks back to lane will be dropping another minion wave, but you don't expect to be getting them anyway.
Yeah, but the timing of it all, you can see that Team Secret are back. They're now only looking to initiate the lane swap, and there was a tower dive potentially being considered, but the ward there gives the game away. Mare going to back off, and Hero knows that he needs to get out of dodge so Eddie can have that wave. Taki going to spot Mare roaming through that jungle.
Man has to be so careful here, though. He doesn't know that this has happened. There's no vision. They've not shown on the vision just yet. He's going to come up with this wall. If he does, he's in a lot of problem. But he does have flash available to himself, and I feel like he's going to have to use it. Luan trying to get there, but he's just getting one shot. Way too greedy with the summoner there. I think well played by Team Secret Wales to just hide on vision. They dropped a bit of CS for Eddie, but ultimately it does lead to them getting a kill. But Taki may be going too far forward, does lose his flash as Luan finds a nice little stun combo as Lemus does come in to provide that follow-up damage.
Yeah, I mean, again, these are the similar issues that we saw plaguing Chiefs earlier in the weekend. I mean, no real need to go commit, knowing full well that there was a lane swap initiated. So it would have been a safe bet to anticipate that the bot lane duo was already making their way to that top tower. I mean, on the whole,
I think they didn't know. Yeah. I genuinely think they didn't see that Hero had recalled. There was no vision to show that he recalled at his tower. And neither of the Team Secret Wales people showed on vision. They recalled after pushing the wave in and then just walked straight out top and hit. So I think it was just a well-played...
Even no information is still information.
Yeah.
Sion down the bot lane, there's no one there waiting for him. I think you could make an educated guess that that's likely what was happening. But yeah, look, no information. You can only make so much of that. Void Grubs going to be started up, it looks like, by his toe, which, yeah, timing, trying to get down to the bot side. Chiefs opting into prioritizing the dragon there.
Yeah. I think it makes a bit of sense if they are able to eventually collect it, because ultimately this is going to be one of the stacks apiece, right?
Oh,
and
no.
When the next one comes up, you can deny those Void Grubs. Taki, though, is here. Luan will be here to match as well, but Jimmian going aggressive here onto Dire, but does go out the Between Worlds to come and follow up. Does chunk out Jimmian a pretty sizable amount, and he's not going to be able to really do much about that, but Dragon was secured, and all things said and done, I think Chiefs can be pretty okay with what just occurred.
Yeah, look, you give up the majority of your HP. I think looking at it, Jimmian is in the process of heading back towards the Nexus anyway. But Chiefs have, again, made these great adaptations. They're rotating Biopanther around. He is getting that plate gold, and he's up 22 CS. So, I mean, look, yeah, despite that early first blood going down, they've rotated him into a position where he can really start to recoup some of those losses.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ultimately, it is Biopanther that is the big winner on the side of Chiefs. He's up a lot of CS. He's got himself some plays. Hero coming in to try and just deal out some damage. There's no realistic world in which he's ever killing the Scion for the time being, especially because we see him, he's going to be going that full tank Jax. I don't think he's ever really doing any reliable damage to the Scion. In fact, I think as this game progresses, it gets a little easier for the Scion, who will just continue to get more and more tanky and unkillable and still do damage with his items.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, Hisdo stops being a threat to the Scion. Hero is going to struggle to find the sticking power in the mid to late game. Eddie is not going to want to get anywhere remotely close to Bio, because it likely means that Bio is just unstoppable onslaughted onto his face. But yeah, looking at it, level 6 up now for Hisdo, so that Grand Skyfall is available. Lemus has the True Shot Barrage as well, so he can start sending it out. Hero is, I mean, look, he's winning these engagements at the moment, but much as Bio can just turn around, grasp, and he's back healthy.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of a wet noodle fight. I don't particularly see either of the top laners killing each other without some jungle or potentially mid interference. As I say that though, both the Chief jungle and mid are heading up to this top side, and it could be answered by the Grand Skyfall, but his toe choosing a recall, I think, is a good idea. The bot lane should be your focus. You really need this Varus online to deal with the Scion. No one else is going to do an amazing job of it.
I don't think Hero anticipates it. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah, Mia's here. Does get the lockdown, but the flash going to be answered. Mia not going to be able to follow up on the spear, but ultimately that is just a flash going down for Hero for the ultimate of BioPanther. Really well timed to deny the stun coming through from that Counter-Strike. Here's the challenge though. Lemus, he's wise. He's wise to what is occurring. Luon almost certainly will go down. Flashes away, actually very good combo. The stun's there, but there's still going to be so much damage denied from this Pantheon, and ultimately the kill does go down. As well as a bunch of plates, a bunch more golds, and Team Secret's bot lane feeling really good about this situation.
I mean, Grand Skyfall, Chains of Corruption committed for a support. Look, it could have been far worse, arguably. So I think Chiefs are happy that they didn't lose more. And with all the plates they're taking, they're only sitting a K behind at the moment. They've got that Infernal as well. Bio's heading back down the bot lane. They're playing really well off these recalls from Team Secret, anticipating it.
Yeah. And importantly, Jimmy is doing a pretty good job here of navigating the storm that is Aurora. Still, since release till now, has been one of the strongest champions in League of Legends. Maybe Mal now taking that crown. But still, he's getting to his items. Nash's tooth shouldn't be too far away for him. On the other side though, Dyer, whatever he chooses to go, most likely will be that Malignance is also going to be getting closer and closer, as he is also just up 400 gold.
And the level disparity showing itself. Eddie 7, but Taki only 5. It's not the end of the world. You're not relying on an ultimate as an Elise anyway. Yeah. So you've got your one stun. That's it. That's the kit. But Luon having that solar flare is going to be just able to disrupt any sort of engage as well. It definitely feels like Chiefs aren't quite sure what's transition to next. Yeah, grabs are coming up in 5. They're posturing around it, but there's no real decisive call, and it is probably going to be hotly contested.
Yeah, I imagine Chiefs will be happy to just take the 1 or 2 and then back on out of this as they see Team Secret Whales come in. There's no need to contest all of them. Who got that? Okay, Chiefs did get that one.
Yeah.
That was awfully scary. Looks like they might get all 3, which will give them 2 steps of the way towards at least their first feats of strength. Mare carefully waiting, does have Smite available and will secure himself that one, well, now second little bit of progress towards the objective feat. Nice, decimating smash. BioPanther be clearing out that wave and taking Hero down to half HP in the process, even following up. Still has the unstoppable onslaught. The decimating smash is fantastic. Remember, there is no flash available for this Jax, and BioPanther is going to go in. He lands the knock-up. There's so much damage coming through. The Grandmaster's Might's not going to be enough, and BioPanther scores himself the first solo kill of the split. On the top side though, it's Luan who does get Chain of Corruptions up, and he is going to be paying for that debt, and down will go this Leona, but you take that trade top laner for the support.
1k gold lead now in the hands of Bio. Lemus going to flash out, and yeah, you don't really want to risk it in that situation.
No.
Top laner for support, that favours the Chiefs, but I mean, gold going into the pocket of probably where you don't want it to go. At this stage, Chiefs, I mean, look, they're doing a great job of weathering the storm, because the more they can support Bio in getting to that mid to late game, the more he can face tank for them.
Yeah, he's up 1.4k gold, I believe. Just
oofed.
Well played. I mean, the leap strike, you'd have to say, from Hero was nothing less than terrible. Ultimately, if he just walks out, he doesn't die, but...
Right there, catching at the tail end of it, leaps away into the unstoppable onslaught, and, well, yeah, there's only so much you can do when the big... bad former lumberjack, depending on which skin you've got. And yeah, look, they commit again a lot onto getting Luon, who still survives, draws that tension away from Lemus. Unfortunately, it still costs Lemus his flash, but it's still an Israel. You do have the Essence shift as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, it's going to be the Dragon now secured, so... I mean, Team Secret Whales will be securing the feat, you have to imagine. I don't see a way for BioPanther to stop this tower from going down as I say that. It will be secured, so that is the feats of strength now secured for the side of Team Secret Whales. But Chiefs looking to at least answer back in terms of the gold here on the top side. Nothing really that Hero can do. Does have his flashback available to himself, but we'll have to see. I mean, Chiefs need to be careful. Grand Skyfall can come in if they do anything overly aggressive.
Yeah, I think they've been tamed a little bit here.
Nice.
Jimmy, great jump out. Only the Hex Tech flash used, so it's not a full sum taken out from Taki. In terms of objectives-wise, 2 minutes 49 odd till that Rift Herald starts to come. Well, will spawn up. But I mean, again, Bio just down in the spot lane, consistently playing the side lanes, consistently pressuring. Teleport is going to be committed to deal with him, which means it's not going to be up for Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, a nice chunk of damage here.
Lord.
There's no real way he gets this tower on this minion wave, but you know, Void Grubs are going to continuously tick away at that tower, and with the next wave coming in, maybe a Demolish Brock with Jimmy in as well. I think this is really smart. Yes, Biopanther's done all, you know, the work on this tower, but you don't actually really want your Scion to be the one that's 8 million gold ahead while your carries don't, because while it's good they can't kill your tank very quickly, you also need to get through the people diving on your backline, right? So yeah. I think that was a really smart decision to bring Jimmy down for him to collect that tower gold, get himself a little bit more even here with Dire, get those Azir items online, and you know, once he's got his items online, it's very difficult to deal with Azir too. Yeah, Jimmy makes the right call, backs off, doesn't overstay his welcome because Histo is in the vicinity, will get out. And Taki trying to be cheeky, unfortunately cops some punishment for his efforts. Yeah, a little mystic shock to the head. Very close to this game, not too far away. So, I mean, the objectives are just dead even. It's really just a slight amount of gold, and you know, while that gold is in impactful places, namely it's on Eddie, Biopanther is probably just too tanky for even this Blade of the Ruined King Varus to really deal with. Probably need to get onto that Gwynsu's, which admittedly is very close, and I mean, you look at it, some armor pen. Bio's had such a good time, he's essentially kept pace with his own AD carry. Like 131 farm on the Scion in lane swap situations just shows how well Chiefs have been playing this macro game. And Bio, he's got the unstoppable onslaught, so could look to turn and burn if the opportunity presents itself, but I think you want to get him back. You want to get some items, whatever he's got in the pocket to, you know, tune up what's in the inventory. Yeah, just a little bit of extra HP regen, and then start prioritizing somewhere on the map that he can have effect, because he's got teleport. No, sorry, he doesn't have teleport anymore. But yeah, look, if you can pressure bot side, try and be a nuisance, stop Dire from getting up top when Rift Herald spawns, that could be everything. Absolutely. Rift Herald, though, as mentioned, will be the next objective. Voracious Atakan, once again, 6 kills is not going to do it for the Ruinous. Gosh darn. Never lucky, never blessed. Surely on Australian Day, right? I would be very, very surprised. I think all decorum just collapses and they just fight. It would have to turn into an ARAM almost, I think, for you to get Ruinous online. Bio coming in from the backside. So they are going to have all the tools as that Rift Herald has been started up, but there is a bit of a disjoint. Hero is well away if they go for the commit soul flare. Just going to miss out, but it's a lot of utility away from Dire, who really needs to find an impactful ult to be very meaningful. He does have flash available to himself and Taki on the side, but Biopanther's going to be able to mark both these champions just fine solo. Hero, though, keep an eye on him if he finds his way onto the back. He's going to be spotted out by Lemus, and Blast Cone taken away. It's a nice smite, though, in favor of his toe, as it's going to be the Team Secret Wales jungler that picks up the Rift Herald. The world between worlds does come out, and Chain of Corruption to follow. Mir blocking a lot of damage, though, with that Xin Zhao ult. Still hasn't gone down. Flashes on out. Biopanther now the only person at the front. No one can really do any damage to him. And so, yes, it is the Rift Herald claimed and flashed away from Mir. Not all that bad for the side of Chiefs, as we might have a drunk driver. Let's see if he's able to carve this like Junja is able to. No. That's intoxication. Yeah. And it is potentially going to cost them the mid lane tower as well. Hero has the grouping, but the damage is so severe. Yeah, he's just going to be locked down. Does get the counter strike off, but the ignite might be enough. It is. Luon secures that. Jimmy and now has to be a little bit scared of his toe. Could absolutely get popped, but ultimately won't be going down. It's a tower in exchange for a tower by the end of the day, but when you lose the Rift Herald and you're able to just end up trading tower for tower anyway, that's a pretty good place to be in for the side of the Chiefs. Yeah, it's also two drastically different strategic advantages from those towers. Yes, you lose top 1 outer, but you take tier 1 mid. That blows the map wide open in terms of vision and getting map control. Dire coming in without full HP, and look, the commit was valiant there. I just don't know what Taki was doing in the backlines, dropping their Herald. Obviously a misclick coming through. They wanted to commit, and for some reason, again, the call was then to turn it around and take it top, and as a result, Chiefs say, hold on, where are they going? Let's go get this. Hero feels like he's forced to do something, and
unfortunately, from what we've seen from Hero the last couple of games, he consistently feels like he's in that position, which is what happened with the our game. He felt like he was forced to do stuff and really couldn't.
Yeah, absolutely does go down to the Ignite, and felt a little bit worried for Jimmy in here, but does eventually get out. And once again, the game remains extremely even. Team Secret Wales, though, once again looking to take themselves this Dragon. Will be the second of the game. Nothing to worry about really as the side of the Chiefs, but importantly need to make sure they find something on the other side of the map. And as pings come down onto this inner tower, that could be just what their intention is to do.
That's what it's looking like. You can see, though, Dire looking much the same, but takes things very much slower. Well, then an Israel and a Azir, they are going to get great damage on.
They might have just
I think they might just do it with Taki now getting involved.
Yeah, so a big win once again for Wales. They get the trade off the tower for the tower, but importantly they do pick up themselves up the Dragon at the same time. Teleport coming in. Eddie, he's in a spot of bother. He does have his team down on the bot side. Jimmy coming in. Chain of Corruption will connect onto him. And a lot of damage back. Jimmy is still trying to find the damage. Eddie's got nowhere to go. Shutdown does go over to Mir. Grand Skyfall in, but Mir's going to be completely fine. He gets the ultimate off. Hero does jump in. The stun does come through from that Counter-Strike, but the damage is there for the side of the Chiefs. Here come the Between Worlds with a flash out from Jimmy, and he still gets sniped by that spear coming through from the Pantheon. Biopanther now joining the phrase. He looks for Dire. Luon doing his best to stay alive. It's a 4v3. This Pantheon still able to hit like a truck despite having less gold. Lemus and Biopanther, though, they're trying to find something on the back end, but certainly not going to be able to, and it's another win for Team Secret Wales despite their AD carry getting caught out.
Yeah, near misses galore there, unfortunately. I mean, there was the opening for a couple more kills, and it was just a rough spot for Bio because they're just trying to Unstoppable Onslaught through the jungle is just a rough time.
Yeah.
I'm just a bit curious. Jimmy had the Emperor's Divide there. He doesn't really get a chance to use it. Steps back and everything starts to come down. Yeah, I think in a different world. Ooh. Actually, to be fair, I don't necessarily know that the Emperor's Divide adds anything in that situation, given how much HP he'd lost. But yeah, look, scrappy, messy. But I suppose you take the one kill and look forward to the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, I mean, despite, you know, it's again Team Secret Wales winning out very, very slightly. So the gold lead, nothing that impressive. Only the 1k. And Israel, importantly now, does pick up a second item, so we'll have access to the point of the game where Israel starts to do a lot of damage.
The only issue is a lot of those Mystic shots are going wide. He's missed a few opportunities to really pump out some damage. So hopefully Lemus tightens things up just a little bit. Artican up and alive, the boring one, unfortunately. But you can see Chiefs have gotten some great priority around the map. Aurora down on the bot side will have the TP to get back into things if need be. I think really this is Chiefs' opportunity to let slip.
Starting up the Artican. It will be answered back, of course, as we see Team Secret Wales coming up to this top side. There is teleport available for Dire. Any teleport wards? Not that I see. Luon, though, he's going to find the engage onto Taki. The repel still not able to come out. He does flash over the wall, and Histo will do much the same on the other side of things. Chain of Corruption is going to cause Luon to go down. So much damage. It's a 4v5 now, but still, I think Chiefs can fight. They just need to not be the ones aggressing on this Artican. Biopanther, you see him sitting there waiting for an angle. Low health bars for Taki. And ultimately, it's just going to lead to a reset. Luon will be back on the map to join, and not too much lost for either side. Flash was committed by Taki, and it was answered by Luon's, but other than that, things stay pretty even, just the kill.
I mean, it's getting increasingly more frustrating that Chiefs make a play, cannot finish it. And I mean, you had Taki dead to rights there, was able to flash over the wall. I mean, look, yeah, you don't want to waste your Unstoppable Onslaught or any of that utility on just finishing off a support Elise, but I mean, Emperor's Divide would have definitely caught multiple members over that wall and dragged them into a position where Unstoppable Onslaught, unfortunately, lack of information, you're not going to be able to know that yourself. But as we can see it, there are just these opportunities that would blow the game wide open that Chiefs just don't have the information to capitalize on.
Yeah, if Jimmy and Screen looked the same as ours, then that would be a winning fight for the Chiefs, but you could probably argue that the same would be said for the side of Team Secret Wales. So the True Shot Barrage, just to check the Artican's not being done, the information will be provided now for the side of Chiefs, and ultimately that Israel ult, not all that bad of a cooldown, as you do just get it back up very quick by landing Mystic shots here onto the minion wave.
Jin now from the top side. He's going to push that lane out, give Chiefs a little bit more priority. They're going to look to try and do it again. Whether they lay the trap. I think if they were all positioned behind Luon and support, they definitely could have made a play off that. But right now, they've got the informational advantage. They're going to see Bio. They're going to commit a lot onto him.
Yeah, he's still feeling okay. Unstoppable Onslaught away, but still that's a lot used. Chain of Corruption now is going to be down, but the Between Worlds, Scion, Biopanther here does have teleport available to himself, so looking for that recall. If they do not cancel it, it could be okay for Chiefs if he's able to get back in. That's going to be the Emperor's Divide going wide, but it was traded for that flash of Dire. Jumian doing the damage. He does get the shutdown, but the flash forward from Hero is going to be good. Lima's very low, but still offering those Mystic shots as Mir trying to do what he can. Ultimately not enough. Still keep an eye out on Biopanther. He actually teleported, I believe, to get back to safety and then wasn't able to join his team. Still the trade very close. Jumian did pick up a shutdown, but it's a 2-for-1. Again, Team Secret Wales narrowly winning out.
It just feels like there's a significant disjoint in terms of team cohesion, whether it's a Chiefs not quite trusting each other to make plays, whatever the case may be. But I feel like there is a point in that situation where Chiefs should have just completely sacked Artican, turned and burned to try and support Bio so that he could have made a play. Where, I mean, the Solar, everything is just well off the mark. Emperor's Divide misses, Solar Flare misses. Jimian will get a kill. I suppose that's gold at the very least, but you've got 3 champions that are easy mop-ups if they had that as a 5v5 fight.
Yeah, I think while Jimian did, not land his ult, it was traded for the flash, so it's understandable. Ultimately, the Solar Flare, I think, was the biggest mistake. If you land that on anyone, Mir probably just, mops them up. We saw Eddie only just surviving that team fight and not having to use his cleanse. So, we'll see. Dire going to get locked up this time, though, and no flash, so maybe the fruits of Jimian's labor will be felt now.
Third time's the charm, baby. That's the one. They finally get the combo they're looking for. It's going to give them the onus. Lemus, don't, please do not. Yep. It's hard enough dealing with Artican at the best of times. They're going to spot here on Taki coming in. Yeah, Bio's going to play frontline.
I mean, this is what we saw in their win. Biopanther just sitting here, denying anyone access to the pit. Artican does go down. It was a dodgy smite, but it's fine. Unstoppable Onslaught now will be met with the Repel. Taki should be taken out. No, the Repel gets him out far enough, and it's going to be the flash from his toe. So while no kills off the back end, Dire does go down.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, Baron, they now have they're voracious. A lot was used. No Unstoppable Onslaught can be scary, but we need Biopanther out here. We saw the success when they have the Scion from him just marking, and he will now be doing it. He's tanked up the Baron enough, but in comes Hero. He's found his way onto the back line. Some withdrawals can be coming through. Remember, Chiefs can't die. They can only go back to their fountain. Jimian goes forward. That's one withdrawal. It's the Emperor's Divide, but it goes a bit sideways. It's going to be the Chiefs coming out big. One more kill. The Q lands from Lemus. Only Taki will survive. He flashes away, goes down, and Dire, as the last man remaining, as 3 members of the Chiefs will be coming out of their fountain. This Baron should be on the menu. Just hold out for the rest of your team, boys.
That was the biggest gamble I think I have ever seen. Baiting the Baron. Yes, you've got Artican, but if they get it stolen away, they're just going to commit. They're going to turn around and go for it.
Yeah, information here.
I mean, yeah, look, to be fair, it'll be a hard steal. There's no Grand Skyfall for 10 seconds, and they should be finishing it before that. Look, I rate it. Chiefs, they gambled big time, they came up big time, and they just looked to extend that out even further. This is what we've wanted to see from the Chiefs. Be audacious, be bold. You're in a situation where you are the hard underdog, force the issue, make something happen.
And make something happen, they certainly did now, as they will be ahead by about 3k gold at the beginning of this Baron. But take a look, I mean, Biopanther soaking up a lot of damage, Hero just going in and not ultimately able to find anything that can be followed up on, right? Dire doesn't have access to that backline. Jimian flashing in, he knows he's going to go down, but finding some extra damage and sort of spreading this fight around. Lemus being on that Israel is pretty capable of fighting around these sort of split up fights, and will be able to arcane shift.
Not sure about the Mystic shot onto the Baron after the fact. That could have made things a little bit harder, but look, not punished too heavily. They've got the Baron buff. They can now start charging down these lanes and really threatening. I mean, Team Secret, to be fair, I think they've made the right call here. That you want to pressure the top side, finish off that top inner, and from there look to maybe utilize it later on. But this is a hard march down the bot side that could result in the base being cracked, and I think it will likely. This is going to be bottom inhibs taken.
Yeah, Artican is no longer available for the side of the Chiefs as Biopanther does go down the top side. We have a base race.
They could look to end this.
It's a base race, but one team has Baron. His toe is here to try and delay anything from happening. Lima's going to use that ult to get to the back, and we see teleports coming through. Chiefs, they are going to be pincered here. This is a very scary position to be. It's a 4v5. They don't have their top laner, but a lot of damage coming through here. Nice stun. They're able to get the turn. That's one down. It's a 4v4, but low health bars. Jimmy going in, but the flash away. Empress Divide will be going wide. Limas, he's trying to get away. The flash, the repel to follow. On the other side, though, the Chiefs, they're getting mopped up. There's nothing they can do, and it's going to be the ace in favor of Team Secret Wales.
Oh boy, the Chiefs, there's an addiction I think here. Just they're addicted to the gamble. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay out. I mean, look, Nexus is cracked. There is an inhib down on the bot side. I think, yeah, they do have their inhib still up. Biopanther just soaking everything, just drawing attention to the mid side. They just committed so much onto him, and as a result, they lose a lot. I think the team wipe of the Chiefs isn't going to be hugely detrimental. I don't think it offers Team Secret that much in the grand scheme, but the fact that there is, obviously one Nexus tower cracked, there is room in the next few moments for some shenanigans, but obviously with the changes to towers, look, it may not be the sticking point that I think Chiefs want.
Yeah, so much damage coming through from Dire. I believe he landed a full combo on all 4 members of the Chiefs. Limas, I mean, yeah, just not able to provide the damage. Taki eventually will just repel him.
900 gold to Taki there, the shutdown onto Limas.
Yeah, it is a support release, and like that 900 gold I don't think will matter all that much. I mean, in fact, it results in her getting the upgraded boots, which are kind of fake. You know, they're really nice when you're at the end of the game, and the only big difference maker you can have is having tier 3 boots. But for now, I don't rate those items as highly as perhaps you'd want. Dire on the back line, though. Can they find out about this Aurora finding the perfect opportunity for a massive ult, and Limas is going to deny it. This is the soul, though, and Histo does pick it up. This might just be the thing. Team Secret Wales need to confirm themselves a win. A lot of damage coming through from Limas as Dire finds a big between worlds. It's 3v5. Grand Skyfall going to come through. There's nowhere for this AD carry to go, but Limas, he goes on forward and does find 1 kill in response, but Luon stunned up, taken out. It's 4v just the Biopanther, and Team Secret Wales strike back and look to take their claim on game number 1.
Yeah, look, there is definitely a gambling addiction coming out of the Chiefs. They've forced the issue too many times. Bio's desperately trying to hold on. There's a lot of damage being soaked in by his team.
He clears the minion wave.
I don't think it really matters. There is just enough damage coming out. Has he saved the base? I don't think so. Yeah.
9 seconds on Mare. 15, 10 even on Azir. I mean, Amir's up. The graphics a little bit dodgy. That should mean Jimmy's up very, very shortly here as Emperor's Divide. Mare trying to deny as much time as possible. The Chain of Corruption, though, locks him up. Here comes Luon, and here will come Jimmy in. Not long after, Limas will be back up. The Emperor's Divide is pretty decent, and no one is hitting the Nexus for the time being. Chiefs, there's throw after throw. It's a game of dodgeball, and it looks like maybe Team Secret Wales are going to win. Limas trying to get to the fountain, won't be able to do so, and just too damn much damage as Team Secret Wales take game number 1.
How many times are the Chiefs going to make calls like that ultimately cost them the game? They overcommit in pushing that bot lane, they get wiped. They overcommit in contesting the dragon, they get wiped. You were on the precipice of walking away with your first blue side win and a great start to the series, but whatever brain fog, panic, lizard brain set in, they just decided to throw every advantage they had away and gave the game to Secret.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think it has to be said that Team Secret Wales, they had that deep ward in the bottom lane, right? And that is the only ward they had to teleport to be able to find a massive flank on the Chiefs as they did push down that bottom side. I think if we found that ward on the way up, as Chiefs are pushing the lane, then this game looks a lot different. Ultimately, it was a valiant effort from both teams. Ultimately, Chiefs, they started this game a little bit behind. They brought it back. They started looking very good. And Team Secret Wales kind of learning from Talon almost with how they were able to find that decisive team fight. And I think it's the pressure of, you've spent this whole game sort of sacking the bot side to get the top side. You know, you've taken towers up top, they took towers down bot, they got the dragons, you got the Void Grubs and Rift's Herald. But, well, you didn't even get the Rift Herald actually, but still, it kind of just resulted in, okay, now they're at 3 dragons. We have to contest this dragon. If we don't, they get the soul and the game just becomes near on impossible to win. It feels like they go for the contest, the smite was there for his toe, and at that stage, well, we're very far in here because we've committed to it, and they weren't able to find the team fight win, and unfortunately that kind of just spelled disaster for the game.
My big issue is they could have pulled off the Nexus. I mean, they didn't need to go for that Nexus tower. If they'd just gotten the inhib, they could have backed off. That would have given them control of the bot lane. They would have been able to dictate the tempo. And what you could have done is baited the fight at Dragon and then just bum rushed the Nexus and won that way. Yeah, I mean, look, that was still a gamble, which has been their mode of operating today. But
yeah, I think ultimately it's hard to tell. I think they did a pretty good job of cleaning up from some of their mistakes that we saw earlier on in the week, and they are very much right there before they're able to take this first win, and we'll see if they're able to do it after our break.
Going through the motions, internalizing the pain and strife. Getting over all the hate can cut the tensions with a knife. Love can win and change it all if only we could get it right. Changing our position, recognizing the vision that beyond all of division, our dreams will come to fruition. And if we can change it all, these walls gon' fall. We find it straight before we know it, we be standing tall. Like the tree next to the still waters running deep. Future's right in front of me, clear as day is gonna be. Better days a million ways, climbing up the mountaintop. Nothing we can't do, and know that we won't stop, won't stop. One thing about it, yeah, it's two things for sure. We're no stranger to the struggle, from mistakes we can grow. Bringing truth to power, level up is part of the game. Open up your eyes and know that things will never be the same. Hold up, free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. being honest, baby boy, I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch, let me teach you this lesson. Rule number 1, I ain't never number 2. Let me take it higher, we can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing, you look better on me.
Shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you with it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 on the horizon. It is going to be Chiefs selecting that blue side once again. I mean, honestly, they were very close to getting that one over the line. A few mistakes here and there, and unfortunately it turned around. But you can go back into this champ select and feel pretty okay with being on the blue side. I don't think draft really was an issue at all, really.
Execution, probably the biggest hurdle, I think, for the Chiefs. It definitely feels like there's a bit of a disjoint, whatever the case may be. Hopefully Poltron said something to in the gap, in the break rather. But I mean, coming into game 2, I mean, Scion's no longer available, which was, I mean, instrumental in that game. So where do you put Bio? Lemus felt like he had moments where he was high impact, but he also had moments where it felt like he just was barely there.
Yeah, unfortunately, just kind of the story that we've seen so far from the Chiefs. And you know, one thing that we can say is in their last series against DFM, they looked a little bit disjointed in game 1, went into the break, came back and looked a lot better at the start of game 3 and definitely all of game 2. So hopefully the same thing can be replicated here.
Ideally, yeah. The draft is now a big concern for me. What do you bring? You've got a lot of that setup that's now obviously due to Fearless Draft gone. Izir would have been great in terms of setup, in terms of what we're seeing coming out for Team Secret. We've also had confirmation. We are having a sub out in the top lane. Hero's out, Stella's in.
So first time we're seeing Stella. Getting his chance here to prove himself. Be interesting to see what he plays. If he plays different champs to Hero, if he plays much the same, just in a different style, or what this does to impact the team. You know, we see CFO do the same thing with their top laners pretty regularly.
I definitely think that favors Bio a little bit more because it is a bit more fresh matchup. At least Hero knew what he was sort of getting into in the head-to-head against him. So it's sort of a clean slate now, but just looking at what's available, what's being played historically, and there you go, the music kicks in. So we are moments away from figuring out what the game plan is going to be for the Chiefs.
Good to see a smile on Mayor's face. That guy, he's always smiling.
Look, I think justified that, you know, Mir had a great game. Honestly, all said and done, aside from that hiccup early on, where, you know, he died. For the most part, he did have a pretty solid game.
He created a lot of space on the Zinzal. I'd like to see Wukong. I think the champ is just very good. And we're not really seeing team compositions that you're like, oh, this is a horrible Wukong game here. One thing that should be mentioned, that Varus is no longer available, so the stocks on Ashe have gone up a considerable amount. So there's a good chance that we're just seeing MF and Ashe bans for the remainder of the series, be it just 1 or 2 games.
I mean, yeah, he's had a pretty diverse champion pool. He's played Caitlyn, Misfortune, Callista, Corki.
Yeah.
Corki banned, Skarner banned. So Corki taken away by the Chiefs, opting to try and remove that from Eddie. Nocturne and Skarner between these two teams are 100% ban rate. So no real surprises there.
Yeah. Probably the case between most teams, only a select few.
Yeah, they are the most banned champs in the comp. So
Callista going to be removed. Ash and Misfortune still available. Obviously the two that stick out to me the most. Oriana.
Another one that was picked up by Dye. They played that big, ball delivery system wombo combo with the Malphite in the top lane. Obviously, no Aurora would have been a pretty solid pick, I reckon, for Dye. He's pretty well rounded in terms of those control mages in the mid lane. Final Bango in the way of Team Secrets. I mean, what do you target here? Viego in the jungle, so they are looking at sort of hamstring across the board.
Yeah, a couple jungler bans. There's some 80 carries in there. Corki a mid laner, if you want to call it that, or an 80 carry. Misfortune looks like it will be Lemus's pick of choice, so no longer will he have only unique champs played.
Yeah, something doubled up finally. I think you're probably looking towards an Alistar down in that bot lane now. To big beefy front line, a little bit of CC. There are still options. Yeah, Rel as well. Jace going top for Stella in his first appearance, and Nidalee in the jungle for his toe.
Yeah, so generally you look at these two champs paired together and you're thinking poke comp, not really anymore. Considering this Jace is almost certainly just going to be a full tank and more of a melee champion. Now here in 2025, Jace wants to be in his hammer form more often than not, so a little bit of a change from before.
Now we start to see the evolution of Chief's draft. There you go, it is going to be the Rel head in. So yeah, one of those beefy frontline, heavy CC supports that we're seeing so much of at the moment. So it does mean that there is a lot of sticking power on this bot side. They have the ability to chase down and punish if they get early advantages. Lee Sin.
Okay. Yeah, get to have a look at another Lee Sin. We saw Kasa have an absolute performance on it. This time it will be Mare who gets to show his skill.
Another new champ for him. So he's now up to 6 different picks. The only double up he had was the Zinzao. Tristana, which we have seen already played in this league in the mid lane.
Yeah, can be either, most likely mid. Ashe just completely fallen off a cliff in this series at least.
Snubs, Alistar banned out. Tristana Alistar, such a terrifying combo. Cassante taken away from Bio as well, so they're clearly putting a lot of priority on him, and they want to enable Stella in his debut match.
Yeah, I would kind of like to see the Ornn out of Bio, I think. I mean, Ambessa would be the champ I want to see, but we haven't really seen any effort for the side of Chiefs to look for that champ. You know, it's been open multiple times. A lot of other teams, SoftBank especially, see that champ and immediately will just pick it up. DFM as well, Ray Faki really liking it, as well as a bunch of others. But so far, at least, no priority over here for the Chiefs. We'll see if they ban it. Victor was that ban towards Jimmyin, but no, they go for another one of these engaged supports. So Nautilus taken away for Taki.
Poor Jimmyin hit with a drive-by in the final ban from Team Secret there. Target out in the Victor. I mean, Team Secret still have that ability to flex as Tristana, so they, could look to try and pivot that one away. But yeah, there you go. It is Tristana mid, Ashe picked up, and this is a hefty poke comp. I mean, there is going to be a lot of punish if Chiefs can't hard stick onto the Secret roster.
Yeah, for sure. I think one thing they are lacking a lot of is AP damage, because Nidalee, I'm just going to say it sucks as a solo AP champ unless you're like Canyon. You have to exactly be the best Nidalee player in the world for that thing to be a solid poke champ or a solid solo AP champ. Especially now that we are steering down the barrel of that Ornn that I did mention, because this guy can now just stack armor. Nidalee is never, ever, ever, ever going to be threatening this guy. And so a bunch of armor items to come through for Lemus here, and all of a sudden you are going, sorry, not for Lemus, rather for Biopanther, and you're going to be struggling to deal with what the Chiefs are showing. Hui as well. You talk about poke comps. While Hui not the greatest of poke, he has very long range and also has a fantastic wave clear. So can even contest for that mid lane priority. Has to be careful, of course. The engage we're seeing so far is an Ashe arrow. Does have to be careful of that. He won't be able to take cleanse, and if he does get caught by that, almost certainly will be going down.
The big problem I'm seeing out of the Secret roster is they really only have one proper form of crowd control, and the Brom pairing is going to offer a little bit more. You've got the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Jace, it's not really CC, it's a knockback, so it's more of a deterrent than anything, a bit of follow-up damage. The Brom paired with the Ashe and the bot line, the Freljord duo, means that they've got a little bit more sticking power, but this is a roster that is looking less to fight and more to just poke, chip away at Chiefs and then collapse on them when they're, in their death roll.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I think the early game for the side of Team Secret Wales, if they aren't ahead by a lot at the early stage of this game, it should heavily favor the side of Chiefs. Ultimately, you've got this Nidalee champ. Nidalee is arguably the strongest jungler in the game up until, like, you know, the 15-minute mark, and then after that you're very reliant on landing the spears, which aren't that easy to land. As well as the bot lane, you have the Ashe, which does scale in terms of the utility as you go further on into the game, but in terms of the damage will start to lose out pretty heftily to the Misfortune. So a lot of emphasis here on the early stage of the game for the time of Team Secret Wales, and the later it goes, the stronger Biopanther gets and the stronger the side of Chiefs gets, and it starts to get easier and easier for them.
I mean, this is a heavy snowball comp from Team Secret. If they want to win, they have to win early. They can't be affording to let this go to the late game. They can't let Bio start evolving those items and just become the nuisance that an Ornn does. I think the lack of reliable lockdown for Team Secret is going to punish them so very, very heavily. They're not going to have a huge amount of kill pressure until they start death balling. Yeah. And the best chance Team Secret will have to find those openings is reactionary.
For sure. Now on the roof for game number 2 here, Chiefs are trailing. It's Team Secret Wales who took game number 1, and it was a close fought battle. Ultimately, neither team really getting a massive lead against one another, but certainly the confidence for the Chiefs should be a little bit shook, you'd feel. Hopefully Poltron able to sort of calm them down, get them back to where they were at the start of the series, and look to win this game.
Doran's Blades start there for Stella. Still grasp, so we'll likely transition that into a tanky build, but could definitely opt into a slightly more poke-oriented, more damage output build to pair, you know, with the rest of the comp that Team Secret are running. They are going to be looking to just throw utility abilities down range and hit what they can.
So Team Secret Wales put the wards down and they wanted to spot out where this bot lane of Chiefs are going. But the Chiefs just sprinting straight into the bush up on the top side will be possibly unknown. As Team Secret Wales are assuming, I imagine, that they are on the bottom side, being that they haven't seen them on vision. But in fact, they are sitting pretty comfortably in this bush, and Stella might have to be... Yeah, he has to be very careful. Now it is going to be known. Pings come down. I do think they were not aware of what was going on, so Stella now pushed well out of the lane. Absolutely not in range of this XP. So pretty decent start for the Chiefs, I imagine. You don't want to be laning as Rel Misfortune into the Braum Ashe. Braum pretty much single-handedly shutting down both your champs.
Yeah, I mean, you can't commit to an engage because you're going to be punished by the passive. Plus, Ashe doesn't take much to really ramp up in terms of damage output.
Ashe is ridiculous in the early game. Just having a slow with the lethal tempo. If you get caught out of a position, just 1 second, an auto attack comes onto you, Braum follows up, and you are just completely dead. Good by Mare, though, as well. You have to commend them. Obviously, both junglers ended up starting on opposite sides of the map anyway, so it will just be a regular clear, essentially, despite the lane swap. Although, Histo looking aggressively. Could be okay for Mare, but Braum is there. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's spotted out. He's going down. His first blood. And that's exactly what you want if you're the side of Team Secret Wales. You've got this Nidalee, you need to find an early action. That's really how you find success on this champion. Pairing up with your support, the Braum comes in, the passive goes on to this Lee Sin. He's not really got any way out of there. The ward was already used for vision. Ward jump gone, flash could be committed, but he's just going to get followed and die. So first blood does go over, Histo picks it up, and early lead there for the Nidalee.
Second game in a row where Mira's been first blood, unfortunately. So definitely being targeted a little bit. Well, I say targeted. First game definitely wasn't being targeted. It was just a pretty poor call, but second game, yeah, wanted to be shut down. I think, yeah, Mir needs to have a good game. He's going to be integral in how this plays out. The lane swap has been returned. Well, I say lane swap returned. Taki's just up here to be support for now ranged form Jace.
Yeah. Mir at least does secure himself a crab, but he still will be behind on XP as Histo gets off to an immaculate start for himself. Luan going aggressive, but nice dodge from Stella.
Histo's not done though.
Yeah, no, this is Nidalee, ladies and gentlemen. Nidalee, when doing what Nidalee needs to be doing early on, Bear committing, but not going to get that smite. It's going to be Histo who does secure it for himself. He's going to struggle to find gold now, will this Lee Sin. He's trying to head down to his Krugs, but Histo seemingly wants to contest it. There is no smite this time, importantly, so while he can commit into the pit, Mir should be able to secure them for himself. Oh, there's one gone.
Yeah, death by 1,000 cuts for me at the moment. Look, it's not the end of the world, and again, Bio is getting room to find that farm where he can, and the faster you get, you know, level 16 onwards, the better things are going to be. Quick back from Jimmy picks himself up. Better extra AP, and the mana as well. Great damage out onto Dire.
Yeah, perfect. I'll play by Jimmy and find that good bit of harass. Just looking to push his wave in now and get some priority in the mid lane for his team. Maybe even try and find timing to help out Mayor, who is kind of being left to the wolves, really, as he takes that exact jungle camp.
Lane swap back in, so it is going to be Ash topside now. So both top laners will be down in the bot, meeting up for the first time. His toe is going to be a real problem point for Chiefs if he can keep being well stuck into harassing Mir and getting his jungle. Mir's going to really struggle, and I think Mir is integral to how this comp plays out for the Chiefs. He's going to be the one getting in for those flanks, looking for the backline jumps, and Bio, I mean, he's healthy enough. He should be fine.
Yeah, I don't think either one of these two are killing each other, really. Barring some egregious misplay. Bio Panther now getting to that level 6. Hold up, Jimmy getting very low. The Spiraling Despair does come out, the flash away. The Buster Shot not going to be able to find the damage. Dire's just walking along. He's actually walking along Jimmy's damage to make it rain. Not many times in League of Legends history have you seen a Flash Misfortune E secure himself a kill. But Lemus, by God, he'll make it happen.
That potential collapse here. Taki going to be on the front line, and Lemus and Luon, they just walk around. They're going to take some punishment here from Eddie.
Oh no, the cleanse does come out. He's able to sidestep on that Winter's Bite. But Lemus, he's taking these auto attacks. Eddie might just have the damage. No, the safety of the tower is there, and Lemus, he loses both his sums. It's going to cost the Void Grubs, but all things said and done, at least he got the kill. He got some gold and some pressure off Jimmy, and what a narrow escape.
That's an egregious level difference. Eddie, 2 levels up on Lemus there for a moment, had the ult, and it will give space to his toe to take those Void Grubs. They are rapidly working their way towards getting those feats of strength online. But yeah, look, I do rate the reaction. And this is the problem we saw earlier in the weekend. Lemus was out of position, and it ultimately meant the fight didn't go their way. That is just everything. The potion ticket away. This time he's there with the rest of the team, and from downtown, all sturdy damage that it probably did, as I doubt it's more than a level 1E. Make it rain. But it's enough.
I don't think I've ever seen a AD Misfortune E with a flash to set it up actually get a kill. I remember there was a time when Misfortune support was a thing and it was full AP, and that Make It Rain actually did a ridiculous amount of damage.
Oh, happy times. Back in the good old days when you could have fun. But
that was not fun. That was the opposite of fun.
It was if you were me and playing AP Misfortune support. Yeah, looking for something down the bot side. The big problem, I mean, there aren't ults online. Luan is going to clear that, and they shouldn't know that Mir's here. But the problem is, do they have the sticking power to get this kill?
Gonna look for it. The knockout will be there. It's a 3v3 at best for the side. Oh, well, for both sides, really. Lemus, though, he still doesn't have ultimate available to him. They're trying to find the damage. Luan's trying to peel. In will come his toe. Mir will land with that Sonic Wave. Does get the collapse, and Lemus picks up a second. Luan finds the stun, but there's no follow-up to be had now, as level 6 still not there for Lemus. They managed to get him a second kill despite the egregious level difference.
There we
still
go.
Chiefs finding something. Jimmy gonna get some nice damage off onto Dire as well in this mid lane. Things going okay here. Early game for Chiefs, even in terms of that gold. But still, considering where it started, is the wall will be blocking Dire from getting dragged on into that path.
Good, we are getting the replay. That was so clutch. So Mir comes into this lane gank level 5. So they go try and commit onto Taki, but unfortunately it's a Brom. He's going to be able to jump out. He gets caught, in trouble, stunned up twice. He hits 6 right there, and that is everything that he needs. Goes in, dragon kick, straight back into the waiting arms of Lemus. That is timing at its finest.
Yeah, up and top side now are the Chiefs. There's no Dragon's Rage. As you saw him just use it there. In comes the Ornhorn. Maybe they don't even need it. A lot of CC, and just enough. That guy did not move for the past calendar month. It's going to be Stella going down. Getting the classic top lane treatment. Welcome to the LCP, buddy. You are getting dove.
Yeah, unfortunately. And yeah, it's good. Mir has now started to come online. He's got himself some successful ganks under the belt, and that's going to do bits for his confidence given how things started this game and last game as well. On the Lee Sin, you need him to be a bit more proactive. Oh no, please.
He's going to see Taki first this time. Gets himself the blue buff, gets out, gets a flower for his troubles. Okay.
This way has really been a nuisance. And Eddie, oh, the 1v1.
Oh, the flash. Who's going to win it? It should just be the Misfortune. It's so close. Oh, my lord. Eddie just edging out. Lemus not able to find the last auto attack. By God, what a close fight.
Yeah. Not every day that you see a 1v1 AD carry fight go that way between an Ashe and a Misfortune. I don't know quite why Lemus is looking to man fight at this stage of the game. Ooh. But yeah, it happened. Unfortunately, it was a death that is fed into the pockets of Eddie.
Yeah, and Eddie once again finds himself at a pretty decent advantage. The gold is evened up a little bit because Lemus was the one to get those early kills that the Chiefs did secure. But still, it's a massive CS lead. It's a level lead. And I mean, you kind of have to say confidence lead, right? You gotta be a lot more confident now if you are Eddie pulling off that 1v1 than as Lemus, who got given all those kills and unfortunately goes down.
Yeah, unfortunately. And Chiefs gonna look to move past it, keep chugging forward as they start up the Void Grubs. Taki heading round the pit to try and, you know, throw a spanner in the works, but every single member of Chiefs in vicinity you've got by their top side, you can just collapse down. It will be a bit of a handshake. Team Secret hand it over. And off the back of that, Bio says, look, okay, you guys take that. Lemus, take the top side. Contest this bot lane duo. I'm going down to deal with Jace.
Yeah, Ornhorn coming through. Flash away from Stella. Bio Panther forcing away that summoner. Very good trade for himself.
Oh, boy.
The fight will be a bit rough in the near future, but talking about rough, Lemus is just getting completely mogged. Down he will go, and Eddie finds himself another now. 2 kills for himself on the Ashe. This Misfortune, who picked up so much gold early, is truly suffering. Oh, here we go. It's so close. Let's look how quick this flash is to get out of the bullet time. It was a lot faster in real time.
Yeah.
But even there, I mean, it's like you gotta react in inhumane speeds. The only way Lemus wins that by the end of it is flashing that volley. If he flashes the volley somehow, keep in mind, it would literally have to be a prediction. You couldn't react in that time as a human. He would have won.
Yeah, but then he heads topside and dies.
Yeah.
Look, I'm going to call a spade stupidly. Like, he knew that they were topside because it had been spotted out by Bio. That's why Bio teleported bot lane. So why are you walking up as a solo AD carry without any support and just giving over a kill like that? It's feeling like Lemus is a little bit checked out.
Yeah, potentially. Hopefully able to be okay though. He is still, you know, relatively strong. He gets himself that Bloodthirster. It's going to be really nice against the likes of the Nidalee and the Jace. Even though it is a tank Jace, the base damage is certainly there for this champion. As 3 people now, Mirror once again coming to join his bot lane. More importantly, Luon, who you've seen these 2, you know, jungle and supports pair together pretty much the whole game. Actually, 4 people up here. They're looking to get themselves a tower, but Eddie might just win the race. Should be 2 demolished procs, which maybe is enough to turn it. Not sure what the bottom tower is looking like, but feats of strength is on the cards for both teams. It is going to be the first tower secured. Dragons to trade. Ashe Arrow coming through. Oh, no. Oh, it's so sad to see. Jimmy's just dead. There's nothing he can really do here, unfortunately. It will be a really, really nice snipe by Eddie that causes this mid laner for Chiefs to unfortunately be taken out.
And it was. Well, I say.
Okay. This could just be another tower. Mir going to be able to wall jump out of the tower and make sure he's completely fine. Jimmy and with teleport can come and try and defend whichever lane gets pushed down, but that's the second tower. So Chiefs, they're still being proactive, and they find themselves only 500 gold down. Once again, though, the problem with this is the only reason they're not down further is because Biopanthers are a lot of gold up.
Yeah. I don't know, it's just unfortunate situation upon unfortunate situation playing out here as we do just cross the 14-minute mark, and 8 deaths, I don't think quite, again, hits that threshold. But Eddie having a great game so far. And yeah, look, that definitely has felt close enough to justify this, but Team Secret still just holding on.
Yeah. Ultimately, both teams probably feeling okay about the position of the game. It is Team Secret Wales now that are one singular objective off picking up those feet. If they are able to secure a dragon, are able to secure the Void Grubs, they will be able to get that upgraded boots. And Chiefs, they're just deathballing. I kind of like it. Leave these 280 carries to 1v1. Hopefully nothing too drastic happens, and Lemus is able to just get some farm and get some levels in his back pocket. But so far what we've seen, you know, all series long, all split long for the Chiefs, is when Biopanther's there to join his team, things go a lot better. That was a Brawlmole.
Yeah, it was. Bio, well gone. He's headed up to the top side. That's 11 for him as well.
Yeah, 2 levels off his own upgraded item, 3 levels off starting to be able to upgrade his teammates. So getting there for sure. I believe the Orn bug would be disabled in competitive, and I do believe it's also been removed from live game now.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. But yeah, I mean, at this stage, Chiefs, I think, have weathered the storm of this Team Secret comp for the most part. I think in outright team fights, Chiefs, positioning-wise, they should be sitting pretty comfortable, but unfortunately that hasn't really happened. You could see Team Secret have not been willing to take these outright team fights. They've been shying away from them, understandably so. But where Team Secret has found those openings is careless positioning, players off on their own, and one spectacular downtown enchanted crystal arrow from halfway across the map to headshot Jimmy.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's not easy to land those. Jimmy, unfortunately, did cop one to the chin. I don't know if he had flash up or not, but either way, he would have either lost his flash or died. And you can make the argument that dying is actually better in a situation like that, because if an actual meaningful team fight breaks out and you don't have your flashes away, things can go pretty pear-shaped pretty quickly. Not willing to give over the feet are the Chiefs as they do start up on this Rift Herald, and his toe, he can get into the pit. It would be almost a suicide mission you have to feel, but he's in there. Mir, he's going to have to look for the kick. He gets the smite, he gets the Rift Herald for the team, and going to get that suicide mission kill confirmed as now Biopanther or Jimmy, and actually I believe is teleporting down the bot to defend this tower, and will be able to do so. So not losing anything. A lot of damage, admittedly, on this bot lane tower, but it is now 2 apiece in terms of these objectives.
Okay, so Chiefs weather the storm. They're doing quite well on objectives. They're playing the game well. They've still got a team comp that handles things well.
Watch this. Watch this.
Smack him. Smack him. Do it.
Hit that guy, Dyer.
Hit him with a hammer.
Him.
But he could. Unfortunately, there's just nothing but armor in the back pocket, so it's going to be a lot of hitting.
Yeah, I think Biopanther would literally have to disconnect, because I think, you know, because every time you auto attack, you have to stop bit by bit. Biopanther would just walk at him and eventually get to him, and one auto attack would probably be equal to roughly 15 Tristana auto attacks.
Yeah. I mean, at this stage, this is very much Chiefs' game to lose. They have everything that they need going into the later stages of the game. They've got the team fight. But, I mean, they had that in last game, and we saw how that ended, so...
Yeah. As you say, this is still anyone's game. Team Secret Wales are probably pretty happy with where they are. They will admittedly scale a lot worse than the side of Chiefs. We said it at the start of the game, right? This Nidalee champ, very, very potent early on. I don't think they found enough. They found their first blood, and that's been literally the only thing we've really seen out of this Nidalee. It's been Chiefs controlling the pace of the game, as Chiefs will be charging that Rift Herald into the mid tower. Looks like they will pick it up. That's going to be the Glacial Fissure, also used for Taki, and not going to find anything all that important on the back end of it.
I mean, Stella opting into a build that takes objectives. No, it's not Stella, rather. Eddie opts into a build that takes objectives rather quickly with the Hellbreaker. So, I mean, you can see that their priority is now starting to whittle away these towers. Big gold injection into Dyer. But he's about to be collapsed on. Teleport's going to be used.
Oh, yeah, no, they're going to get him. just able to cancel that one out, and he's got nowhere to go. In fact, he had one way maybe he could run. Obviously, the slow is going to be there. He's never going to get out, but does send Mir that way. They do get the kill. It was flash used from both Jimmy and Mir to secure it, but it is a 4v5 now, as this will be the feat online for Team Secret Wales. I think committing a little bit too much there for the Tristana leads them to not being able to contest this objective, and now the boots should be online.
Flicker Blade there finished up by Dyer after getting that tower. I mean, great gold injection there for him. Inferno Soul. And I mean, if Team Secret pick this up, the game just begins to suck for Chiefs with this poke comp that we're seeing. It's not going to be a great time. Ash as well, going to be shredding objectives when given that opportunity. I think from here on out, Chiefs are going to look to start initiating the fight because they need to. If they take too long from this point, they're just going to slow bleed out.
Yeah, I think ultimately they can, right? They have the on. The reason they haven't is because they're in no rush. They don't need to be in a rush. They are the team that's going to scale a lot better. The later this game goes, the easier it gets for them. The second Dragon being at 20 minutes is a very good thing for the Chiefs because while, yes, they are down 2-0, it's going to take to at least 30 minutes until a Soul can come through, and by then, Ornn items are going to be well and truly online, as you see him upgrade now with Sunfire Cape. As well as you're just going to have the power, the tankiness that Braum provides, the damage through from Misfortune, her auto attacks, her ults, and Jimmy in as well here on the way, who does have a CFs online and is looking to get himself a Leandries.
I think realistically, if Mir can do a decent enough job of getting onto Eddie and hitting him with the Dragon's Kick back into the Chiefs, that fight is largely over. Because you kind of need Eddie in the back line with that Kraken Slayer to just shred through anyone there. Dyer has the escape for the most part. The rest of the team has an escape. Eddie is the one that does not.
Yeah. Yeah, it is going to be crucial for Eddie to be positioning well. He has the entire series. He has the entire year, or split so far, as this will never result in anything. You saw neither health bar moving any significant amount. Maybe if this was a full AD Jace, there would have been a bit more damage both ways.
Posturing top side. Just all sort of in the vicinity. Taki spotted. He's gone in.
Yeah, Flash going to be lost for the Braum. Now, not the most meaningful of abilities of Braum Flash, but it does mean there's no real angle for the likes of a Flash Glacial Fissure, right, which can be great as a follow-up more so than an engage.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an aggressive tool to be utilized now. It is going to have to be reactionary. Teleport's coming back in towards Artikan. So
yeah, just making sure to keep prio, keep pressure around the top side of this jungle is... I think Chiefs are now starting to feel like, yeah, we're strong enough to truly be able to contest this. Of course, you would like to see one more level on Biopanther, so you can look to upgrade, be it a Misfortune item or possibly a Hui item. I think I'd prefer to see Hui, maybe.
Yeah, I think it just at this stage, the item offers a little bit more. Especially given that, yeah, look, your standard AD carry Misfortune, you're looking to auto attack, bullet time isn't going to do as much. So you got a kit reliant Jimmy, and I think he's going to get the most value for money.
Yeah, it's easier as well for Jimmy to do damage. While, you know, in theory, if everyone's standing still and not doing anything, Lemus will do more with it because every auto attack will have the additional AD. He won't be able to just sit there and do that the whole time without some fantastic, I mean, play by them, I suppose. There is a theoretical where he could, but the realistic situation isn't the same.
I think we are slowly getting to that point where it's cheerful ward kill. There's just been a lot of battling back and forth over vision priority. First Inferno Drake is just over a minute away. Artikan's been sitting here. Baron's a little bit further away, about 30 seconds further than the Inferno. And they are going to look to start it up. The wards will spot it. And you can see Tristana, Braum looking to wrap topside.
Yeah, but as soon as they come out of this bush, it is going to be known. There's a really nice trinket there placed down by the side of Chiefs to be able to find that out. Teleport now coming through for Stella as the Artikan is being burnt down. It's down to half HP, and maybe it's going to be Team Secret Wales that look to now try and turn and burn onto this objective. First, taking out this topside tower, not the most impactful objective in the game, of course. Eddie coming to join his team at long last. He is all alone there, and if somehow Chiefs can find an angle onto him, it's going to be pretty damn good. Lemus looking for the make it rain, will connect. Still pretty tanky with that hull breaker. Not going to feel the pain all that much here on the Ashe. Chiefs once again starting it up, trying to force the issue. Of course, not that many resources being expended. Lemus has the Bloodthirster. Mare with inbuilt Omni Vamp and Jimmy with a blue buff.
Then Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Flash away from Jimmy. Okay, so teamfight theoretically now favors the side of Chiefs as long as Jimmy doesn't find himself in a terrible position. There is no Ashe ult now available. Mare and the rest of Chiefs are burning down at this Artican as Taki loses the vast majority of his health. Check Luon though, the flash rail engage is there. He will find it, but it's not the best. It only lands onto Stella. The bullet time's okay. It's doing damage on the back end. Out will go Dire. This Artican's down to 3k. It's doing a lot of damage to Mare, though. Down will go Biopanther. It's a shutdown. And now forward will Team Wolves go. But Mare gets the smite. He gets the withdraw. And the Chiefs' day is saved.
Oh, what a snipe from Jimmy!
Oh my god, they get the kill on Jace, they get the Artican, they get the snipe. It looked like an absolute embarrassment, but boy oh boy, it's Australia Day and the true blue Aussies come up trumps.
Now, I will be critical where it is justified. Biopanther had a straight line target redirect onto... Yeah, look, we'll go through it. Okay, so they started up. Jimmy, beautiful flash there, gets away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The damage coming out. Eddie, Stella, his toe top side. They do decent damage on Tataki to force him away, but he's not the issue. Big damage coming in from the top side. Eddie, Stella still in a choke point. Luon about to pull that trigger and look to turn and burn. Goes in. They committed on to Stella. His toe and Eddie both lined up there and would have meant that much healthier Chiefs could have contested this, but the hero, not necessarily that Chiefs deserve, but the one they clearly need, Mare, jumps in for the steal, and then on top of that, Jimmy, and boom, pops Taki like a balloon.
Yeah, Batman Park getting on in there, does secure Chiefs. Saved the day for Chiefs, I think. If that Artican goes down, and he doesn't find the Jace kill, those two things happening meant Baron could not be taken. Because if Mare doesn't get that steal, he probably gets killed. That's the jungler gone. That's Artican buff on the side of Team Secret Wales, who ultimately all were pretty healthy still, excluding their support. I think Baron truly could have been the objective that gets looked for and honestly possibly secured. However, Mare does save the day. He doesn't have withdraw. The rest of the team are going to be sporting that, and they are going to be sporting some damage here towards the Baron. 6k HP. Histo once again maybe looking for a steal, trying to retaliate to what Mare was able to do. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does go wide. Here comes down a bunch of pathways. Glacial Fissure lands only onto Luon, who once again he's getting low, but he does have the withdraw. Biopanther trying to keep this Baron aggroed up, but they're going to have to let it go as low health bars are coming through. Biopanther misses on a knockup, but he's going forward. Eddie, he is going to have that train blocked by Taki. Thank God for him, as Biopanther now looking to just commit his life. He's going to withdraw. Once again, he does have the teleport. Dire, he is in a dire position. Flash is going to have to be committed. No one going down on the side of Team Secret Wales. The Artican buff now lost. Sonic Wave won't connect, and it's going to be Team Secret Wales managing to withstand the pressure.
They did get a teleport and a couple of flashes out only for the withdraw, so I mean, not clean, but at least Chiefs find advantage in that if they want to force the issue once again. But the big problem that we've seen consistently out of the Chiefs is they overstay, when realistically, if they'd pulled that trigger a little bit earlier, it probably would have been a more successful fight for them. They probably could have mopped things up. So, look, they weather. That's the main thing there. They're all still alive. They don't lose out in too much. They don't lose out on a Baron. They've taken that first Infernal away as well, off the rotate from the Artican. So right now, Chiefs are in a good spot.
Yeah. Chiefs feeling okay. I mean, both teams are ultimately in a good spot. It's still Team Secret Wales that have the control over, or the lead, I suppose, in terms of that Dragon score. Yes, they do, scale down, and then they don't scale nearly as hard as a team with an Ornn. But this Tristana will continue to do damage throughout the game. Is very strong, up 2k on Jimmian, who's looking to build himself a Void Staff. And so, really, it's about how much damage can Dire do. Can Eddie, well, I guess, can Taki save Eddie from going down? Because it feels less on Eddie to be able to do that and more on his team to be able to peel for him.
Yeah, I reckon at this stage in the game, Chiefs, Mare gets a good pick onto someone. If they can isolate a target, get the Dragon Kick combo into the rest of the team, there's just no way that I think Team Secret can then turn and fight they need every single element of this roster. And you can see Chiefs feel that they have the priority over this topside jungle. They're going to walk in, start clearing away these wards.
Yeah.
Jimmy in there in the backside, they're going to look to start up the Baron once again, no doubt in my mind.
Please, Lemus.
There is a flash and a cleanse. They have at least a bailout, but again, this Ashe does hit reasonably hard with those volleys.
Yeah. Taki. Aggressively up the lane. Not going to be able to find anything. Second upgrade now is available for whoever he chooses to give it to. It was the Bloodthirst upgrade first of all, but now he gets to choose. I think he hasn't done it simply because he wants to give it to Jimmy, but hasn't really found a time to connect with his other solo laner. Fire Panther going to be jumped on, but again, like nothing happens.
So it
looks cool.
It's like the kids circling each other in the schoolyard. You know, I want to go, want to go, want to go. You know what? You're not worth it. Stella just walks away.
Yeah. I think Biopanther actually ends up winning because he got a grass proc. And if there are any fellow tank top enjoyers, you know the most important thing in the game is you're midway through the lane phase, you hover over each grass, who has procced it more is actually winning that lane, despite kills, the towers, whatever. Grass procs are very important. Biopanther's going to secure himself a tower. Going aggressively here onto Stella too. And Biopanther is a tank that does do damage.
Yeah, one very much hitting like a freight train.
Yeah, wrong skin. You actually, good point you bring up there.
Yeah.
The choo-choo train Ornn is possibly one of the best skins in the game. It is competing with IG, Kai'Sa, and Camille.
Look, let us put this discussion to rest because nothing beats Gentleman Cho'Gath. There will never be a more peak skin than Gentleman Cho'Gath. And well, look, yeah, right now, Void Staff coming out for Jimmy, and he's suddenly hitting a lot harder on these champions that don't even have a heck of a lot of MR, and might as well not. Luan might be looking to pull a trigger here, though.
Yeah, finding a lot of damage on Taki's able to get himself over the wall and scream out, stand behind Braum, but still, I mean, this Baron is the big objective, right? It's very hard to end the game without the Baron. Bot lane has been pushed out by Biopanther enough, but we see Dire getting there. If Chiefs want to do something, they have to pull the trigger pretty quick, force out that teleport, and then they can go back to, you know, saving the lane states. Damage now coming into the Baron. You see Chiefs starting it up. Lemus is going to be able to get there without being hit around the skull by a spear.
Choke points are key, especially with the Braum and the Ornn in play, and Luan around the backside, he's a little bit too late.
Yeah, China Cristo does come out, or everything landing onto this Ornn, however, and does go Mare. The smite's going to be good. Histo way too early with his, and the damage is there for Chiefs. Bullet time is going to get flashed out of. Mare lands on the Sonic Wave. He does not have the kick, though. It's a little bit scary to keep going forward, but Jimmy, how much damage was that coming out off from the sky? A nuclear weapon from above, and now it's going to be Team Secret Wales. They lose one, they lose the Baron. They should be able to pick up this Dragon, but Chiefs, they now have 3 minutes to try and get this one across the line.
Just saying, Luan was not there. He was, you know, roaming through the top side. You see it. So he loops around while all of this is going on. He does not actually take part in this fight at all. He's in the red buff right now. I think, yeah, he flashes into the red buff wall, but luckily, Mia is an absolute demon. Secures Baron. They get massive damage out to this wave. Luan finally gets involved and boom, sniped.
That was so much damage. Back to live though, that is a tower now going down. The inhib will be soon to follow. So much health on this Ornn. Unfortunately, he dodges out. Mare's going to cop it, and China Crystal Arrow. Still, Chiefs are staying relatively healthy. The spear not going to connect here, but now they're looking for Jimmy, and he's got that path. Oh my lord, thank God he has a Seraphs.
Yeah. Oh, Histo. They still want it. They want to force this issue and justifiably slow.
Oh, my God, please leave. Just leave, just leave, just leave. We're going to get out. Jimmy puts down a...
no, Lemus. Keep going. Oh, my lord.
This is so stressful.
Enhanced recall.
Oh, no, one of them does get caught. It was just inevitable. It was inevitable.
No, it wasn't. Just keep running.
No, you could tell from the very get-go of them leaving the base, someone had to die. They didn't have to die, but someone just had to die. You know what I mean?
Again, no, they did not. He should have just kept going. He's an incredibly mobile Lee Sin. But he to be fair, he just seen, okay, oh boy.
Oh, and China Crystal coming out, but Jimmy is there to support Luan, and In comes the on horn. It's going to be stopped up by Taki, but a lot of damage can come through. Jimmy unfortunately goes wide on that spiraling despair, still chunking down Histo to minimal amounts of HP, but the heal is absolutely there for this Nidalee. Meanwhile, though, Tower's going down the bot side. It's Stella trying to make some work happen. He opens up that bot lane. The inhib now exposed for the side of Team Secret Wales, as it was supposed to be the Chiefs with the advantage, but one sloppy escape, and all of a sudden now it's going to be Team Secret Wales sieging on the top side. Lemus eventually does deal with the bot wave, and recalls can start to come out now for the side of Chiefs as Mare returns to the map. 2.5 minutes, however, on a potential Infernal Soul.
I'm sorry, but yeah, Mir got baited out. He just watched the entire rest of his team narrowly avoid being stopped, and he thinks, I can do it too. Unfortunately, no, he could not. And, well, yeah, like you said, what should have been Chiefs making real strides in this game. Yeah, look, they still get inhib mid, but they lose bottom, inhib tower, and now suddenly there is an avenue for Team Secret to actually make their way back into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Gold lead, non-existent. Pretty much exactly even. Lima's going to find some damage here onto Histo. Jimmian with the snipes. Look at how much damage he's doing. Histo's dead. They've found him. They've managed to get the kill back.
Oh, no.
Revenge for the Chiefs as Histo kind of found some play there for Team Secret Wales. He will respawn before the Dragon does come back up, but 4v5 for at least the next 40 seconds.
That was a Ralph Wiggums moment if I've ever seen one. Just Zonya's surrounded by the entirety of the Chiefs, and they will look to capitalize on it further. They get the inner. Oh, Chiefs, please no. We've been punished before.
Chana Cristero comes through onto Jimmy, and the bullet time there to try and dissuade any forward movement here onto that middle laner. Spiraling Despair should be good. He should be able to pick up one on the back. Yes, he does. It's now a 4v3, still in favor of the Chiefs. Only Luan going down. Jimmy very, very low, though. Does have to be careful, and any mistake here could lead to losing the Baron, or Dragon, rather. And so back to base, back to square one we'll go.
Jimmy has sniped Taki out from range 3 times now. It sucks being a support sometimes. I'll tell you that. But this time the Chiefs only make the right call. Yeah, look, I don't know what the justification was for being so aggressive in this situation.
Lemus's ult here is key, though, because this goes a lot worse if there wasn't, this massive cone of damage coming down. Jimmy will, as you see, get that snipe as well to trade back. Everyone will be back up on the map now though, as Sums pretty much all up, only really missing Biopanther teleport, so as long as he's with the team and Jimmy's the one answering any potential side lane pressure, they should be completely fine to contest this Dragon in 30 seconds. That will be the Infernal Soul possibility for Team Secret Wales.
The big issue I see is Chiefs need wards down at Baron.
Yep.
Because this Ashe shreds objectives to the point where if Chiefs don't, they do commit to taking this Dragon and then, Lemus, buddy. Then dawdle at all, Team Secret could take that Baron away, and there is just no vision whatsoever.
One thing I have to say.
I mean, the timing works in Chiefs' favor, but still.
Being an Oceanic resident, it never can be made easy, can it? Luan, he's looking for a flank here. He has his flash. Hopefully doesn't end up headbutting a wall. They're going to give over the Dragon. I think wise decision. The setup wasn't there for them. Chiefs will at least delay their possibility for another 5 minutes. The jump away, rocket jump will make sure Dyer isn't just taken out 1v1 in the side lane. But Jimmian doing a great job at pressuring. He's 6-1-2. Only death was off the back of a miracle snipe from Eddie.
Baron, 3 seconds out. Taki is there. Limited. The vision is now an issue for Chiefs because it is so limited. Lemus is, again, still playing a little bit further forward than I think he should be. But he hasn't been dunked on for it yet.
Yeah, Baron. It's time again. Objective will respawn. A lot of damage. This Baron gets taken out nearly immediately by either team. We're seeing Chiefs feel like and look like the stronger team. It is late game. That's going to be clear. It's going down, but Luan, he finds a massive engage. The shield goes backwards for the Braum, and Eddie is getting one shot by Assassin Horn. Mia trying to find the damage onto Stella, but it's going to be Jimmian. Gets the pull. Eddie, he's kiting. He flashes Bio. It's a 3v3, but Jimmian cannot miss. Jimmian is the savior of O's. So many long-range snipes. Another one. Can he find just one single one more?
Get
it's
back
gonna
here.
Have to be a prediction.
Get back
He's gonna
here.
get it. He's gonna get it. No! Dyer gets the teleport off. It's a 2v2 in the base. Jimmy, he's going to get the recall. There's a teleport available for him. This could very well be the game. Next minion wave, or possibly looking to the bot tower, I'm not sure, but by God, let Jimmy doing his absolute damnedest.
For the first time this game, Taki has not been able to deny the call of the Forge. Look, he goes to jump in to try and save, but he's stunned up in the middle of everything going on there. It comes through, knock up where knockups need to be. Eddie does it. Heck of a lot of damage, yes. But they just chip through this team, keep doing what they need to. Eddie popped like a balloon. Jimmy is hitting so hard right now that nowhere is safe. The floor is currently lava for Team Secret.
It absolutely is, and he's working now to what I imagine will be a Rabadon's death cap. This Jimmy guy, he's spent the last 2 years being the thorn in Oceania's side, eliminating them from multiple PCS playoffs as they come over. Now joining the side, coming to the dark side is Jimmy, and on the verge of carrying this game number 2, not single-handedly, but doing a hell of a lot of damage and making a very good argument for being the MVP of this game.
Look at it, just on the point of boiling over. Great arrow.
There. That was so close to landing onto Jimmy, and it won't connect. He does eat a Brom Q, however. And we've got an ARAM, one of my least favorite game modes. Luan going to be able to dodge out of this glacial fissure, but Brom's not with his team, and Eddie has no subs, and Eddie has no health, and no AD carry now for the side of Team Secret Wales, as yes, Jace is tanky, but he cannot withstand the might of Oceania. Chiefs Esports are doing so well, it's Baron time.
I mean, this is like throwback to the Chiefs of old when they were the league team in OS. They just dominated everything from start to finish, and we are seeing that quintessential Chiefs coming back. They make the right call here, in my opinion. Don't force the issue, overextend. They've been there before. Do go for the sure thing here, which is get that Baron up. Make sure that when you push those waves, they stay pushed. And it was just a lot, just on the precipice, on a nice edge. They wanted to isolate Eddie because they know how integral he's been. Glacial Fissure off the mark. They realize that Taki's too spread. Boom. Eddie in the iron sights, just mowed down. Stella tries to get in, but Lemus just takes too much. Mir gets clearance, and they chase down and run him over. Chiefs, whatever happened between game 1 and 2, they are starting to lock it down.
Jimmy teleporting in, not going to land with the snare, but a lot of damage certainly coming through. Yes, and another jump for Dyer gets him clear of any more damage, but it's Taki who pays the ultimate price. Jimmy, he is low, and Seraph's on cooldown. Now the only defense he has is the Zhonya's, and he is so much of the damage. One mistake here for Jimmy could just delay this game even further. But if he plays it well enough, if the Chiefs are able to do it, this could just be the end of the game. Call of the Forge God does go wide. I've seen it go past the windows, but it is at least going to be the inhibitor going down. Jimmy's getting very far up, but will be able to get out of dodge from the spear. The chase not going to be there for Team Secret Wales, as they are just down their support, but ultimately that's another inhib found. It's still Chiefs in the driving seat. They're still looking to put the nail in the coffin here of game number 2.
And that was all the setup they needed to go for this Infernal, push themselves to Soul Point as well. I mean, there is a very real possibility here, Vest, that we do see Elder Drake come into play.
Yep. Yeah, that would be 10 more minutes, and we'll start to make a claim at possibly that 59-minute mark with the longest game of the split in any region, but a ways to go till that. It is difficult.
It's also 3 Infernos for Chiefs.
Yeah, a lot of damage.
That is a lot of hurt coming Team Secret's way, who are struggling to just keep their heads above water.
Absolutely. Biopanther going to be able to clear out this mid-wave. Baron buff still going to be wielded by the side of the Chiefs, as you see Lima slow pushing this, trying to build up a second minion wave. They have one more minion wave that can come in until they're going to lose this Baron buff. This time, checking out the bushes. Luan even sleeping on the way. There's no teleport flank this time. That's how they found success in game number 1. Did Team Secret Wales. Not going to be a factor. The minion wave's going to be crashing. Everyone's now joining. Chiefs have done a really good job of controlling the waves. You see Biopanther in the middle lane. So many fronts to look at. Luan from the front. Here comes the Ornhorn. It's going to be blocked out, but now Luan can do whatever he wants. He goes forward, but it's onto the 2 tanks. Eddie, is he able to flash away? Yes, he is. He's doing a lot of damage. Mir might just be getting one shot at Team Secret Wales. Find one. It's Dyer. The reset's there. Forward he will go. Lemus is running. Everyone has to. It's a resurrect. Only Lemus survives. And yes, he gets another one. Can he find one more? The GA is proc. Team Secret Wales, they're going to get the ace. No one alive in 40 seconds to do whatever they want. Could they possibly have turned it around?
Agreed. I think the one saving grace is that bot lane pressuring in. 25 seconds to Luon, 30 to Mir. If TSW force the issue, the respawns are going to come off in time that I think Chiefs then punish. I think the best bet, get this inhibitor. Well, no, they're going to go for it. I think they're committing here.
Yeah, teleport coming in. Luon's going to be the only person alive. There are 2 minions. Can Luon clear them before they get to this tower? It doesn't seem like it with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Fantastically played by Eddie. And it looked so convincing for the side of the Chiefs. But Team Secret Wales, in Talon-esque fashion, pull it back twice in a row and claim themselves yet another series.
How did Chiefs 2 games in a row overcommit and hand the victory to Secret? Like, they didn't have to commit to the fight in the base. Yes, they were strong, but it was completely unnecessary. You force it. All you have to do is clear that tower. Then you go play the rest of the map, wait for that Baron to come back up again, wait for Soul to come back up again. I don't know what's going on that Chiefs feel like they need to force the issue here.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, ultimately, I also think it was just a misplayed fight. We got the Ornhorn, it got blocked, that's fine. We've seen that happen, they still win the fight. But we committed everything on to the Braum and the Ashe, but the only people that were able to hit them were the Ornn and the Rel. Ashe flashes away, completely untouched. Jimmy and as well as Lemus can't just walk into the base to follow up. And unfortunately, these 2 tanks were just left there. Only the damage remains, rolled over, reset came through for Dire, and it was just a disaster. It looked like Chiefs had done absolutely everything they needed to win, but unfortunately just fell at the last hurdle.
I mean, the saying goes, roll bold, and then there's a third word that I can't say on broadcast, but that's definitely what it felt like. So it's just, how many times do Chiefs do this before someone stops them and says, hey, what the hell's going on?
Yeah. It is unfortunate. I think obviously this was the best looking series. This is the best performance they've had so far in terms of actually being able to play out of that early game. They're not just getting rolled over immediately, but now it's about closing it out, right? That is the story. Both games, they were in a position where, okay, Chiefs has got this. All they got to do is, finish this pretty naturally. Unfortunately, one fight in the Nexus or in the base of Team Secret Wales in both games just spells complete disaster. And this one more quickly realized just because of the length of those respawn timers. It was, honestly, it's heartbreaking, especially I think for Mir, who almost single-handedly saved the game. Just saved the game at that Artican play. Jimmy, who, I mean, you're seeing the damage numbers here and all of it meaningful. Sometimes you look at Quay and say, okay, this damage is a little bit fake. He's hitting on a tank. All of the damage that you saw from Jimmy in this game, almost all of it, resulted in them picking up something. Picking up, be it a dragon, a tower, a team fight win, whatever it was, he was doing so well. But unfortunately, again, just one misplayed team fight, and that's all it took for Team Secret Wales to capitalize and end the series.
I don't know why we're hedging bets on, the win condition being the last 10 seconds of a Baron buff. Like, the other objectives coming, you had Inferno Soul coming up. You'd already had 3 Infernos. That likely would have been the tipping point to push it over the edge. You had a Baron not too far off either. A refreshed Baron likely would have made that a very, very hard hold. And yes, it likely would have taken another 5 to 6 minutes for them to close the game, but they would have closed the game for sure.
Yeah, it is a unfortunate position that the Chiefs did find themselves in, but unfortunately, if you are an O's faithful, and this Australia Day will not provide you with Chiefs' first series. After the break, though, we are going to have our second series of the day. It's going to be another exciting one, DFM versus Talon. See you there.
not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Here's another party I didn't attend. And here's another boy I forgot to kiss. Here's another life that I forgot to live. 'Cause in my head, that's where I've been. 'Cause how was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century. That there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. So don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I've missed. I bet Diddy had champagne poppin'. I bet Bieber had all the girls flocking. I bet Khaled had every key unlocked. I bet Hova had beat throwing up the rock. I bet Oprah was handing out cards. I bet Bruno was headed to Mars. Bet my night wasn't better than yours. 'Cause I ended up spending it alone. But how was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century. That there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. Don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I missed.
올해 처음으로 이렇게 아시아 퍼시픽으로 통합이 돼가지고 되게 많은 게 바뀌었다라고 생각을 하는데
やっぱベトナムだったり台湾っていうのはやっぱり強いなっていうことは思ってたので LGL とそこを加わってレベルはとても上がると思います
나라 대항전 느낌이 있으니까 좀 더 약간 책임감 있게 해야 될 것 같고
自分もこれからもっとレベルアップしていかないとなという気合が入っている気持ちでいっぱいです。
チームメンバー、トップのレイ・ファーキーさんは自分からしたらお兄ちゃんみたいな存在ですね
약간 피드백이 좀 빠르더라고요, 친구가. 한번 말해주면 그거 기억해서 시도해보고 성장할 수 있는 친구라고 생각이 들어서 개인적으로 좋아하는 선수입니다.
自分は結構連戦などを一人で耐えて集団戦で活躍するというプレースタイルが自分のスタイルだと思ってたんですけど、個人的にやりたいプレースタイルはもっと一人でゲームを動かすような攻撃的なプレイヤーになりたいと思ってるので、そこの変化を見て楽しんでいただけたらなと思います。
관모는 이번 처음 들었는데 계속 이제 한국에만 있다가 이제 해외로 오는 것도 처음이고 배우면서 약간 서툴지만 좀 많이 말을 하려고 노력하는 스타일이고
그럼 제가 원래부터 좀 주도적인 선수였고 하자고 하는 성향이 좀 강해서 인게임에서는 주도적이게 설계하는 역할을 맡고 있는 것 같고 그런 거를 바탕에서 좀 디테일한 것? 뭔가 하나하나 다 적용하면서 할 수 있는 게 저만의 장점이라고 생각합니다.
AD キャリーに新しく2ランクが入ったんですけど、
自分の役割、やっぱキャリーというロールではありますけど、自分のやらないといけない仕事をちゃんとやって自分の余裕を持ってキャリーをするっていうのが大事だと思いますね。
아리아 선수는 이제 제가 느끼기엔 가장 재능 있는 선수 같아요.
DFM 내에서 제가 맡을 수 있는 역할이 이제 저도 되게 경험을 많이 쌓았다 보니까 어느 정도 중심을 잡아줄 수 있는 게 제일 크지 않나라고 생각을 합니다.
サポートのハープはフレンドリーな感じで面白い人ですね。チームの中でも一番コールもしますし、エンゲージのチャンスもずっと見てくれるっていう頼もしい人ですね。
아무래도 서포터는 이제 좀 팀한테 약간 잘 맞춰줘야 된다고 생각하거든요. 정글이랑 서포터의 합이 제일 중요하다고 생각하는데 관모 약간 잘 도와주면서 게임하다 보면은 뭐 그게 약간 좋은 결과로 이어지지 않을까 생각합니다.
팀마다 고의 색깔이 다른데 그런 팀들 중에서 강팀들이 서로 만나서 경기를 하는 거기 때문에 되게 흥미있는 게임이 많이 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
물론 당장에도 물론 자신감이 있지만 멀리 본다면 더 강해질 수 있는 팀이라고 생각하기 때문에 굉장히 재밌을 것 같아요.
저는 이번에 DFM이 LCP 리그에서 성공을 거둘 수 있을 거라고 생각하고
성공의 의미는 이제 저는 롤드컵 출전하는 게 가장 큰 목표로 두고 있거든요.
決して弱いチームだとは全く思ってなくて、やはりまず一つ目の成功は LCP リージョンで優勝すること、チャンピオンになることなので、
その成功のために全力でやっていきたいと思ってます。
That's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood.
Going through the motions, internalizing the pain and strife. Getting over all the hate can cut the tensions with a knife. Love can win and change it all if only we could get it right. Changing our position, recognizing the vision that beyond all of division, our dreams will come to fruition. And if we can change it all, these walls gon' fall. We find it straight before we know it, we be standing tall like the tree next to the still waters. running deep. Future's right in front of me. Clear as day is gonna be. Better days a million ways. Climbing up the mountaintop. Nothing we can't do. And know that we won't stop. Won't stop. One thing about it, yeah, it's two things for sure. We're no stranger to the struggle. From mistakes we can grow. Bringing truth to power. Level up is part of the game. Open up your eyes and know that things will never be the same. Hold up. Free. Black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky. We can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high. Let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine. Let freedom ring. Better by and by. Oh, I let freedom ring. Free from the lowest valleys to the mountains I see. Oh, let our rejoicing rise. High as the list in the skies. When it's all said and done, we shall overcome. Finish this race with one, facing the rising sun. And we shall march on till our victories won. Free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky. We can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high. Let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine. Let freedom ring. Better by and by. Oh, I let freedom ring.
Crossing city limits when I hit the road. Feel it in my spirit. I'm already gone. Nothing compares to the way that I've been missing you. And it's hard to believe that a woman like you could love someone like me. All that I need is all that you breathe. If you send your location, I will be right there, baby. You ain't got to be patient. I won't leave you waiting. I won't ever leave you lonely. As long as I got you right by me, and I'll give you my love. Promise I'll be everything you ever need. You know that's right, baby. Say don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
Tell me, baby, who better for you? Writing for a page, letters for you. She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Want nothing, but you look
Welcome back, everyone. Second series of the day. It's going to be Talon taking on DFM, our front runners of the league, versus what is looking to be the 7th place team thus far. Obviously, very early on into the year, but in terms of the split, we're basically halfway through.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's come up on us quite rapidly. I mean, a shortened split, so it wasn't going to be long before we got hit this point anyway. But yeah, crossing the halfway mark after tonight. Coming into this matchup, I mean, expectations aren't super high for DFM when it comes to taking on Talon, but you've got that big outlier in the mid lane. I think Arya is going to be the linchpin for this DFM roster. He's proved that he is incredibly capable, and he might just be the one that really makes this a little more of a challenge than it could have been otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to look towards Arya to be that guy. Unfortunately, staring at him across the rift is Fofo, who is quite possibly the best player in the league. You know, he's thought of as such anyway, you know, going over to the LPL and still being largely successful. A 1v1 to start us off, though, is going to be Darius versus Ambessa. We actually saw that earlier on the day, and the Darius from Jimmian was able to quite handily.
Betty on Darius versus Ray on Ambessa. So, I mean, look, we've seen some matches go the way of, off rolls so far in this 1v1 format, but Ray getting a champion that he plays very frequently could be a bit embarrassing if he struggles in this matchup, but who's to say? I mean, Betty had so many options available to him.
Yeah,
but
I mean, ultimately, Darius...
He's just very, very strong. Yeah,
and he's also not the most difficult champion in the world. Pretty straightforward kit in general, and Betty a very, very talented player. I'm sure he's...
Yeah, again, same matchup as we had earlier in our first 1v1, Ambessa versus Darius.
Yeah,
so.
and Darius just kind of slapped. Did seem exceedingly one-sided just as champions, really.
Yeah, to be fair, we did find the road to success for Darius in these 1v1s, which is just don't face chank the other guy's bush and take more damage than you can handle. So, yeah, I think in a straight-out fight, unless something gets fat-fingered or you run the wrong way, realistically, it has to favour Darius. And going with the Ruby Crystal as well, this is a very beefy Darius.
Yeah, extra health. We obviously saw last time it was a very different build for the Ambessa. Had the Doran Shield as well as a glowing moat. The intricacies of standing in the bush.
Assassin Darius, I rate it. Just waiting in the fog of war.
Look
at the footwork. Look at the footwork from Betty. He's breaking ankles already.
Once again, proving that AD carries are the best players in League of Legends.
First blood drawn technically, but not the first kill. Ray did get damage onto Betty, and Betty answers it right back.
Yep, but now, importantly, that is bone plating gone for both champs. Trade's now almost certainly to favour Betty. If there was just an all-in, Darius would win it. Not going to be, however.
Absolutely. I think Darius, pretty much every stage of this game, wins an outright 1v1. I think onus is on Ray to do a bit of chip damage setup. Probably look that public execution in the face.
Yeah. I mean, slower than our last one. I think Jimmy already having picked up first blood here, but Ray Farkey is just playing a lot more safe.
I think it probably speaks more to familiarity with the champ being played and their role. Ray looking very much confident in this Ambessa.
Yeah, but now there's going to be Betty going for that all-in. Still does have a lot of damage coming back towards him though, and ultimately trade goes fairly evenly.
He was also grasp Ambessa that last matchup as well. So this one a little bit more kitted to sustain and aggressiveness. Betty going to get that shrine though and have a significant health advantage in picking up the Ruby Crystal as well. So Ray, I mean, realistically, your best bet's probably back in here or looking for a playoff of the 6.
Yeah, I mean, out of the two champs getting 6, I'd be more scared as the Ambessa than happy.
Especially with the health disparity now. I mean, that's a significant health advantage to Betty.
Oh, misses the cannon. Those things are worth 200 gold in this mode. It genuinely is essentially an objective, you know. You see there 167 gold that Betty's now just going to be up because he was able to get it. And that's not to mention the rest of the 12 minions.
Is this going to be a cheeky bait play from Ray? Try and get Betty under the tower and go for the public execution? No? Okay. Just get the farm where he can.
Does get the apprehend, a lot of damage, but bone plating there, so Ray Farkey going to be able to dodge out most of that, especially with the shielding that came through.
I mean, Ray's really not in the worst spot. He is chipping away at that health. Betty, though, taking that shrine away is going to make it a bit rough.
Nice trade.
Betty is limit testing right now. He definitely understands where he should and shouldn't be standing. Doesn't walk into the tower. The public execution would likely have been a death sentence there if Betty had been caught within tower range. So, definitely just skirting.
Both summoners now up for both of these top laners. Top lane champions, shall I say.
Well, mid lane, technically.
Bottom lane even.
Well, it's the only lane, so these only laners. 8 for both. Ray just dodging out any potential hemorrhage stacks. So, I mean, this is on a knife's edge. I think Ray now has the upper hand.
Yeah, possibly. The problem is, yes, his ult's good, but Darius is an execute. Well, not an execute, but more or less an execute, right?
Ironic given the name of Investor's Ultimate.
Yeah. Yeah, actually true.
Oh, there we go, Betty.
Yeah, this could be bad. Betty not going to land the stacks from his Q, but I mean, look at it. It's just hopeless. It really is. He didn't need to get to the 5 stacks. He could have executed earlier probably, but does. Now he's going to get tower plates as well. Probably just get 2 and call it a day.
He's also well gapped, Ray, in the CS department.
Yeah, no, this 1v1 is essentially over. We can start talking about the weather and the thunderstorms we're having here in Auckland.
Auckland with an O, by the way. Yeah, that's what New Zealand is really like. They're just roaming the countryside. We've got to be careful. Look after our hobbits, make sure they don't get absconded with. Another plate down, but Ray getting gold where he can. Oh, full black cleaver and steel plates back to lane.
Yeah, and almost in the clips, but almost is not really worth a whole lot. Yeah, I mean, it's
this is going to hurt.
1.6k.
And he's rapidly coming up on level 11 as well. Come on, Ray. Don't stand still. Dive. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge an axe.
This is going to be pretty hard for him to dodge this axe.
I got to commit him. He's like, yeah, no, there's still a chance, eh? I reckon I can do this.
Yeah, I'm less sold.
I mean, look, there is a world where, sudden death comes into play, and maybe, just maybe, he can do something shenanigan-wise. I mean, Darius isn't incredibly mobile. Doesn't need to be when you hit like that.
That was through a shield. This time doesn't need to be through a shield.
Yeah, it's level 2 ultimate, by the way.
He is genuine. I mean, if he ulted that, it might have been a kill. I guess with barrier, probably not.
Do it. Tower dive. Get him.
Sudden death will begin soon.
Ray really desperately wants to back so he can get something before.
He kind of needs to.
Yeah.
But he probably loses his tower is the problem. Like, he's kind of forced. If Betty doesn't back, he can't back because, Darius with the auto attack reset on the W that also does extra damage and the tower's not being very resistant, will just lose his tower. So, definitely...
does he get the gold? Yes, he does. I mean, it may not matter. Yeah, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, Betty's just not going to back.
Ray can't now. He's lost that window, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't feel like...
What a cinematic shot in the bottom right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like, yeah, it is. It's Noxus's answer to spin to win Garen Bush. It's the bush camping Darius.
Now, the honourable thumbs up, I think.
Hey, he missed.
Oh, and the response of a miss. Okay, man.
Betty needs more health at this stage. And yeah, this is just like you got to commit at this stage. Maybe he survives a little bit longer. He holds on and dunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, look that. After the first death, we knew exactly how it was going. It was just the slow bleed play from Ray, just buying himself some more time and some time for the team to talk about what to do. But yeah, look, Betty, we are seeing these off roles really thrive, and the likes of the Darius and those tech top laners. The players who normally play these champions are really struggling.
Yeah, I think they are. generally getting the worse end of the matchup. I think Darius should just beat out Ambessa 9 times out of 10. The big difference is, of course, there was one top lane versus mid lane matchup that was Darius versus Darius, and the mid laner won. But other than that, it's been pretty much like, okay, well, you know, yeah, the top lane is in a top lane matchup, but he's on Ambessa without a jungler, and the other guy's got Darius without a jungler, so I'm taking the Darius every time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's won pretty much every time so far. He's just the ultimate brawler in a 1v1 fight. He's got sustain, he's got an execute, he's got the bleed. There is no way to avoid. He's got armor pen built into his kit, for goodness sake.
Yeah,
just everything is geared for that 1v1 fight.
And he gets additional AD based on his stacks getting to the max stacks as well. It's really, he is a 1v1, I want to 1v1 you champion. He's got the, you know, resets to help him in team fights and Summoner's Rift, but in general, he's known as a lane bully. That's why he takes ghosts and sprints at you level 1. Here, I mean, there's no way you can really run away from him when that circle starts closing, and Ray Farkey quickly found that out, and unfortunately, you will lose, and it's going to be Talon rather, with the side selection almost certain to take blue.
Well, I mean, it seems that Darius and Draven are the ultimate like 1v1 champions at the moment. They both sort of thrive in that 1v1, and you were right, you called it, and it has happened. You manifested it.
That's right. I always do. It was blue side selected by the side of Talon. I think no one particularly surprised.
No.
Just looking around, everyone seemed pretty stoic and unfazed by that. I think the side of DFM, however, probably are going to be a bit phased.
I think it's Talon they need to like redeem, because blue side is 0-2 right now on the day. So I think Talon are here to prove that actually blue side's pretty solid in the grand scheme.
Yeah, be interesting to see how this one goes. You know, Arya's coming off the back of a generational performance. All 3 games that he played up against the Chiefs, even bringing out an insane Yasuo performance.
Vlad and Yasuo.
Yeah, Vlad as well.
The Vlad was just ridiculous in that mid lane, just controlled so much damage. It was just impossible to kill him too. And then, yeah, Yasuo just styling across the Chiefs and all the rest of it. So, I mean, look, Arya, I think, proving that he's just very flexible, can play pretty much anything that his team will or could or possibly may need. Whereas I think for the side of Talon, they're a little bit more consistent with what they do and how they play, but whatever they play, it's good.
Yeah. I mean, there were shakes or kinks in the armor of Talon. While they haven't lost a game yet, that's kind of an asterisk, because they should have lost a game where they're down 11k. I think a team like this shouldn't realistically find themselves down 11k and have to somehow find a way back in that game, which admittedly they did. But I don't think that we should be seeing that. I think it sort of hinders confidence when you look towards them, right? Like, if we're expecting this team to win out of the split, you don't want your team that's winning the split to have gone down 11k in the regular season and have to fight back for that, because you go over international, you know, you're against some of the big names, you know, T1, whoever ends up winning LCK, LPL, whatever. If you're down 11k, you're not coming back.
No. But I suppose that mental fortitude, the resilience for a team like Talon, I mean, it's good practice, especially going into those very, very hard-hitting teams that they're going to face internationally. If you can fight back domestically in that situation, it makes it easier to fight back from closer margins when it comes to those bigger teams, and it just preps you to look for those opportunities to exploit weakness. And yeah, I think this is sort of Talon at giving themselves the full run, the full gambit here in the competition. They've played well from behind, they've played well from ahead. I don't realistically see this one going to a 3rd game, if I'm being honest, but if it does, it is likely off the back of Arya having a standout performance.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think ultimately what we've seen so far out of the split, Talon, they seem pretty solid. If they do go down, I believe Arya is a player capable of getting that one across the line. You know, like if he's on his Aurora in the same position that we saw Dyer in, I think that he's probably going to find the impact he needs from that sort of advantage to be able to get it across the line. But I also think that Talon will recognize that and be less willing to make, what is the word? Just crazy plays or ambitious plays.
They're not reckless, yeah. They're not one to gamble like we see out of the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be consistent. It's going to be macro, derived. That's how they're going to approach the game.
Sure.
That's how they've won their game so far. It's how they brought that game back against Secret. It was about dominating the macro, and I mean showing insane adaptability mid game. I mean they even respond mid-draft by bringing that Jin in against Team Secret and just slowing down, using it as a utility setup, and then that backline threat that he can be. And then, of course, Fofo out of the mid lane is just this absolute weapon. So, look, realistically, DFM, if they do pull this out, it will likely be the biggest upset of the year.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think ultimately, though, when I look at this matchup, generally, for Talon now that they have Fofo on that mid lane, you're probably thinking, okay, Fofo is probably going to be that sort of driving force behind their success. I think lesser so because they're going up against Arya. Fofo, yes, he's very good. Arya is very good himself. I think where I see the most success coming from will be Betty, because Betty himself is probably, for my money, the best AD carry we have in the league. You can make arguments for the Shogun over on Vikings, but I think Betty is performing. He is historically a player that performs, and I do think we haven't really seen enough out of Milan and Kakun for me to have faith in their abilities to lane up against someone like Betty.
Without being mean, I think I've seen enough out of Kakun. That Talia didn't nearly do what it needed to do. But yeah, Betty definitely feels a slightly different role to Shogun. He's a little bit more actively engaged in what's going on, whereas Betty is just a part of the puzzle for Talon, so to speak. It's not that he's relied on, but he's there consistently doing his job. It definitely feels like it's less of a, you've got one person sort of leading the charge. It very much Talon, every single member is towing the line and they're all marching forward together.
Yeah, I think that's less a Betty thing and more of a team thing, right? That's just how Talon operate. It's how Corgi has always made this Talon roster operate, and the Talon rosters of the past, they've always been a cohesive unit. It's never been one standout player. It's been, okay, everyone's really good. How do we make their strengths complement each other and make that our pathway to success? And I think constantly we see them able to do that, and I expect it to continue here.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we want to talk disparities in terms of the game as a whole, it was posted earlier, and it's that bot lane matchup. Do you want to take a guess at Betty's KD right now?
It's 20.
Yeah, 20.5.
There you go. I knew it was 20.
Which is, you're looking about a 1.5 more than being triple. Like 1.5 more KD for him. He's tripled what Milan's bringing to the table. So, I mean, it's a significant disparity down in the bot lane. Arya also sports an 86% kill participation rate, so he is actively involved with this roster, whereas it's much more spread for Talon. Yeah, look, Fofo's at a 79%. He's still the one making a lot of these plays, but it really is just, it's still a joint effort. The kill participation for this team as a whole, every single person is sitting above 60%. So everyone is very active and involved for this Talon roster.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising, I find, in the current shape of the meta, right? Where a lot of kills are just happening. The other one team's top laner is getting dove, the other team's top laner is getting dove. That's automatically going to be two top laners that aren't getting KP for those. So the fact that you are still maintaining that, especially for these top laners, is very impressive. And the mid lane generally not involved in those dives either. Occasionally is, depending on the champion, but...
Yeah, it's crazy. Betty has the highest KD at 20.5, has the lowest kill participation on the team. And say Cass is second lowest with a 62%. So it's it's crazy that it's definitely mid and top are the ones that are the most active for this Talon roster in terms of dictating pace.
Yeah. Be interested to see how this one shapes out. Draft as well will be interesting. I don't suspect we're going to see the Yasuo. Maybe if we do make it to a game 3 again, but...
I just think there's too much in the pool for Talon that they could just really bully the Yasuo out. So do you really want to gamble all your eggs in the one basket of enabling this Yasuo? But I mean, against Talon, you're seeing that Skarner Kalista banned out consistently. Ashe is copping a lot of bans, 75%. Skarner Kalista is 100% ban against Talon. Talon 100% banning out the Nocturne and then targeting away a lot in terms of the AD carry. They don't like dealing with Corki or Varus. On the blue side, which they have, they've banned out Nocturne, Cassante, Poppy. Yeah, they're just... Everything is derived towards enabling their success points.
Yeah. The music epic. Hopefully the champion select soon to follow. I do think, yeah, this might be... I mean, for DFM, they're currently 1-1, if I'm correct, right? They beat the Chiefs and they lost to Team Secret Wales.
Yes, yeah.
Right, so a loss here isn't the end of the world. Obviously, I mean, if you win here, then you're truly contesting for one of those top spots, right? And that's what you're looking for. But I think, especially, ahead of what's going to be the Lunar New Year break, losing here, I don't think it should crack the confidence too much. I think ultimately, depending on which AD carry they want to go with between Kakun and Milan going forward. You'll have a week now to build up synergy if it is with Kakun, who they clearly haven't had the most amount of practice with. Being that the roster was announced only the day before their very first game, right? So a bit more time to build up some synergy between those two AD carries, or whichever AD carry they choose to go for in the remainder of the year, the remainder of the split even. But I think you can come in here, and it's going to be like this for a lot of the bottom teams, where if you lose to Talon, it's not the end of the world for you.
No, far from it. Your main goal is still remaining inside that top 6, and you look at DFM, a loss here puts them in a rough spot, because you'll have, it's still going to be DFM, Chiefs, and SHG all vying for that 6th place spot at this stage. And after that loss today, Chiefs are probably in the worst spot of the 3 teams. Yeah. See, SHG's not far behind given how things have gone for them, but I'd still argue that SHG favoured over the Chiefs at the moment.
I'm somewhat in disbelief at how far down in the standings the SHG are. Admittedly, they've had a very difficult start to the season. As I am being told, there has been a client issue, but it should be getting off the ground very shortly and into this champion select. But I think SHG are significantly lower down on the standings than they truly would be. It's just their strength of schedule at the very beginning of the split has been, for my memory, the most difficult out of everyone's.
Yeah.
Like, I believe they started with CFO, GARM, and Vikings. And aside from Talon, those seem like, you know, top 4 teams, all of them. So, you know, you're losing them. Maybe this means they are just, you know, a 5th place team right now. Their strength is at 5th place, and you've happened to have walked into, you know, 3 of the 4 people that are above you in the standings, but also...
I think this game will dictate sort of whether it is a 5th or 6th contention. If DFM have a decent showing against Talon, like if it's not complete blowouts, then the argument could be made they likely do deal well with SHG, and we're into it. Kalista Skana banned again, surprise, surprise, but Zyra Aurora targeted out by Talon.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, no surprise with the Skana. It's something we do expect. And also the Kalista, while a lot of other teams just leave it open, they're not very scared of it. Betty is a known Kalista enjoyer. Has always been one to pick the Kalista where available, so take that away from him, won't be able to show it.
Oriana banned out against Aria. Hasn't been shown by him yet. I mean, has picked the Yone Yasuo at a certain point, so Ashe being targeted there away from Betty, which makes a lot of sense. Those supporty style AD carries do a lot for this Talon roster. They make it that much scary, and we saw how instrumental it was in Team Secret bringing that back against the Chiefs in that last series.
Yeah. First pick of the series now for Talon. Varus is open. Corki as well is open. Probably to Fofo, but could also go to Betty.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what we've seen played by them, Corki, yeah, one from Fofo. Hasn't been touched by Betty yet, so it's just a nice little pick that can be flexed either which way. Just gives you a little bit more longevity in the draft in terms of how you respond with the Varus pickup. I mean,
this will probably be answered by Misfortune.
Yeah, I think that's probably the safe bet. Gives Fofo a champion that's still very, very strong. Jason, the top lane. For Ray, Cassante, I mean, the Ambessa has been possibly, I think, the most prolific pick for Ray, but Cassante's not a bad one either.
Yeah, no, definitely he's a very good Cassante player himself, and so you're never going to feel too bad on the side of DFM if he does take it up. Casa looking to pick up a more supportive and get style of a support, jungle rather, and Sejuani being Hobbit. See if it does get locked in, but wouldn't be too surprised. It's something that he does like to return to fairly often.
I mean, especially with the Zyra band out as well, which is a pretty standard response to the Sejuani, given how greatly she can punish that heavy engaged Rumble as well for Azi in the top lane. It's locked in, it's done, and we're already starting to see a little bit of Wombo start to establish itself in the combo of Talon's roster.
Yeah. That is a champ that does well into the Cassante. It's also one of Arja's favorite champs to play. He always goes back to it when he gets the opportunity to. But Vi, I think this might be the first time we've seen it picked. Definitely isn't banned every game, but...
Or this is going to be the 3rd Vi for Guan.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
The guy's just given Vi.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, far from. We've seen it a couple of times. I think it was week 1 that it was picked up for the most part.
Right.
Vault Breaker. adds a little bit of sticking power, allows something to support K'Sante going in. Israel banned out. So they are anticipating this to be a Fofo Corki and are trying to target away Betty's champion pool now.
Now, while I don't think the champ's in a good spot at the moment, from what we see here from DFM, there is an angle for a Xayah, but you have to make sure you get a lane swap because she cannot lane into Varus even slightly. But from what we see, Xayah does exceedingly well into Vi because you are just from level 6, not a target for her ultimate. She presses ult, you press ult, and then she is just stuck in the middle of your team, having achieved nothing. But we'll see.
Talia banned away. It wasn't Milan that played Talia. It was
Kakun, yeah.
But I mean, look, it could be a target against Arya as well. Wouldn't surprise me given the diversity that Arya's already shown in the tournament. Yone going to be banned away from Fofo. So yeah, look, even DFM are not quite sure whether this Corki is going to be going mid or bot.
Yeah. I think it's pretty hard to tell for the time being, and that's the power of picking up one of these flex picks early on in the draft. Milan will now have his choice for his mid laner or the support. More than likely, I would imagine, would be the support and Rakan, the current hover. Just a very classic pairing when you do have Vi, because it can jump in, help out the Vi with that engage, and then jump back to help with peel. A very mobile and versatile champion.
Yeah.
Misfortune, no surprise, and Woody on the rel. The team comp I'm seeing here for the side of Talon is Exodia. They have the Equalizer with Magnet Storm combo, they have the Bullet Time that can come on top of it, and even a Sejuani that can throw out an ultimate from miles away to get it all started.
Yeah, not Bronzodia though. Ari hovered for Arya in the mid lane. Look, does reasonably well. Yeah, okay, gonna be stuck with. And yeah, the rel was kind of telegraphed with that Poppy ban. You kind of knew exactly what the game plan was there in the bot lane, and there is a lot of layered damage coming out here from Talon for the most part. It's a brawly skirmish comp from the looks of things with DFM, a little bit more leaning towards the catch side of things with that Ari, but yeah, it's definitely much a... DFM don't really want to be fighting 5v5. It's going to be looking for those skirmishes where you got the overmatch and that massive ultimate, coming out of the Vi to lock someone down and just blow them up.
Yeah, it's scary though. Not the most amazing follow-up for the Vi. Kind of the Rakan, and depending on Bravefarki's able to find a flank, but Talon generally very good with that vision setup and very good with marking. DFM now 1-1 in terms of their series scores. Will be them trying to get their third win. If Talon do win here, it will put them on even footing. Actually, depending on the fashion they win, it would put them maybe 1 point above CFO.
I think it does.
Yeah, if they do 2-0, it'll be 1 point above.
Yeah, Talon will be top of the leaderboard guaranteed for the end of the week if they do win 2-0 cleanly. Unfortunately, yeah, CFO dropping that one map, working against them in that aspect. But I think realistically, if you're CFO, top 2's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, top 3 does give you a side selection, I believe, when it does come through to the playoffs. So, ultimately feels okay. The higher up you are in the standings means, if you're first, I believe you're the 6th. So you do want to be that first spot, but still, if you're second, you probably are just the second best team, and you'll be against the 5th best team, which you're always going to be favored.
Yeah,
going to be that bad.
I mean, I think we're starting to see sort of where that skill gap is, and it's going to be interesting, Talon versus CFO, to see how big a skill gap there is between first and second, because, I mean, we're already seeing that the top 2 teams are reasonably far ahead of the bottom 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that what's all up in the air is, that 6th, 5th spot. Who is contending for that? Because there's still many teams in contention. Ultimately, there's 4 games apiece left, or series left apiece after this. So, absolutely, Chiefs are 0-3, SoftBank are also 0-3. Either one of them, if they come back after this 1 week break and come back with a vengeance and they win 4 straight, then all of a sudden, okay, you're now competing for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. And
what is it about the second series of the night that always just... It happens. I don't know why. Oh, dear. Arcane Comet for Milan.
Yes, yeah.
So pokey Varus is the game plan, not the heavy hitting stick on them type.
Yeah. But yeah, it'll be the lethality Varus. So going for a more poke orientated build. does, to me, make sense because it feels very, very scary to be that on hit when you are going against up against things like the bullet time, the magnet storm, the equalizer. You kind of can't be stood in one spot auto-attacking. You need to be as far away from the action as possible and just offering long-ranged poke and try and thought off any ideas of engage from the other team.
Yeah, the only issue is it feels like maybe there might be a bit of a struggle for DFM to finish off fights. Yeah, they're going to have great poke, but if they don't do the damage they need to immediately, just finishing off those kills might be a bit of a struggle. But, I mean, you got to do what you can, and the ideal is you let that Varus just poke away with the piercing arrow. Mouse issue, unfortunately. So, yeah, we'll slow things down just a little bit. But
for Arya, and if you are DFM,
oh yeah,
he is the person, at least based on last series, that you want to be feeling as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, I mean, if he's having a good time, then I think the team's having a good time.
Yeah.
So you kind
He's kind of the catalyst and the carry.
Yeah.
In many ways.
Yeah, look, it's a bit of pressure on his shoulders, unfortunately, but he does seem to thrive pretty well under pressure. He performed very, very well up against the Chiefs. And nods, I think maybe we have it sorted, whatever the case was.
Roller out, make sure the monitor's exactly where it needs to be.
Is it, is it regulation, distance from the side of the desk, palm breadths, and no. He's looking happy, he's shaking the mouse, making sure it's working, taking a sip. Hydration is key, especially in those studios with the AC running, which more than likely will be the case in Type 8. So you can find yourself with cotton mouth, and that sucks. That really sucks, especially when you're making calls.
Looks like we're getting back to the action. You see Betty stop fiddling and get into game pose. He's chilling, this guy. He's got a game of Rel. He's exceedingly comfortable on the champion. I believe it was his most played last year by a large margin from memory. So he's going to be going into this game knowing exactly what he's looking to do.
Well, it's his first appearance on the Rel this split.
Yeah.
He's very much one-dimensional. It's all, CC engaged, but it's every support at the moment. So.
I mean, that's just everyone. He's actually, at least in the PCS last year, was maybe the second best at the majors. Orca really still kept playing those when everyone else wouldn't. But Woody, very, very capable on the majors as well. But just, I guess, it's what the meta is, or their read of the meta, and this early on, not willing to get too risque with it.
Well, I just think it just doesn't really feel like the majors offer enough at the moment. You're just going to explode. You don't necessarily have the explosive burst that you need. Even the Elise, the spider form is reasonably tanky. So, plus, I mean, the bailout of the web. So,
I think possibly a read here from the bottom lane of DFM is certainly they'd be the ones that want to be in this 2v2 lane, being that they do have the lethality Varus, and will find themselves in it. Both bot lanes just hiding in different areas. Hopefully, I think both of them wanting to deny vision of where they are. But, oh lord, it's a soul read. This is a soul read. Has Harp leveled up an ability? He hasn't. He'll be fine. But they're looking for Milan. That's a knockback. The crash down. Flash away from Betty, and Milan's getting so low. The ignite is there, and Talon ever so patient. First blood to Betty this early on. That's one stack towards the feats of strength as well.
Betty just styling there. What a read. And yeah, look, I think Talon making a bit of a statement here against DFM, saying this is just the beginning. And that, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Realistically, the timing of it, if you'd hesitated any longer, you were losing out on experience and gold. But against a team like Talon, you just cannot be giving them those opportunities.
Yeah, and now generally you don't want to be in this lane as a misfortune Rel, but when that happens and you get yourself a longsword advantage, you've got both, well, you've got just the cleanse, I suppose, away from Milan, so they do have that advantage at least. You're feeling pretty happy. What are you going to be spotted out here, and crash down coming onto Heart? Doesn't have to be careful as Guwon's going to be able to come up with that Vault Breaker, and Woody with the flash available should be feeling okay. Castle even here to join him. And should be okay to pick up this red buff now on the side of Talon.
I mean, there's still room for a potential collapse here, but I think you take the victory where you can. double buffed, unfortunately, or triple buff rather. Go on, going to miss out on that red. I think not the be all and end all for Vi, but it definitely helps the sticking power of those early ganks.
Yeah.
And so far, this is the exact start that Talon have wanted.
Yeah, I think in general, it's not really about the buff itself, but the XP you get from it, right? You want to get to level 6 as Vi as soon as possible. As I say that, folks. Oh my lord, he manages to get away. That was scary. Does manage to navigate his way out of that. This will be a scuttle crab for Guwon, as Kasa does not have access to the smite at that time, and in fact it's Guwon who's up XP for the time being. Kasa not going to be able to trade very well with him there. Milan taking a lot of damage. Woody with the continuous CC here. If he's able to get the remount, Biddy will be able to pick up the kill, but there is a flash still available for Milan.
Oh, wow.
And he flashes too late.
Why did you step back in? Look, you just keep running. It's the old horror movie trope. You don't stop. You don't turn around. You just keep running. I don't care if it's your friend. You keep going. Just leave them to it. And another fight between the junglers. But it is going to be a bit of a wet noodle on the whole. And you are just over 4 minutes in, and your bot laner has already died twice.
Does not bode particularly well, of course, as Milan now will return to lane. This is a lane that...
Carry on. You didn't see nothing, go. just leave. Just go.
Still, Guwon doing a very good job. You know, he's had 2 camps taken away from him, but because Casa's been very slow at getting through it, and he hasn't been able to start doing his second rotation of jungle camps, it's actually Guwon who finds himself at a slight advantage now. Now, Casa, of course, you see all of his camps respawning there on the minimap. Only the red buff is missing. Will be able to take those. The problem being, he cannot take them all in 1 minute, and that is when these Void Grubs will spawn. Although Betty should be strong enough to ensure that this objective is found by the side of Talon.
You know who I reckon would do really well with a gentleman skin? Rumble. But it's just his mech that's the gentleman.
Yeah?
Oh dear, we seem to be overheated. Flame spitter going out, sir. Just Jarvis.
Yeah?
Just Jarvis in the mech.
I mean, I don't hate the idea. We need to pitch that to someone.
Sir, mech is outputting power at 400%. Ray is just not having a good time. I mean, he's doing well CS-wise, but overall HP struggle. I mean, I have to say Fofo as well in the mid lane. Teleported right into a charm, lost half his HP, and he's just not threatened.
Yeah, I mean, this is the nature of Rumble versus Cassante, unfortunately. It does start to get better. Once you get level 6, you do have quite a lot of kill threat as the Cassante, if Rumble were to misstep, but still. I don't think Arj is going to feel particularly inclined to do anything all that aggressive considering the state of this bot lane matchup.
Well, I mean, look, the deaths haven't continued, I suppose, which is good for the DFM right now, but Casa is freely going to be able to take these Void Grubs. It is going to be a trade for the Dragon, at least. DFM are looking for those opportunities where they can. A Hextech Drake going their way. Fofo now Sexto, as well as Arji. So there we get into the point where DFM are going to have to be a little bit careful in terms of positioning because those big ultimates are coming online.
Here it is. It's going to be the Grubs. The Dragon, of course, as you mentioned. But I don't think necessarily a trade that favors either of them, depending on what happens for the next Grubs. But go on, going to try and sneak in here and take himself a red buff. Finally gets to answer back for the red buff of his own that was stolen earlier on in the game. But again, I don't think either of these junglers are particularly upset with the current position of the game for themselves. Now, obviously, Guwon probably not happy that his bot lane is getting punished as hard as they are.
Gets it. He's that kid that, you know, only talks smack when he's walking away. Wants to make sure that he's getting out freely. Harp down in the bot lane with Milan, and this Rumble has the output, I think, to just murk Milan if he's not careful. Just out of the bush, tase it, GP, that's it, that's the game, that's the aim. And Talon, I mean, it definitely feels like they've got the chokehold in place, and over the next 10 minutes or so, it is going to be them closing it and tightening that grasp.
Yeah, well, to get those ults online. Start comboing up together around objectives. I think it could be a slow game simply because DFM are probably not going to opt into anything, so there shouldn't be that many explosive fights that you know, Talon start to get a massive lead over. It should just be a slow, steady bleed out if Talon do play correctly, as we know they can.
Equalizer committed for the wave. Argy would rather have that farm. Maybe he's up 17 CS on the Cassante. And I think of the two lanes, Argy probably has a better time farming into range. Casa, oh, the wraps there onto Harp. They're going to use it.
Yeah, they find everything. The knockout, the battle dance will be available soon. He does get it out. That's a flash used for Harp, but ultimately you're not upset about that. He did survive.
Definitely felt like they hesitated a little bit to try and funnel that goal onto Fofo, so I think realistically if they just pulled the trigger they would have got the kill.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a flash that will no longer be available, which means that there is a window where Harp can't help with the kill.
Maybe an answer back here. Fofo going to flash away, but it's going to be followed by the cease and desist. The charm does land, and down will go Fofo. That's one kill back for DFM. Aria, the guy you want to get it, will in fact claim that.
DFM's on the board. It's exactly what you're looking for, but a lot of posturing on the top side. Ray, unfortunately, the menu wave isn't the biggest for Talon. I think if it was, there was more for them to work with. They are trying to, slow it in, but they were probably looking for a dive there, honestly.
Yeah, Argy to come in to try and answer this mid lane push rather, as he did get the bottom lane pushed on out. We'll be able to be here for the majority of the minions, only really missing out on 2 of them. So gold still will be collected by the side of Talon, but still some tower plates over to Aria, the kill as well. Getting himself into a position to have some fight back in this game. Obviously, Betty still yet to really interact outside of that 2v2 we saw earlier, and he is where the largest majority of this gold difference does lie. Ray trying to get as much farm as he possibly can, but unfortunately just getting poked out bit by bit.
Yeah, I think Lemus probably can take some notes. You can position like that when you are playing as well as Betty. If you're positioning like that when you were Lemus in that last series, yeah, it doesn't go the same way. You likely just end up being punished. Burst aggressiveness without information is a rough gig. But I mean, for the most part, Talon, okay, Fofo's just heading up top lane. All right.
Yeah, going to need a free lane as Corky. You're kind of at this point in the game where you're now power trothing. I mean, especially in your direct lane, right? You've got the Merc Treads to the full Malignants. He doesn't want to be part of that. He's kind of that late game insurance for the team. Oh my lord, Casa cancelling the Vault Breaker. Guwon will have flash available to himself. Woody kind of fully committed. This does Casa, and it's a kill found. Woody going to be the one to claim that one. And with that, it's going to be a successful claim. Once again onto Guwon. Charm does connect here, but not really any true angle for Aria to find a kill.
I think off the back of that, Guwon down, they're going to immediately transition that into grubs number 4, 5, and 6, which does mean that Talon, who already had a reasonably solid tower pushing team, just became even stronger, and Woody is just going to go bully his lane counterpart.
A bit of supportal combat.
It's the best kind, honestly. There's nothing like just, egoing up against another support. Woody, though, could be in trouble.
Witness here, Chain of Corruption does come out, and so Woody will be taken out. Milan going to claim that one with that piercing arrow. Good find on the back end of that. Woody certainly overstaying his welcome.
Yeah, but you've committed quickness and the Chains of Corruption for the support kill. I mean, yeah, look, to be fair, that's the best you're going to get in that situation. If an objective fight comes up, which is the Cloud Drake, the Ocean Drake, sorry, not Cloud. It is 2 o'clock in the morning. Ocean Drake is going to be up 6 seconds. Probably would have helped to have that there, honestly.
For sure, but doesn't seem like Talon are particularly worried about contesting it for the time being, as Arya is actually going to get teleported on. This is Arya coming in, and 4 kills onto this. Arya will feel pretty good. Arya trying to find some damage with that equalizer, is going to flash away. Will have the shield up for himself very shortly, but does not dodge the chain. With the flash forward from Ray Faki is going to be the kill going over now. Arya 2-0, certainly on the board and certainly very strong.
Yeah, again, Arya is going to be that linchpin. He's going to be the one that ultimately, I think, contributes to the success or failure of DFM. The rest of the team will be there playing along beside him. Guwon reckons that he's that guy. Teleport coming in.
Yeah, Fofo certainly not having the getting 1v1 by Guwon, who was on the top side in his bingo card, and down he will go. That's another kill going over. 4-3 in favor now of DFM, but gold still does favor Talon.
Yeah, I mean, 6 grubs. These tower plates are going to be just melting. So, Harp, I mean, look, good on you. You hold where you can. It is going to keep that tower as healthy as possible while the rest of the team of DFM tries to rotate in. Casa has just been consistently in Guwon's jungle. No Vault Breaker there, and Casa gets away with it too.
What Ray Faki can do. Unfortunately, the Cassante, not the greatest champion in League of Legends to take towers, as Aria quickly realizing he has no access to this lane. Gonna be the grand entrance out of Harp to escape. Possibly more aptly named the grand exit in this case.
But the collapse here from DFM could spell disaster. 5v3.
Oh, yeah, it is going to be 4v3, but a lot of damage coming down, and Harps is taken out. Woody claims that one. Caster trying to tank up, and so much damage is being answered. Betty, he's there. The bullet time comes through. Not quite enough damage to take out Milan. RJ, can he find it? No, he won't. The piercing arrow. Milan doing a great job of playing to the limits of his health bar, and without Betty being there, there is no true damage. And DFM do take the team fight win.
I mean, after those early 2 deaths on the Milan, he's only 100 gold behind now. So has recovered quite nicely. A couple of big kills go on. Is going to take that Ocean Drake as well. Betty wants to try and steal it back. Okay, yeah, go on, go on. Ooh, this could get dicey.
Yeah, go on, getting very low. We'll be able to get the dragon, but can he get out? A nice amount of healing coming through from at least his items. Does turn it around now. Teleport coming through, and Betty, I mean, with the lifesteal, might just be able to win this. Flash away.
Ooh.
Arrow does connect, but it's not going to be enough. Equalize it.
Ooh.
Misses.
Yeah, wanted style. Try to curve that equalizer, but I mean, Hextech into an Ocean, halfway to that Soul. Fofo and Woody there. I mean, you could have probably finished that tower, Fofo, but I mean, it's enough to deter Ray. It means that this subsequent wave will be the death of that top lane outer. Arji, this poke Varus doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, it certainly is. Tower
I'm a big fan of the poke Varus. I love me some lethality Varus. Arguably, personally, I think it's the most fun build.
I think it's fun. It's more fun than on hit simply because it's easier to play. But if you can get a game where you're not really threatened and you can go on hit, it is so fun. Just being like, you know, Ashe, being like a Varus or Ashe, where you are the no mobility AD carries that are just all walking.
They dive on in, they drop everything, but yeah, it's just the fact that the heavy hitters are in the back line. It's just ripping through DFM. Yeah, I think that goes about as well as it could for Talon, given the damage output that was just left free and available for DFM. For sure.
1K, 1.5K gold advantage for DFM. Definitely bringing it back. No massive objective fights. There have been fights, but not particularly over anything of value, right? Like, we're just having random fights here and there. And importantly, Talon haven't managed to find fights where Betty could have linked up while he was so far ahead. We kind of got Betty ahead in that isolated 2v2 and haven't played around it whatsoever. Go on, starting up the Rift Herald. It's going to be that bottom side tower, the target for Talon.
Yeah, no teleports up for Talon to be able to contest. And I mean, look, after the first 5 minutes of play, DFM, I'd have to say, are playing the macro game a little bit better. Just not timing those summoners, not being in the right place, and DFM getting some very impressive kills. I mean, the gold lead is negligible, but with a Rift Herald being picked up, that could quickly change.
Yeah, even tower on top side picked up there by Aria as the Rift Herald does go down. Sure, it was answered in the bottom lane for Talon, but again, as you kind of touched on, if this Rift Hero gets put down and finds any value in the mid lane, all of a sudden things are looking pretty good for the side of DFM. A lot of damage coming through. Quickness Grand Entrance gets flashed away from Fofo, and some cooldowns down now for both sides as those flashes are going to just be traded. Mid tower going to go down.
Yeah, they want this mid tower. They want to open up the map, which is the right call for DFM. It's about maintaining that macro. Milan hits 11, so second tier, they're going in.
He does get caught by the Rift Hero, knocked aside and charmed up by Aria, but unfortunately for the side of DFM, that cleanse is going to allow him to get on out of there, and not willing to commit too hard there on the Ari, was Aria.
I reckon, honestly, you consider that a success. You picked up Rift Herald, you then transition into finishing off the final outer tower for Talon, which means that DFM has, I mean, a significant amount of priority around the map, given their mid-outer is still in play. It just gives them a little bit more flexibility between top and bottom side. Yeah, look, top outer, bottom outer gone. Honestly, everything is coming up DFM right now.
Yeah, sure is. 2k gold ahead and 1 minute until the Mountain Dragon will spawn, of course, if they do pick that up. It would put them one singular dragon away from the Soul. Soul Point, more aptly named. It's a Portal Combat again. I don't think they're going to kill each other. I don't think it's possible.
I mean, Woody got out with the pedal, so you take that at the end of the day. 50 seconds to the next Drake, which would then put DFM on Soul Point. Khan as well, just under 2 minutes away, so a minute longer on that spawn time than the Dragon. Harp, I mean, he had 3 members on him, but he's not fast. He's just walking his way out. They've got the Scuttle as well. So DFM, macro game is on point. Talon are going to have to pull out much the same. I think they did it against Secret. It's going to be that long game. They're just going to have to buy their time.
Yeah, I mean, one explosive fight where you can layer the bullet time as well as that Rumble ult can just immediately end it, right? Like, Milan does not have the DPS on this Poke Varus to be able to sort of navigate these long, drawn-out fights. And on the side of Talon, you have the Corki, you have the Misfortune. Sure, Corki doesn't have Mirror Mana yet, but still will be pretty strong. In goes Harp. Remember, Harp does not have Flash. That's Ari's ult now. Arya using it aggressively, misses the charm, and now we're going ahead. Possible dragon fight to come, and no ult on this Ari, and he is where the majority of your gold does lie, so I think Talon probably are just going to be able to take this for free.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem for DFM is how beefy Casa is. That Heartsteel's online, you've got the Merc Treads. So Arya is the true damage is what's going to be chipping away at that. Milan barely does any damage as this Lethality Varus. Just because of the pure size of the HP pool. So DFM, look, they do give over the drag, which I think is a bold call given how much it would have meant to them, I think, going into the mid game, mid to late game.
Yeah, I mean, putting the Corki on a timer especially, right, he's 0-2-0 down 1.1k. You've got Guwon, who's also at 1.4k, making sure that, you know, okay, we're very strong now and you still have to fight us, otherwise this game is going to just continually snowball in our favor. Would have been pretty nice, but I mean, as soon as our Ari ult doesn't find anything, you kind of can't fight. You didn't get a flash, you didn't get anything at all, so it is just time to concede.
Khan is now up in the bot side, which, I mean, for the most part, I think, all this weekend, pretty much every game this weekend, it has been top side Khan.
Yeah. Yeah, so interesting that it's bot, especially considering 2 kills happened almost immediately top.
There was that absolute bloodbath though, bottom Tribrush and the DFM side jungle, which they came out on top. So I think it just does lean their way a little bit more. So yeah, Khan bot side, nothing really they can transition into off the back of it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see this stay up for the next 2 to 3 minutes. Because, I mean, you're only getting so much value if you take it now. There's just nothing to then back it up with.
The lull period, I do believe.
Yeah, I'm definitely surprised at how, you know, passive this game has seemed, given the start and given that it is Talon. I'm surprised that they have given as much room to work with to DFM as they have.
Yeah, I think probably just realizing that when they're at the strongest will be when Fofo has his 2 items. It's just the nature of these Triforce, Manamune, building 80 carry champs is they kind of need those 2 to function. You know, he'll do a bit of damage with the Triforce, sure. Is it going to be comparable to Leandri's Malignance? Absolutely not. No, recalls to come through. It will be spotted on a ward, but nothing really to punish. You're not going to be starting up. Oh, hold up. Teleport coming through immediately. They might just be looking to do something here on the Khan. Definitely going to have a lot of prio around that mid and bot lane. No vision even. Guwon, I saw him Vault Breaker into the pit. I do believe he started it up. Maybe not. Coming now instead to look for Woody, who does get knocked out by that Grand Entrance. Chain of Corruption will also land on him. He does have the flash away though, and the bullet time is not that great. That's a big cooldown use. Flash even for Rel. Another big one. Casa starts trying to use his flail at us here in New Zealand, but not going to be too much effect. Still, Fofo, he does have his mirror mana now. There's a lot of damage that can come through from this Corki. The big ultimate's being missing though. I mean, no bullet time makes this Misfortune champion a whole lot harder to navigate in these team fights. Fofo finding a nice amount of damage onto Harp. Keep in mind, quickness flash still available on this Rakan.
Glacial Prison there as well, so they've got the tools. Woody, ultimate equalizer there, so they've got the layer they need to get out some big CC into some big damage. I'm not sure why DFM are posturing so heavily around this Khan. You haven't got much to play off the back of it unless you want to try and force down some towers. So I think it was always going to be a bait, but DFM sort of set the trap too early.
Yeah, I mean, they still do a pro over this mid lane, and they're going aggressive here onto Casa. Everything being used, flashed onto him. The equalizer is really good, though, from RJ, splitting out this team fight very, very well. And it's going to be at least one kill. It's RJ who picks up the first. Aria's going to have to get out of there with that Spirit Rush. Rhythmic, though, he's trying to answer back in the back line. Can there be the damage coming through from Fofo? It's a double kill from Milan, but Betty is still up. It's a 3v3. Aria does get the reset, so he is able to get himself out. Watch for the make it rain. Once it does come down, he might be able to pick up the kill. The double up's not good enough. The cleanse does come through. And it's another flash. The double up once again still will not quite claim its target. And it's a team fight going evenly, but so close to Betty just wiping.
I mean, it's very interesting as well, given the implications of what could come off the back of this match. And you would have thought in these choke points, everything layered on top of each other the way that you want it, it would have been perfect for Talon, but unfortunately not the case. Casa has to be commended, though, for how long he survived in that fight. He was on a sliver of HP, allowed the rest of the team to come in and start mopping up the chains of corruption at the very end just as a tool to disengage. The big winner has to be Betty, even though he couldn't, just so close to finding these kills, but he definitely picked up some big money and found himself, just even closer to getting those big key items up, and the more he can contribute to fights, the better.
Yeah, for sure. I think uncharacteristic of Betty there, though, is not knowing information on things like Milan's flash, so he uses flash and cleanse to hard commit to that chase. He needed to get those kills for it to be worth it. Ends up just using it for nothing, ultimately. Yes, he ends up getting Milan's flash, but in the current state of the game, Milan is a lot safer as an AD carry. He can stand a lot further away and still do the same job that he normally would do, whereas Betty, he has his bullet time. After that, he really needs to get up close and personal to find those auto attacks.
At this stage, this is where I would expect the Artican to be committed to, because, I mean, Earth Drake is coming up, 30 seconds on the Baron. You force that Artican fight. If you win it, you then pick up Artican, go for those objectives, or you just outright take Artican, win the fight, offer the the recalls, and then from there. But Dragon started up well and truly for DFM. They're chunking through it, 2/3 left.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to find an angle for Woody here as he's just coming through from the front, but Casa going to be able to dodge out a lot of that CC, and Woody will find the angle. The bullet time's really good, but still the equalizer burning away at the health bar. Guwon goes in, but he's just taken out. Betty offering the damage you really want, and Fofo flashes forward. The rocket barrage will not connect onto Harp with the grand exit coming through. Now it's still going to be a 2-for-0. It is going to be Talon that win it up, and they will get themselves the second Dragon.
Talon, the Masters, are biding their time. They just wait for the opening to show itself, and they crush the resistance of DFM. Artican going to be taken. It will then likely be transitioned into their second Dragon, and then could even be used to exploit Baron.
Yeah, very possibly. They do have to be careful, though. There is there's actually not. I was thinking that on hit Varus, I was going to say there could be pressure over onto the Baron. This lethality Varus takes it so slowly, and this is a big tempo loss for Talon because they did take the Artican and then the Dragon, so DFM are going to be on the map a lot quicker. But as long as no Baron goes down, they're going to feel very, very good about it.
Yeah, I mean, Casa overplays his hand here. Unfortunately for DFM, he's so beefy. This lethality Varus doesn't deal with it. The bullet time, magnificent. Splits the difference. Guwon decides to go in, but because of the bullet time, the team is spread. Once again, chains of corruption used to disengage. Fofo off the flash will still claim Milan's life. Yeah, look, everything that could have gone wrong for DFM went wrong, and everything that could have gone right for Talon went right.
Yeah, definitely. You're seeing that in this gold, right? It was a pretty substantial advantage here for DFM. Now Talon bringing it back. They have access to the Artican buff now, which means they can just march down at this tower, and with Woody coming behind them, DFM are going to want nothing to do with it and just give over that mid lane now.
I mean, that's exactly it. And they're going to look for the tier 2 as well. That Artican's only going to do so much. Aria heads back mid, forced to teleport in to try and assist with the team, but I mean, that tower was going to go down regardless. Maybe it could have been utilized later. And I think Talon off the back of that, we did see the reset come through. They might posture towards this Baron with the last remnants of the Artican buff.
Yeah, and they have the Artican buff. Well, the one thing that is not playing in their favor is that Betty hasn't actually recalled. Obviously, having the Bloodthirst and the Essence Reaver gives him immense tempo. He can just hit minions and get all of his resources back, but it does mean that he is not as strong as he possibly could be. Artican buff, though, being there should mean they are able to take this team fight win. You're seeing Aria building defensively. The Banshees is available. The ult goes wide there for Casa, but it does get the Banshees off. Flash forward from Woody. He does claim 2, and here comes the equalizer. This is the power of the 2 picks. Rhythmic, Pathmaker to give himself a bit of tankiness, but Fofo's going to be able to claim it eventually anyway. And now, even though the Artican buff will be coming off the side off Talon, they should be able to pick up the Baron.
I mean, your one hope, your one prayer is Guon going for a steal, but Woody and Fofo cutting that off at the knees, heading to the top side, and Guon doesn't want a bar of it. And Talon, they bide their time, they find their opening, they exploit that opening, and then look to compound, and they do just that. They're going to get themselves a Baron for their troubles, and DFM, look, they had a good run in this game, but I think that's well and truly over.
Yeah, definitely it's Talon with all the cards now, as Baron was secured there. It's also going to be Fofo able to pick up a rapid fire cannon when he does get that recall through. And we just take a look. Woody just sitting here. He's on vision. They know where he is, but he's just going to be able to find the angle anyway.
Milan was there 1 second, gone the next. I mean, I don't even think the bullet time clipped him. He just died. And despite it being a missed Glacial Prison, it was enough to split the team, meant that there was no backup coming in to help collapse on that fight. And yeah, brilliant stuff out of Cast. He's really doing well controlling the moment. And you look how long that DFM did have control over this game, and it swung back severely in favor of Talon.
Sure. Now as Talon do wield the Baron. Yeah, Woody's looking for something. He does have the crash down available to him, and oh my god, almost predicts, but Rayfaki is going to be able to flash and get himself out of harm's way still. That's another summoner spell just being used. Take stock of the map. It's Fofo who doesn't have flash. He can be vulnerable if somehow DFM find a way onto him, but Betty feeling completely okay. He has the Thonyas. He's going to be able to go golden. Guon not going to find the lockdown, but still Rayfaki does find the kill. There is no equalizer until just now as Arjik trying to get there from the mid lane. Rayfaki, he gets the all out, but he's just going to get one shot. Double kill now for Talon. They still have the Baron. It's a 3v4. Harp very, very low with nothing really to offer his team. Means that everyone's going to tuck tail and head back to that fountain, get some resources back up as Talon look to take the inhib.
I mean, it's such a shame. It did look like that for a moment there, they disrupted enough that DFM could have mounted a comeback, but Rayfaki commits too deep, isolates himself into the middle of Talon, and they just mop him up. And that's your front line gone. There is no real tank force for DFM to allow these three remaining champions to do anything. Yeah, look, you've still got the Rakan, but there's only so much you can do off the back of that. And you look at it, they just overcommit. They want Fofo, but Fofo's already itemized to deal with that. Look how deep Guon ends up with the Harp, and they just can't do anything. The one saving grace, Harp denies the bullet time.
Yeah, absolutely. And while this is all going on, we see the end of the team fight, Rayfaki trying to get onto Betty, and will do so, but go down immediately after, is that the reason why Arj is so late is he's pushing that mid lane. They're trying to play two lanes with the Baron so they can try and attack at different points. The team fight comes out. It's a 4v5 for the vast majority of it. Arj gets there for the very end. But Talon win the team fight. They get the bot lane inhib. And because of the work Arj did pushing the mid lane earlier, they then rotate to the mid lane, also claim that inhib. So now it's two inhibs instead of one. I think the only team in the league we've seen be able to do something like that, pull off that macro to such perfection, is this team. As I see a fight coming out, the charm does land onto RG, but he's able to go golden, and here comes all the AoE from the Talon roster. RG gets on out, he gets down the equalizer. An equalizer is an odd name for it in this game, as it's just completely melting through the health bars off DFM. The bullet time, Milan will be able to survive, but the top lane inhib certainly will not. And 31 minutes in, it's 3 inhibs down and potentially a game.
Okay, this is where Chiefs thought they were in that second game of the series. Unfortunately, they were not in that position. And yeah, so you had Seeker's Arm Guard on Fofo, and yeah, they're just going to look to end it here. There's only so much DFM can do, and most of it's just scream angrily into the void.
Yeah, a lot of damage found here onto Fofo, but he does manage to keep himself up that Valkyrie the whole time. Arya now going to go down as well, as Betty is just face tanking this last tower. Now respawns do come through from Harp, but this Nexus will not be respawning. It's going to be Talon taking game number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, itemization there was key. They had to deal with Guon's engage. Seeker's Arm Guard on the Cork. He denied the engage, everything. They then had it on Arji as well. The DFM, to be fair, to credit them, that was the biggest opportunity I think they'd had in the last 5 minutes. They commit onto it. Unfortunately, Zonya's was already up. Arji just turns golden, turns around, drops the equalizer while the team rallies around him and just murders DFM. Talon are just the kings of weathering the storm. They bide their time again. They spot that opening. They exploit that opening. These guys seemingly can withstand anything.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another game, right? It is a worrying trend to see them. They were very far ahead off the back of that early game where Betty just picks up 2 kills for almost completely free. They did end up falling behind. I think credit to DFM and Arya in particular, able to set that up and get himself some kills, set up things for Guon, who was able to find a solo kill up on the top side on Fofo. But for the team that we expect to be the best in the league, I don't think you should find yourself that far ahead and then end up falling behind. Sure, you may be able to clean it up, but again, You don't want to be having to do that every single game.
Yeah, limit testing is probably the best description, but I think the biggest issue, DFM plateaued. They had a lead, you could see it on the graph, they plateaued, and it just slowly dwindled and dwindled and dwindled until Talon spotted their opportunity. I mean, they were about to put themselves on sole point and then just gave up the dragon. I mean, I think if they'd honestly given that a contest, they had the tools to win that fight before. The Seeker's Arm Guards, Zhonya's were coming up that nullified what Guan was doing. So DFM, just a little bit too hesitant, I think. I think if they'd been a little bit more confident, been more willing to fight over what they should need, they could have taken that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you could also argue that they were not hesitant enough because Aria kind of used ult for literally nothing. And while maybe they can still win the fight, I think Aria being by far the most far ahead member of their team, he was kind of the entire goal difference was on him. You've lost your ult on Ari, you are a quarter of the champ you are with having that ult up, and nothing was found off the back of the ult, not a Psalm, nothing. So it begs the question, like, how come, what was the vision for using the ult? As soon as the ult is used, though, I do think it's the correct decision to just be like, well, we better just tuck tail and head on out. Anyway, tuck tail they did. Game number 1 was picked up by Talon. To no one's real surprise, a surprising way that it happened, of course, but when we were back, we'll see if DFM can fight back.
I did it for the culture. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. All this game up in my pocket. Bet that you can't stop me. You know that I got it. I want it all. I want it all. Fight to the finish. And don't make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this. And they watch it over and over. Over and over. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. I did it for the culture. You know that I yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. Did it for the culture. Get my husky on, yeah. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. The world is watching, so ain't no stopping. Push the pendulum of progress, now they clocking. Used to be sold objects, now we got options. The elders dream Barack success as they got auctioned. Some things we'll never know, our history they rarely show. Eeny, meeny, mighty, mo, police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow, Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still the GOAT. One thing that I know, I go hard. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, this where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute them. Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it. From a people born in chains, feels so good to see some change. Eeny, meeny, mighty, main, reparations run that change. Black Wall Street, they burned our banks, bring us equal mortgage rates. Huey Newton paved the way, what else can I say? I go hard. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood.
City limits when I hit the road. Feel it in my spirit. I'm already gone. Nothing compares to the way that I've been missing you.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 on the horizon here as Talon do lead the series 1-0, but it was not without controversy, of course, as DFM did make a good claim in that game during the middle stages of it, but still got to find a way to get that one across the line. You know, the Dragon looked like a potential option for them, but some mistakes, maybe mechanical, maybe some communication. Who knows? Weren't able to do it. But
Yeah, I mean,
Kakun
look, Talon proving that a gold lead is ultimately nothing in the face of a team that plays well cohesively and utilises the tools available to them. I mean, we've seen it. They've been down 11k gold and they've still come back. They were down there. I think it wasn't quite that margin. You're looking closer to 4k, I think it was, by the time things started to flip around. And the biggest problem consistently that we're seeing with the bottom 4 teams is the ability to close out games. We've seen it in the Chiefs. We're now seeing it in DFM. They had the tools that they needed to. I think, unfortunately, for their draft, it plateaued a little bit and they just really couldn't find any further traction at that point in the game. So coming into game 2, we have a sub in as well, and Kakun is in for Milan. I'm still questioning it. It's not like Milan's playing poorly by any stretch of the imagination. I think the draft was the biggest enemy of DFM there. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Talon had some very intelligent level 1 there where they were able to pick up a free kill on Milan just because the bot side, RG didn't show on bot lane and neither did the 2 bottom laners, or top laners, I guess, in this case, show on the top wave. And so it was the belief of DFM that there was a lane, like Talon weren't lane swapping, right? So they walked up, looked for where the top laner possibly was, and then just got ganked out of the bush. And Milan ended up going down 0-2 at the very beginning of that game, and still, he brought it back. I think he did a very good job, and it does surprise me that he's been taken out. Yeah, I mean, given the drastic pivot that we saw last time Kakun was subbed in, going from a traditional ADC to Talia in that bot lane position, which didn't help DFM's case in that last showing. But look, whatever the case may be, I think a better draft from DFM, it's not to say it was a bad draft, but a better draft that is just a little bit more consistently able to keep pace with Talon, because Lethality Verse hard fell off in the face of what is just pure HP Sejuani. So something that can keep pace with that a little bit more, dish out the punishment. I mean, we did joke about something like a Cogmore, but you're not wanting to wait 20 minutes for a Cogmore to come online. But something sort of in that vein that stands further back consistently. I mean, something like Caitlyn, it's not perfect in the situation, but you want something that can sort of stand back a bit further, pump out damage, and just whittle away at the HP bars. Something like Jhin, maybe. It really isn't a perfect answer, but just something a little bit different than the lethality Varus. Yeah, and ultimately something different is going to have to come out, right? Because Fearless Draft is now removed from the game. But we'll have to see what that is. Both drafts are going to ultimately be different. We're probably going to see entirely different team comps and not ideas of what each team comp want to do. So far, every time Talon switches up, it feels like they arguably get more and more consistent and stronger. But I've been asked a question. The answer to the question is yes. So I believe we're going to go to a break. A client issue again, I would suppose. But when we are back, hopefully we'll get game 2 going on.
And we're back. Hopefully, Champ Select going to appear on our screens very shortly and get this one underway. I'm interested to see again, we were just talking then about Kakun. I do believe, you know, Milan doing a perfectly acceptable job, honestly, as the AD carry, especially up against someone like Betty. So if you are going to sub him out and put in Kakun, who was a mid laner, it does feel like you're wanting to pick an AP champ. Obviously, we saw him do that last game we saw of him.
Maybe something that doesn't affect the terrain as significantly as Tilia does, because there are a couple of moments where Arya would have had a much easier time if not for that Weaver's Wall. In terms of the ban phase, Kalista Skana, no surprises. Nocturne, no surprise. Zyra, again, really no surprise. Jace being taken out of the top lane. And I mean, we did see Tilia banned in the last game. I don't necessarily think that it warranted a target against Kakun in this game, but I mean, we haven't seen any evidence of him playing ADC, only that Tilia, so Ashe being taken away is a pretty safe bet, honestly.
Yeah, with Misfortune and Varus both being removed, she does stand out as the most significant of the AD carries, right? The only champ we kind of see go against it if MF and Varus is removed is sometimes Corki, which was also removed because it was played by Fofo last game, so... Yeah. Caitlyn is going to be the lock-in. So Kakun going to be on the Caitlyn.
I did say, yeah, something that can stand a little bit further back, pump out that damage, and Caitlyn, unfortunately, only really thrives when she's the longest range champ in the game. And it's something we discussed, I think it was yesterday, when control mages have that range, that it can be a little bit hard to play the Caitlyn. But Jin, the response, again, much the same vein. There had a lot of range, a lot of lockdown, still sort of somewhat... He sort of toes the line between both utility and outright damage, because Jin hits hard, but also can set up those roots as well.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw what Betty can do on it yesterday, right? That was the pick in that pretty disastrous game for the start of it, and they end up pulling it back. Victor is up and available if Fofo was wanting to take it again, but Zinzal for now, as Castle will lock it in, a champion that he has played many a time and will be very good on.
But yeah, Ego Hobbit is the response for Guon.
A good champion into the Zinzal.
Yeah, I mean, there's some decent abilities to pick up as well. Jax straight locked in for Ray. So no Ambissa for Ray, which I think, if I remember correctly, has been his most picked champion so far in the top lane. Already we're starting to see some great brawly team fight with mop-up potential from Kakun on the Caitlyn. Whereas, yeah, much the same. Both teams' drafts outlining in a very, very similar way.
Yeah, but here's a big one. The Aurora, of course, a very successful champ so far here in the LCP. Does get banned a lot of the time. When it isn't banned, it looks like the champ is just taking over the map. So this time we will get to see Fofo on it, which is a very exciting concept, really, considering how good he's been at everything he's shown so far.
I'm looking forward to the Arya pick, honestly. I think he does need to go a bit out of left field again, as he did in the Chiefs game. Maybe not as left field as a Yasuo, because that one that just doesn't really fit in the comp, but maybe I would argue there's room for a Silas. It'd be you kind of want to figure out where the rest of these picks are going, but at this stage I wouldn't count it out totally. I think it probably struggles a little bit into the Aurora at this current stage, but I mean, what do you go? Arya does need to do something a little bit different here.
Yeah, won't be the Orianna, and Bessa also taken away from RJ. There's 2 more bans to come through before we do get to see those picks revealed. Nothing really being picked as a potential, what do you call it? Flex. Aurora theoretically could, yeah, go into the top lane. Very unlikely, however.
Victor ban from Arya. I mean, Yone's still up, which has seen a decent amount of play, but again, he's probably not going to have the most comfortable time into an Aurora. If you just play this slow game, maybe you can look to, you know, just explode out into the mid game. But Nico taken out, yeah, roots upon roots is probably not a great time. That would just be a death sentence for anyone caught, especially Kakun on this Caitlyn, who, unless the net's up and available, is likely going to be very immobile. Poppy, yeah, look, I rate that given what we've seen so far in the jungle and top lane.
Yeah, I mean, it could go support, but I'm also leaning towards it going in that top lane up against the Jax. It has a very good matchup into that. Oh, and the Gragas certainly will be up in that top lane. A pretty difficult lane for Jax to navigate. Honestly, often you do just find yourself down quite a bit of CS because it is so hard to contest through the barrels, through the body slam.
Yeah, I think a lane swap.
And there we go.
Oh, there we go. The Vlad coming out once again.
Now, this is the exact same lane he played it in last time. He did not do well in lane. He came into a team fight, got a quadra kill, and kind of ran over the game from there. And while it was, you know, it worked up against the Chiefs, Talon is an entirely different beast. So it's going to be really up to him now to prove how good this Vlad truly is. If he does do well on it, then I will have full faith on it going forward, but it's going to be a big, big test.
Pantheon support coming out. So a hyper-aggressive bot lane duo. And Silas, surely not. I mean, look, the abscond duck I could see being utilized, but
it could be Gragas support, Silas mid, Aurora top.
Could be. I mean, there are some great ults to steal for whoever picks up the Silas. Alistar.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, yeah, Alistar Jhin. I mean, iconic.
That's more like it. If that did get locked in,
to be fair, I
game.
would still rate the Silas pick, regardless. I think Silas could do a lot with the ultimates that are available. And Gragas support wouldn't be the end of the world. I mean, you've got great setup for the root for Jhin in the form of the barrels. And he's just incredibly beefy.
Yeah. But I think the Alistar is a lot better and rounds out their comp a whole lot, more smoothly than a Silas. I think Silas makes the game a little bit too volatile, and you know, the volatility we saw already is where Pantheon and Vladimir truly thrive because, well, they're champs that don't rely that much on constant resources and just get a lot from a little. Fist bumps for the coaches. It is Talon, of course, as a reminder, who do lead the series 1-0. DFM, a closely contested game number 1. Looking to try and find themselves a foothold in game number 2 to get themselves that last opportunity in our best of 3.
Yeah, look, I mean, as much as Talon has struggled, they've still managed to close out their games in a 2-0 fashion, so at least they've got that going for them. If they win here in a 2-0, it'll put them top of the leaderboard, just above CFO, and will likely come down to that head-to-head matchup to determine who ultimately closes out the regular season going into playoffs in first seed. But as it stands, we jump into the Rift. This could be the final game of week 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course, if you're not familiar, we do not have any games next week. We will be heading into the Lunar New Year break, of course, in LoL Pacific. Many of the countries that do compete here in our league do celebrate that as a holiday, so all the players will get a rest. The teams will be able to have some time to, you know, iron out the kinks, find what's going wrong, and try and get some fixes going on before next week. But level 1, we do have Talon all stack in one bush.
Yeah, no shame in that, but there are definitely some teams who will need that time off to really come into week 3 and look to do some damage in a time where it's going to be desperately needed. Yeah, the Talon stack, I mean, nothing like a jungle stack in the bush. I mean, you could ruin someone's day with that. It's so good. But no, seems that Karkun and Hart head down to the bot lane. It is going to be a bot lane mirror match. I mean, realistically, that's not the end of the world. I think it probably favors Talon more. RG on the Gragas is going to have a little bit of an easier time against the Jax. I think Jax, I mean, realistically, Ray's in a rough spot either way.
Yeah. Yeah, I think ultimately, yeah, the top lane matchup's very good for RJ, so you'll feel good about that. On the other hand, though, DFM, they should feel comfortable with this bot lane matchup. It's not an easy lane to navigate as the Jhin by any stretch of the imagination. We'll see, though. We'll see how he does it. As Harp's going to be discovered, but that's a level 1 Alistar. Pretty much a pinata. Or as close to a pinata as a League of Legends champion comes, really.
Yeah, we don't really have any Llama champs in the game at the moment. I mean, Betty, this really should be an even exchange, but DFM have that kill threat in the Pantheon at the moment, so I think they are going to want to force the issue. Those spears just going to keep poking out. Once that W comes online, being able to jump in and get a massive stun to Betty if the opportunity presents itself. Realistically, Woody's just then going to headbutt someone out, and I just don't really see a world in which Betty goes down, but yeah, crazy things happen.
It's about the poke. Betty can't walk up anywhere near the Caitlyn, and the Caitlyn is just going to be able to offer so much damage from so far away, whereas Betty, you know, yes, there is range on the Jhin. It generally comes in the form of the abilities. So at this sort of point of the game where auto attacks are so pivotal, I guess in the bot lane matchup especially, it is just going to always favor the Caitlyn. Very, very minimal amount of champs in the game will compete with just the lane prowess that Caitlyn has.
That could have been rough for Karkun. Sidesteps out. I think if the root landed, there was potentially enough for them to, you know, headbutt pulverize in and just start layering in the damage, force Karkun out of lane. Up at the top side, I mean, Ray's pushed RG in and a fight, but more of a disengage than anything.
Trap not put down quick enough, and so Betty is able to just walk out of there and not have to lose his cleanse, but you are seeing him struggling. He does ultimately still have his health bot, but the CS largely in favor here of the Caitlyn. Casa going in against Guon, does get the knock up, is going to have to flash away, and Guon once again going to have what he wants in this jungle matchup, as he is going to be able to pick up this blue buff. Casa going to head up to the top side to try and at least claim himself the Scuttle Crab, although Guon pretty wise to that idea as he's looking now in the mid lane and will cross the river.
Fofo waves him on his way. Yeah, Casa, I think that's a smart call. Just back to base, reset. You've lost your blue. It's just a rough time. You want to come in with full HP, because if Guon does go hunting, I think he ultimately is going to come out on top. He's 12 CS ahead as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really good start to the game for DFM. Very early on, Woody does find a way onto Karkun, though he's going to flash away. Betty still looking aggressively. He needs to get those auto attacks off, and First Blood does just go over to Harp as Betty somewhat AFK walking down the lane. Harp going aggressive here. So low is the Talon. I mean, not the Talon, the Jhin, rather. Harp not going to be hit there with that deadly flourish, and so DFM's bot lane will be picking up First Blood. It's once again this Pantheon that does claim it.
Yeah, I mean, it's that execute power in the Pantheon. They thought, for some reason, telling that they could commit onto that. Woody spots an isolated Caitlyn. They get the root as well, follows it up with the stun. But Betty is so far disjointed. Harp is playing spoiler. And just the Caitlyn's ability, Karkun able to net out and then flash away as well.
Yeah.
They lack the sticking power.
Every lane going poorly for the side of Talon. Yeah, mid lane is fairly even, but we saw yesterday the exact same matchup going a lot better for the Aurora than this one currently is. Now Harp pathing out to that mid lane, of course, gets the First Blood, doesn't have Ignite, but still will have access to the Flash. So Flash stuns on the menu. Both 80 carries now pathing out to the top side. Well read, I do believe, from DFM.
Yeah, Harp looking to head into the jungle, get some information. Casa is down a level, and Guon, I mean, Guon is knocking on the door of 6 at the moment. Casa should hit 5 in just a moment off the back of just one camp. Harp going to get topside first. Casa and Woody looking to come in for a pinch. So DFM are going to have to be careful. They will be spotted out, but if Woody commits, maybe they could find someone.
Yeah, not able to find the way in there as Guon now looking in the mid lane, trying to find someone onto Fofo. Won't be able to do so, and in fact takes a sizable chunk to his health bar for his antics. Both top laners here now too. Might have our first 5v5 on the cards. Fofo will be level 6. And at this stage of the game, I have to think that probably the Aurora is stronger, although I haven't seen a whole lot of Lad to truly comment on.
There's a real possibility. We see a Ruinous off the back of this, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Big fight coming out, and in will go Harp, but he gets a lot of damage back, and Guon will go down. The trade, of course, is both of these junglers. Arja very low, flashes away, but the Void Grub's going to claim his life, and now Betty is just getting chased down. Arya goes into that pool, and there's nowhere for this Jhin to run. Another kill will go down. It's DFM who are coming out very, very strong at the beginning of this game.
Jeepers, just so committed to getting that kill in the hands of Arya that Betty might have walked away. Ray's here. They're going to stop the back onto Woody. This wave is going to crash, and that's a teleport committed.
Yeah, I mean, someone's going to want to claim the wave anyway. This just saves Woody's life.
Yeah, smart call. I mean, DFM don't want to force the issue. So 5 kills in the first 7 minutes, all on this top side. Unfortunately, I think unless we see this pace continue and in the next 7 minutes we see another 5 kills, I don't think we get Ruinous.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Now, it's hard going in, but he just blocks so much damage, getting the shield off first. Caster goes down. Yeah, it was traded for Guon, and thank God they were able to get that, otherwise the reset would come through and this would have gone a whole lot worse. You also see the feeder warfare on your screen was picked up by the side of DFM at the same time. Betty just gets chased down, and I mean, this is pretty straightforward here. It was a little worrying, but...
Waiting for that Q cooldown.
Yeah.
And I mean, DFM find themselves in the early similar territory to game one, where they're in the lead. They unfortunately let it slip, but I think the comp this time around scales better into the late game than Lethality Varus does.
Definitely scales a lot harder, and they are the team that can keep the pressure up. They have all the tools in the world to skirmish all the time. They have a Viego. You know, if he gets a reset, things feel very good. Aria, again, will just keep his health topped up nice and full and doesn't have to worry about mana whatsoever. And ultimately, Talon, they really can't fight without ultimates. You know, this Alistar champion is significantly worse if he doesn't have ult, because he goes in and just gets one shot.
I mean, the big problem I'm seeing going into the mid to late game is they just have, well, one, Ace in the hole is just going to be a constant threat for Fofo, given how much, you know, that damage that will likely do to that health bar. And the Zhonya's could likely be burned using that alone before anyone can get in the way to block the damage. So yeah, there's a real problem for Fofo in trying to be able to commit to team fights. Positioning is going to be so key for Talon as a whole. And once again, we see Guon has found an opening and is looking to exploit it more by taking those jungle camps away from Casa.
Yeah, now starting up on the Dragon, it would be the first objective of the game for them. They did pick up the 2 Void Grubs on the top, but of course it does not count towards your feat progression. Casa pathing out, might be able to get here in time, but I guess after realizing his blue buff is gone, is just going to be very sad. Very, very far behind currently is Casa on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, 2 levels down now with that Dragon being picked up. And Guon, I mean, yeah, I don't think you want to overcommit. You don't want to overplay your hand at this stage with second lot of grubs coming up that soon.
Absolutely, and I think just a good draft out of DFM here. This Viego champ does significantly more than Xin Zhao, and you know, Xin Zhao wants to go forward at you as he does on the Scuttle Crab here, and Viego typically likes it when champs are jumping in at him. It gives him the ability to land his snares nice and easy, and you get the follow-up from your team and look for those resets.
Unfortunately, the pacing is eased off. We are going to need to see a flurry of action if we want to hit that, you know, 10 kills by 14 minutes mark.
Well, there is a Void Grub spawning.
There is indeed, 36 seconds. I mean, we're not there yet. We're far from there yet. But at this stage, given what has been picked, it does mean that if we do see Game 3 come up, that the draft does get a little bit interesting. So I'm very keen to see what has been planned for Talon, given that it would be their first Game 3 as well. Aria getting some great damage out onto Fofo.
Yeah, I think also one thing that's cool for DFM here is we've already seen Guon play the Pantheon. Now we're seeing Hart play the Pantheon. So going forward, any Pantheon pick from this team is completely unknown as to which lane it's going. Just opening up a flex pick for themselves that no other team has shown thus far, at least.
Oh boy.
Void Grub time. Fofo takes a tower shot. Certainly not what he'd want to do. He does have teleport available to himself, and he's looking to use it. Maybe we'll have access to an item here. Malignance would be very helpful for the rest of his team, as everyone is, or maybe Ludens rather.
Teleport, come on, we got 3 minutes. Okay. Surely we can get the Ruinous Artican going.
Oh, he does get invisibility off. Can he find the ultimate? They find 1 kill here onto Harp immediately, and Fofo still with that Between Worlds available to himself. Caster trying to get on out of there, but the reset comes through. That's for Guon. And Fofo, yes, he gets the Between Worlds off, but it's a shutdown. It's 2. It's looking like it's going to be 3 as Aria is just menacingly running forward. Woody, he's not got his ultimate anymore. It's a nice snare coming through from Betty, but this Alistar, the cow is going to be milked, and it's not going to go home. Aria will be able to claim that one for himself, as we're seeing on our screens now. Another big win, more gold in the pockets of this DFM roster. I was about to say Talon, but looking big.
9 kills at 12 minutes. If that is not enough for us to be looking at maybe a Ruinous appearing, I don't know what is.
I have a bad feeling that it's not going to be enough. Betty, though, might be adding to that tally. He does have cleanse, but Harp very far behind him, and Betty just being able to get out of harm's way, I believe.
Ace in the hole is there. So, I mean, there was a world where they forced that issue, but if they're going to do it quick, far out. Once again, I mean, it's Talon that start things off. Harp again in position. This time he takes a little bit more damage without the shield going down. But you look at Guon, you look at Ray getting in, and they just chunk away that front line. Betty gets great shots out, but Fofo is just evaporated courtesy of Casa, all while Aria is dancing around the middle. There's this Vlad soaking up that damage and then healing it up again moments after. Woody, he just bides some time, tries to create an opening for Betty and RG to get away. We'll do that, but ultimately does go down. Thumbs up from Aria. Come on, surely. Unless one more kill and we're at 10 in the first 13 minutes of play.
We'll find out, but I do have a bad feeling that it won't be enough. I think we've seen 9-kill games before at this stage, and we are yet to see a Ruinous, so...
This is the most bloodthirsty game that we've had pre-14 minutes, though.
Yeah, there is a good chance. Regardless, we'll find out later on in the game. For now, DFM comfortably ahead. 3K, this is a very sizable advantage, and so far we haven't seen a team... Obviously, we've only seen it twice, but haven't seen any way to work around this Vlad Pantheon combination that we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, 3-0-3, even on farm. Aria is just having the time of his life right now. 30 seconds, come on, make a kill happen. Get him, take us to double digits at least.
Yeah, I don't think so. 20 seconds, and I don't think Betty's just going to walk up to randomly die. Low on health he is, however, as... I mean, how are we dealing with this Vladimir? I don't know what Champ's supposed to. Maybe you're just trying to like get that pull out and RJ follows the casket to get him on out of that fight completely. But it seems like we're going to have another fight over this dragon. It will not count towards Arakan, however, as the 14-minute mark has now been reached.
I mean, mortal reminder, but that's way down the line for Betty. Do you pick up a pocket executioner, maybe, just to try and deal, you know, reduce that healing a little? I don't know if that, you know, anti-heal is what you want to commit onto for Fofo either, because there's so many other items that are much more important to you. Second dragon going to be started up for DFM, who have just held all the cards. They're 5 out of 6 scrubs. They should get this second dragon. First tower does go down. Woody's going to go for it.
Yeah, goes aggressive. Fofo finding a bit of damage, but Guwon and Ray Farki are just completely okay to keep going forward. And yeah, you get the ult off here as Woody. It's not enough. You're seeing, wow, a lot of reduction coming through from that damage, and still the Alistair's getting one shot. Arja does importantly pick himself up the tower up on the top side, but Fofo under a lot of pressure here. Gonna have to try and clear out that wave. Will do so very quickly, but the next wave getting cut off at the ankles. RJ might just have to try and get down here with that teleport to save his mid laner. Looks like it's okay.
Yeah, no, I think DFM's made the call. Like, they've got a good advantage. They've got a solid lead at the moment. Don't throw it away. Arya's going to be able to sustain pretty much anything that Fofo throws at him. Has the pull as well as a bailout if need be. And yeah, they just keep that wave priority, back off for the moment. And look, it's going to be interesting to see if we reach a point where Talon starts making desperation plays. They just don't seem like a team that does.
No, and 3K, while it is sizable, it's not the end of the world, right? This is something that we've seen them down 11K, so you have to have belief that they can come back from this. Admittedly, it is 5 Void Grubs as well as 2 Dragons, which means the timer is well and truly there for Talon. They definitely do not want to just be giving over the Dragon's Soul. It makes the game a lot harder. But for the time being, it's DFM with all the chips.
Herald has just gone up. Harp is going to spot RG there in the pit. But, I mean, look, historically, that pit has been, well, the result of 9 deaths so far. If we see Talon look to contest it again, it has not gone well for them.
Yeah, going to be hard to walk into the Caitlyn as well with these traps set up. But at least for now, you know, this Rift Herald not really the target. It's DFM getting those mid waves in and maybe poking away at this tower. Caitlyn, one of the things she does best at.
Yeah, he's sort of posturing, looking to see who will be the first one to give over. The root lands on Go1, but there's no follow-up that close to a tower. It's all just going to be about placing down and clearing vision. Fofo spotted, rotating up that bot side river. This brush has not worked out for Talon so far this game, Fez. Why? Why are they so committed to making plays out of it? Or Woody?
Oh, hold up. Maybe there's an angle here. Invisible does go Fofo. I believe he should have been seen, but not at the moment. The root is going to connect, but Teleport coming in immediately to answer for the side of DFM. Nothing really committed just yet for the side of Talon. So a great start chunking down Cocoon so low. Talon, I mean, you see just how unrelenting they are. Yes, they're down, but still they're not willing to give it up. Harp goes forward, he flashes, he stuns, but it's not going to be enough. Very low now is he on the Pantheon, and Ari's going to be stunned up in the middle of the team fight, but back to full health immediately. Look at all the healing coming through from this Vladimir. At least the Jin ult is there. The Jin ult's coming out. So much damage. A 4-man explosive cast. Low health bars, but not low enough. As Kakun will make it out, and Aria is healing up. In goes Kasa. It's one shutdown. Ray Farki's going to have to flash away, and will get the answer back for Guwon. Betty not got the damage either. It's so many low health bars. The Deadly Flourish isn't going to connect, but Archer's back. The flash away from Guwon. Woody, the fadeaway ignite. It's something he's done time and time again, and Talon somehow, once again, find a fight back. And in comes Ray Farki.
Oh, that's it. That's the engage you want.
Oh, they're going to find it. Fofo's going to go down, and somehow, I didn't realize the Grand Skyfall was still up. Harp and Ray Farki combined together and able to take down Fofo on the back end of the fight.
Oh, I hope this is caught in the replay, because I don't know if you saw it, Bess, but I certainly did. If we do get the replay, the reason that fight started so poorly in the mid lane is because Woody flashed into the wall.
Oh, no, again.
He flashed into the wall at Raptors.
It's the second time it's happened.
And he came over spamming the Braum emote as he walked. Yeah, here we go. Oh, no, it's too little too late. Oh, that's a shame. But yeah, no, Woody just straight flashed into the wall.
Oh.
And then, yeah, walks back into lane, shamed. And look, to be fair, he then did redeem himself quite well with the way that he played the team fight. Brilliant curtain call. Ray just trying to do what he can. Brilliant explosive cast to force Arya into an uncomfortable position. Just, yeah, look, Talon very much brought that back and just showing the caliber of team that they really are.
Yeah. We'll see if we get Castle off the back end there. We're at DFM, and look at just how many low health bars there were. Even this not quite connecting. Woody does eventually pick him up with the fadeaway ignite. Possibly could have left it for RJ, but at that stage, I think if you are Talon, you're like, God damn, we need to kill someone. So just dropping the ignite and making sure you get it is all good to me.
Yeah, I think he just saw the red haze, remembering full well that he flashed into a wall. So. Yeah, that one, someone clipped that. That's going to be a fun one to watch later on. As it stands, though, it's not a massive reprieve. It's just a bit of gold back in the pocket of Talon. They get themselves a couple of towers, but the Rift Hero picked up, secured by DFM, blows the middle of the map wide open. Plus, that, I mean, look, they lose the tower, but at least, yeah, I suppose Caster then transitions that into an Infernal. And Artican,
voracious.
Top side, boring Artican.
Okay, I mean, it's probably
do you reckon Artican, it's like that relationship, like, you know, Artican's dad's, I'm not mad, I'm disappointed, you know, we could have had Ruinous, but no, son, whatever.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it is probably the more fun one. It's just, you know, I want to see Ruinous to see what it does to the game.
Just to know that it's real.
Yeah, that too. Down to 7k, speaking of the Artican, is getting pretty low, but Talon have managed to find a way here into the river, and now it is DFM that are going to have some vision cleared out. They'll have their turn to do the same very shortly. Harp, though, he might be found. He is very fast. Pantheon and Yi, if you weren't aware, the two fastest movement speed champs in the game. Betty admittedly does have boots of swiftness, and god damn, they are running very, very far away. Leading them on a wild goose chase, to say the least.
Track star. That needs to be the next skin, Track Star Pantheon. He's running with the baton out. But
that's actually so good.
That needs to be like the next range of skins, like Track and Field, League of Legends. I reckon you could have a lot of fun with that one. But yeah, the fact that, I mean, the Grand Skyfall was committed, so it was on cooldown. So I don't know whether it was he, you know, jumped into the back line, just jumped to mid lane, whatever the case may be. All of a sudden there was 4 members of Talon chasing him down, and he still gets away. With basic boots, mind you.
Yeah. Admittedly, that's why the side of DFM started up the Artican, right? They were never truly contesting it, but they were just making sure they could continue to chase Pantheon, because eventually Betty would have got him. He would have at least got the auto attack off and been able to throw out that deadly flourish, but still...
When the Blast Cat was there, he would have just popped over that wall.
Yeah.
So probably could have at least gapped him anyway. Oh dear. This has been an entertaining game, to say the very least.
Yeah, and we enter like a lull period. I think this happens quite a lot around the Artican, where neither team is truly strong enough to take it as long as the other team is there. But all it takes is one misstep around that objective and the game kind of explodes. It's like, okay, we got the Underdog now. We get to do whatever we want for the next objective. That generally leads to Baron, which generally leads to the end of the game eventually. But until the Underdog is taken, the games do truly feel like they're on an absolute knife's edge, and that's kind of the position we find ourselves at now, right? We're 1.5k gold ahead for the side of DFM. They've got a very strong Vladimir, a very strong Viego. But they've got no real way to push down the objectives. You know, there's only the Underdog to come up. They've been delayed for another 5 minutes as Talon did pick up the Infernal Dragon, so 2 minutes until that objective comes up, 2 minutes until Baron comes up. So until that time, I don't suspect we're going to see too much action.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You've also got a limited window with the Underdog, so you kind of want to time it so you can utilize those big objectives.
And a fight does break out. I mean, Casa going pretty aggressive. Is going to be able to get in even further. And Benny claims 3. Can he claim 4? Not often do you see Jin get his favorite number, but it looks like he might just be able to do so here. Is the stun up? Rhythmic going to be able to flash away. And just like that, out of nowhere, the engage is found. Fofo and Woody combined together. And so many shutdowns. The gold lead no longer matters as Talon able to take the team fight. And now Underdog will be the prize.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of being able to create space with my lord. So for up until a minute ago, not even that, like a couple of seconds ago, the gold league was there and in favor, and it just nosedives back down in favor of Talon. And yeah, it's about creating that space for Betty, who's been farming fairly well. He's 3-1-4, 200 CS under the belt, whereas you've got 7 assists and the same amount of CS for the Caitlyn. And, I mean, you're Jin. You just want to sit back while the team fights and throw utility down range.
Yeah, throw utility. He was throwing nuclear weapons, but look at it. They just go too hard on Casa. It's a fantastic ultimate, but it's just too much follow-up. You know, we've now fully committed onto the Xin Zhao that our damage cannot hit, and it's just an absolute shooting range. It's fish in a barrel, and Betty is just claiming everything he'd possibly need. Yeah, Rhythmic and Arya will make it out, but ultimately, what is the point in making out? You know, yes, you survive, but Underdog now gone. Baron almost certainly can be picked up by the side of Talon. This Dragon 100% is theirs. And the team that was very far behind now find themselves with an advantage. And they're the team that have more of the tools to find the team fights, right? They're the team that gets to choose when to go.
I mean, that 100% comes down to a lack of information for DFM. They were fully convinced that it was, only a handful of members for Talon. They could then collapse onto Casa. But over that wall, you've then got Betty, you've then got Fofo, who just dump everything on the 3 members of DFM that jump onto this Xin, who then ultimately just negates all the damage anyway with his ultimate. So that was literally the worst possible scenario for DFM there, and Talon then transition into going and getting their second Dragon of the game, yet another Infernal, which is again only going to benefit those high impact champions like the Jin, like the Aurora as well. So it just goes from bad to really just the worst for DFM right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I haven't seen the math on it, but I'm pretty sure Jin is the best user of Infernal Dragon in terms of ADs in the game, because he doesn't, all attack speed and everything like that turns into AD, as well as just, how the champion works. So anyway, Betty will now have quite a lot of AD, quite a lot of pressure over these towers, despite only having the 4 auto attacks. In goes Fofo, finds the 4-man, are able to get out for the time being, and Fofo's going to have to try and leave. Tower not aggroing on him, so he should be completely fine for now. Ace in the hole, does get the withdrawal, so that's one person now down. RJC on the side, he's the one getting focused down next. Will almost certainly be returning to his fountain. Still, no harm, no foul as teleport's coming back in. Fofo will be the first to join. Betty trying to find the damage, and keep in mind, there are still 3 withdrawals. Caster's going to go in first. There is no between worlds though, so Fofo's impact is not as high as perhaps he'd want. Shutdown, however, does get picked up by Betty. Woody's going to claim the second of the team fight. And RJ, yes, he's taken pretty low, but ultimately will not be going down. And that's another objective found by Talon. That's another team fight found by Talon, and possibly even looking now to the bottom tower.
The biggest problem for DFM is they just don't want these explosive team fights. They want sustain. They want drawn out. That is where Arya is going to do the most possible damage in these engagements. Unfortunately, the front line is just dying too fast for him to be able to find that opportunity. And you look at it better, he's just straight looking to man fight this Vladimir, who up until very recently was the dominant factor in this game for DFM.
Yeah, just, it kind of looks again like, yes, okay, you got the 2 withdrawals at that stage as DFM. You probably could be happy and back on out. We'll see it here. It starts off reasonably okay for them. Fofo comes in, finds a massive ult, but ultimately all it gets is Cocoon's flash, which yes, will be impactful later. Explosive cast lost. You see Fofo's very, very low. Ace in the hole even going to take him out. That's one withdrawal, and it's a withdrawal on a very important member of the team. Arjanel's going to get withdrawal too. Both of these champs are the only two who can immediately return. DFM still not recognizing teleports can come through, have continued on forward. They go for Casa. Again, no one can hit the Zinzao right here. And Fofo and Betty and Woody are all on either side. You're completely pincered. And you just see more and more people going down as Talon, once again, will claim the win in the team fight.
Yeah, I think just DFM fundamentally failing to understand the impact that those two champions then can have off the back of teleport. So whether it was summon and timing's just not on point, whatever the case may be, yeah, that was not a 5v5, that was a 7v5 at the best of times. And there was never a realm in where that doesn't go Talon's way purely because of Artican and teleport.
Yeah, and that's kind of why, like, you know, this Artican is more fun to watch because you get these hectic team fights. As we see Talon there setting up around this top side. They know there's no vision in that bush, but now with the Oracles going down on the Baron, nothing's going to have to be committed. They see the teleport going forward, and Archie finds a three-man fresh body slam, and as fast as it starts, it ends. Aria, he does get the phase rush, but Petty doesn't care. He just clicks on you. Absolute headshot, and my God, what a find from Arja.
What a combo, the Gragas, and Ray Farky teleports to top lane, and all he can do is just recall. Like that, there is just no other reaction. There is nothing else you can do. Guan is being zoned away from the Baron. Talon have just won this game. There is no two ways about it. DFM have zero avenue back in. Aria can do nothing in the face of this squad. The team fight is no longer there for them. Caitlyn doesn't have the resources to sit there at the back the same way that Jin does. This is just Talon, once again, weathering the storm, and you look at it. Here it comes, Arji in from the side, on to three. Explosive cast, the flash in from Harp. He gets out, but I mean, you're the one who you want to be in the front protecting your team. Just Gragas at its finest.
Yeah, and honestly, it's been a relatively quiet game for RJ up until exactly that point, but finding that engage, you know, sometimes you see a flash body slam land onto two people, this time onto three, both the carries, sends the explosive cast, and they both go flying into the side of Talon. It's the easiest 2 kills of Betty's life. He's now 6-1-4 on Jin after suffering, it has to be said, up against Harp and Kakun the entirety of the lane phase. And in will go Woody. I mean, Kakun might just die solo to Woody.
Yeah.
Explosive cast comes out, he's dead. Woody does get the rightful kill there.
Yeah, explosive cast into the wall. There was nowhere to go. I mean, as sad as it is to say, this is kind of the best spot for Aria to be in. Just often pushing side lanes, trying to create a distraction, but it's still a little too late. Baron's up. They're threatening the base. He's got a recall to try and help, but Cast is already diving past the tower. Bot lane shoved in as well. Talon and Micro just phenomenally.
Yeah, Woody's going to be able to find the knock up there onto Harp. He does drop a lot of damage, but Fofo of the Between Worlds now going to find his way onto Guwon. Guwon does flash away, but does eventually get locked down. Aria now enters the pool. Where can he go? At least he gets out of that curtain call, and a large amount of his health does come back, but still, it is just 2 massive minion waves marching down with Baron buff on them. Teleport even coming in from Fofo now as he does return to join his team. Nice pull again from Aria, but the kill-hungry side of Talon are still looking aggressively. Ray Farky trying to do what he can, but what he can is get explosive cast right back into the full squad of Talon. Woody eventually will go down. Fofo maybe as well, but no, Betty is there to do it. Game number 2, week number 2, and series number 2, all done and dusted. Talon are undefeated.
Talon top seed in the regular season. Look forward to a well-deserved break. I have to say, credit where credit is due. DFM did what Team Secret did, but better. They held it together for 2 games, really put Talon under the pump. Unfortunately for them, Talon are just, I mean, it's undeniable at this point. They are the best team in the league until we see them face off with CFO. That's where that conversation could change. But I'd argue they have represented themselves. They have proved that they are a top contender. They could very well be the best that LCP has to offer.
Yeah, at least for the first, I think, 2 weeks, we can say that pretty confidently. They are at the top of the standings. They've earned their right to be there. They have been put under the pump, and I think it's a really, really, really good sign for the region that teams like Secret Wales and like DFM are actually making this Talon team work for it. Because quite often you get regions, and you know, Oceania has often been one of them, where there is this exceedingly dominant org. They're just completely stomping every single game and nothing ever looks close, and they go internationally and get absolutely thumped. I think here, obviously we're only halfway really through the first split. Everyone is challenging everyone. There is no real series that has been like, this was a stomp. I don't remember a single series that went that way. And so now that we're at this position, halfway through, we've got a week to improve for those teams that are on the bottom of the sort of standings. We've got a week to make sure we keep form for the teams like CFO and Talon. I think we've got a really exciting second half and international ahead of us.
Well, I mean, not just that. If this is what we're getting in the Kickoff tournament, Split 2, Split 3, we are going to see the evolution of these teams who, look, yeah, might be slipping towards the bottom half of the leaderboard, but if they're still contesting the best team in the region for as long as they are, and you can look at that goal graph, for the first 22.5 minutes, DFM were in the driver's seat. Unfortunately for them, Talon, arguably the most resilient team coming out of LCP at the moment. But if they can do that here in the opening split of the year, imagine what they can do come Split 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. An interesting thing about today, obviously casting your mind back to the first series and now this series, is both series were 2-0s, but the team winning for the first 20 minutes of the game lost every single game. Not a single game did the team that you'd say rightfully should have won.
I would argue in two very, very different ways. Chiefs, it was their game to lose and they did just that, whereas DFM, it wasn't really their choice come the end of it. It was Talon that were the ones being proactive and handily took it away from them.
Yeah, I can see that, but it is still just interesting to think because, you know, I think back seasons like last season, the season before, oftentimes it was whoever's winning at 14 minutes wins. It was like an 80%, like a stat. There was a stat for it, I don't remember off the top of my head, but it was like 80% of the time, the team ahead at 14 minutes wins the game. In 1 week, we've had, or 1 day, we've had 4 games that has been disproven, which I do just find to be exceedingly interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at moments like this for DFM, it looked like it was starting to come together.
Yep.
In the early stage of this game, these fights around this top side pit in the top river, Betty, yeah, just a slow lead out. But unfortunately, yeah, you do sort of plateau as a Vlad, especially as soon as that heal reduction starts coming online. We saw that, you know, Mortal Reminders there. Gragas also had that Oblivion Orb as well. So, yeah, there was a lot of fighting around this pit. I mean, I suppose third time was the charm for Talon in the end.
Yeah, and it's quite clear now that every single team values the Void Grubs exceptionally highly. Every single time we see a fight, it's never, oh, let's go fight over first dragon or second dragon. But as soon as the Void Grubs are up, at minimum, the junglers are there fighting each other, trying to at least get one of the Void Grubs away. At best, we get something like this, where it is just a 5v5 mosh pit of people throwing their heads against the wall.
And this is really where it turned. This was the flipping point for Talon. Just a heavy overcommitment onto a champion that you realistically weren't going to be able to kill. You had 3 players on top of the Xin Zhao who pops the ult, reduces all that damage coming his way. Fofo and Betty on the other side of the wall just laying into them. And from there, it was, you know, stumble after stumble. It felt like there was nothing DFM could do from that point on.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, we'll get to see all the slides, I believe, in the near future. But it will be Talon, I believe, 2 points ahead of CFO, who are in second. So pretty comfortably in the lead. And of course, as we are going to enter into a break, there's going to be a week off and then come back in 2 weeks' time. That is when we're going to get to see matchups like Talon against Garm, Talon against SoftBank, which I've seen 4 times over the past 2 years, and Talon against CFO. That's what we have waiting for us in the second side of the split, and I cannot be more excited for that concept.
Yeah, and I think it does absolute bits for those bottom 4 teams having 2 weeks now to prep going into weeks 3 and 4. It's invaluable because they are clearly struggling with certain aspects of the game, and having 2 weeks to tighten that up rather than just the traditional one is going to work in their favor. For the likes of Talon, they're just going to be them refining everything that they're doing right.
Yeah. Absolutely. The results for the day, it was Talon taking the 2-0, and of course in our first series it was Team Secret Wales taking the 2-0, but the narrative for both series really is not backed up by the result of what occurred. I think Chiefs, for 40 minutes of both games, were the better team, and unfortunately just the final hurdle both times at the enemy nexus was what costed them. And even, you know, the early game for DFM was just objectively better than Talon's for today's series.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the results we expected, but not necessarily in the way that we expect them. And look, it shows promise, if nothing else. So it does make you all the more excited. when we get into week 3, when we see these teams who have had near misses with brilliance, having that time to refine it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is all we can really hope for, right? It's, even if you don't think of it in weeks, it's like usually you have 3 days between, or 4 days between now and when you're next possibly playing. Maybe it's 5 days. And now you're going to get like an entire, what is it going to be, like 12 days or something like that until you're back on. And here are the standings. Of course, it is going to be TLN up there in that first spot. CFO not too far behind, as well as the Vikings, as well as Team Secret. But then in the bottom 4, I think it's really surprising to me to see GARM in the bottom 4, to see SoftBank in the bottom 4. Less so DFM and the Chiefs, but still, there is a lot of time. There's 4 more games for each of these teams, and there's certainly time to climb those rankings. Obviously, for the likes of the Chiefs and SoftBank, unless Talon start losing 2-0 and stuff like that, first place is not achievable. That's on to Talon to make that allowable. But still, definitely time to get into that top 6.
Yeah, I mean, playoffs far from locked in. At this point, it's looking like between Chiefs and SoftBank, it's a race to who can avoid the wooden spoon at this stage. But given that time off, given the time to prep, there is a very real possibility that Chiefs really strike out in the final 2 weeks to play. They can maybe slip into playoffs and steal something, but that's a little bit down the line from now.
Absolutely, but when we do come back in 2 weeks' time, February 6th, you see it there on your screen, it's going to be DFM against CFO, opening us up again, and Vikings versus Team Secret Wales. I'm really interested to see if Vikings are going to come back looking as strong as they have, because I have been very pleasantly surprised, especially with Shogun. I think that guy is an absolute beast. Arguably best AD carry in the league, I'd say, alongside Betty at the moment. Can't wait to see this guy in action again.
Look, I'm just excited for more LCP. First weekend in, I'm hooked. As much as it is definitely good for the environment and the teams having that little bit of extra time off, I can't wait that long. Come on, I want to get back into it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been exceedingly enjoyable. I think every single team is showing very, very good signs. Even the teams that aren't picking up the wins are looking pretty strong, very contentional. And the teams that are winning are being extremely dominant with it. So, in conclusion here at the LCP, we have a very, very tightly contested standings with teams that are very, very good at what they do. Thank you so much for joining us once again. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you this week. It's been a pleasure to have you, Blue Panda. Been a pleasure to serve you guys, and I cannot wait to see you in 2 weeks' time.
Fine when times are high, moving quick before the river runs dry. Ain't no start without an end. Who knows if it's a heaven sent? Every cloud that's present, but can only rain for a while, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, all the houses on the road. When times are fast, soon enough we're gonna call it past, yeah. One man's luck makes one man sad, and even eagles need to land. Angry words leaving a scar, but she'll be covered with a smile, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, and all the houses on the road. deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Oh, let the